Councilmember Dorr, are you on the line? Great, thank you.
We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. We're waiting on a quorum, so as soon as we're ready to start, we'll let you know.
Hi, Vice Clerk, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Doing well this morning? Okay, so our clerk, Ashley Turney, will not be here today.
Correct.
Okay, so you'll have to keep us in line.
All right, Barb and
know
I are
you
ready
can
to
do
go.
it. I know you can do it. I also let my council know
Okay.
we have a massive agenda today. It's much larger even than last week's. So I'm gonna try to keep everyone on track.
Doing well, thank
To,
Hard to hear you.
is that Naomi? Okay. All right, so Naomi is on the phone, but I'm going to keep everyone on track today to your 3 minutes. So not trying to be mean, just trying to stay on track because we have a really hefty agenda. And we have a couple of 6 o'clock hearings, correct, Vice Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, before we begin, I have a special guest here, so I would love her to lead us in the pledge. Her name is Kim Donahue. She is our representative for the Mayor's Challenge on Veteran Suicide. So we'd love for you to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you very much. Would everyone please stand? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, nice job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for the roll.
Breckus, Dorr,
Here.
Delgado, Weber, Jarden, Reese, Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I'll send it back to you for item A3.
All right, our first public commenter today is Kim Donahoe, followed by Cesar Manera, followed by David Lippincott. And as a reminder to the audience, there is no clapping, cheering, jeering. If you are doing so, we can ask you to leave.
Good morning. I appreciate your time this morning. I will not hesitate. I have excellent news. I'm not sure if everyone saw last night, Governor Sisolak released on the media. I'm not sure. Can we turn this on?
It should go on. There you go.
So the audience can see. This is a letter signed by Governor Sisolak accepting Nevada was selected to be one of the next 7 states in the nation to participate in the Governor's Challenge to fight against suicide amongst our service members, veterans, and their family members. I would love to thank you and the council for your participation and your support in the Mayor's Challenge. This has been the Truckee Meadows Mayor's Challenge team up here in the north has done a tremendous job in tackling mental health and all of the other supportive services that come with it. I know we focus on suicide, but there's so many different factors. And I just would love to thank you, and I appreciate the time to tell you that we did it. The Las Vegas Mayor's Challenge team and the Truckee Meadows Mayor's Challenge team, with all of our hard efforts together, we can prevent suicide, and we will continue to do so, ma'am. And so I just would like to share this good news, and wanted to just share. All of you have a printout of the governor's letter and also the official press release that went out yesterday. So thank you so much for your support. I look forward to your continued support in the new year as the teams will, both in the north and south, continue to feed up under the Governor's Challenge. So I'm in the process of putting together that interagency team now. So we will be hitting the ground running. So thank you again for your support.
I can't tell you how proud I am of all you've done. You are so tenacious. And this is a huge deal because I know how competitive it is. I mean, every city in the country vies for this, and for us to be able to be awarded this challenge is incredible. And, you know, I want to remind people that Nevada is 51st in the state on mental health. That's got to change.
Yes.
And more initiatives like that will help us. So I just want to say, from all of us up here, We are so grateful in our entire city, and every veteran that I run into absolutely loves and adores you.
Well, thank you so
That
much.
says a
And
lot,
I
so.
would really like to also thank the Reno Police Department and the City of Sparks have just been incredible collaborators. So thank you, everyone, and please look forward to the Governor's Challenge in 2020.
Yeah, that's awesome. We have 2 officers that have been helping you diligently.
Yes,
And
if-
going out and speaking on this with you. And
Yes.
I was blown away by,
We put
their
them in for
compassion
the
and-
Abraham Lincoln
yeah.
Award, ma'am. We'll find out in March if we've been selected and awarded, and that was Officer Keith Bleich.
Yeah.
He's our homelessness liaison police officer, and Officer Scott Johnson, he's our lead hostage negotiator. They've been tremendous, as well as the Army and Air National Guard. So thank you again
Well, you guys
from
are
the bottom of
amazing,
my
and your
heart.
whole team, too.
Madam
They've
Mayor,
tremendous, so thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I can, before you leave, Kim, I've had the opportunity of staying in communications with Kim and your team, and just wanted to highlight how exceptional they are in terms of our national teams that are out there. When I was in DC with them, they stood head above everyone else in terms of the collaboration, the regional collaboration. I mean, in terms of just not the city of Reno. You have Sparks, Washoe County, the tribes, the VA. You have everyone that's part, and it was amazing to see the team that was set up with them in terms of, and everyone was coming to us saying, "That's a model. How do you guys do it?" And it's all because of leadership like Kim. And you have Shane Whitecloud is involved as well. And so thank you. I mean, but they're talking about stuff, policy stuff that's really critical. Gun safety, mental health, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you guys for leading that charge. Really, really appreciate it.
And
Thanks,
thank you
Kim.
for your
Yeah.
support. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Councilman,
it.
for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Caesar Manera, followed by David Lippincott, followed by Mark Markel.
Good morning, Mayor Shivy and City Council members. As usual, I'm here to pray, but I like to say that I am extremely glad that faithfully the faith-based community has been here for a full year. And I am extremely glad that everyone that has been invited has been able to be here. Everyone is enjoying it, and everyone is looking forward to next year, just being part of this. As we come to these meetings, we also get to learn and see a lot of the things that, you guys get to work on. So to us, it has been a really good experience. So as usual, I'll just take a minute to pray, and whomever likes to join me, please do so. Father, in the precious name of Jesus, we thank you, and as we move forward into 2020, we pray that your blessings will continue to pour out in our region, in our city, in our leaders, every person that works for this city, every child, teenager, lady, and man that live in this place. We pray for our first responders, for our school district, for our fire department, for city council, for everyone to stay safe during this season, and Lord, to bless us as we start a brand new year. In the precious name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
And if I don't get to see you, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
David Lippincott, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Dr. Barry Blevins.
Well, good morning, Mayor Shiv, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I want to compliment you and the entire board for taking action to clean up the illegal campsites and our parks. I want the rivers and the river, our river, and our parks back as much as anyone in our community. However, I don't want them back at the expense of suffering of other human beings. I ask, well, first, I really think maybe we got the cart ahead of the horse. It's a great action, great idea to clean up our parks and that. However, when we kick those people, and they are people, out of their campsites, destroy their shelters, take their belongings, where are they going to go? They're not going to the Record Street shelter, it's full. where are they going to go? Because of the shortage of shelters, these people have had to provide their own shelter, band themselves together for their own protection into campsites, and make the best they can. And now we want to kick them out on the street. I know you don't want them in your ward. We don't want them downtown. And God's sake, don't bring them to my neighborhood. But where can they go? Where have we provided for them to go? Winter is beyond it. It's on us right now. This is the beginning of winter, and it's only going to get worse. Living on the streets without shelter in Reno can be brutal and or fatal. So I feel that kicking these people out at this time is and going to cause a lot of human suffering. So I ask that you postpone your cleanup until spring. During this delay, you provide Santa huts and garbage disposal in strategic points. So until the weather warms up and until you can work with members of the community who serve and have the best interests of the homeless and to provide another campground for them. Now, this concept of safe camps is not new. Seattle, San Antonio, other areas have done this and done it successfully. So I ask that you stop and think about this for a moment as human beings to what we're doing to other human beings. These campsites have existed on the river for years. I ask you, what a few more months would cause?
Yeah.
But it would save a lot of human suffering.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I received your letter late last night. Thank you.
Mark Markel, followed by Dr. Barry Blevins, followed by Michael Pitkin.
I know you would.
Good morning, Miss Mayor, and City Council members and City Manager. Merry Christmas to all. And I hope you have a good night. But anyways, my name is Mark Markel, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. I've been coming to these meetings for about 20 years. And I don't. This is the. I was in a car crash. We are doing 100. We rolled 8 times. I was ejected and it landed on my head. Put me in a coma for a month in the hospital for 6.5 months. And anyways, I don't know how it freaking. I lost my wife and I lost my dad. This is a shitty time of year for me. I don't know what to do. I don't want you people to go through what I'm going through, so don't drive with drunk drivers. Thank you. And don't drink drive.
Good message. Thanks, Mark.
Or smoke marijuana either.
Dr. Barry Blevins, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Donna Robinson.
My new introduction. Times 10,000.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me to come and speak with you this morning. I would like to thank each and every one of you for the efforts that you have made on helping our citizens in regards to housing, in regards to pedestrian safety, and our homeless population. One specific matter I would like you to at least look at, please, and that is when it comes to existing housing. The property managers and the developers that own these properties are not addressing the issues that have been raised by their tenants about code enforcement, about proper safety issues, about cleanliness. I have talked to the code enforcement people numerous times. I was here in front of City Council 3 weeks ago, and Alex Woodley came out and took a look at the apartment building, and he took his own pictures. I did not have to provide him with anything. Halfway through his walkthrough, he said, "Enough is enough. I've seen too much." I have tried to be in touch with his office numerous times since that time, all the way up till Monday. Just last night, when he was at my residence and in the building, there was standing mold, black mold, and I was able to show him over a period of 3 years that the mold issue had not been addressed. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to take a look at my credentials. I am a retired OSHA inspector and compliance trainer. And I have been able to show the Congressional Federal Regulations 29, 1900 through numerous violations. And your own code enforcement people, health department people, are just blowing it off. Your professionals are not even looking at these issues. I have been told numerous times that these are issues of landlord-tenant disputes. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, these are code enforcement health issues. Has nothing to do with landlord-tenant issues. Thank you very much.
you so
Have a
much.
wonderful, wonderful holiday.
Thank you very much. I just want you to know we did implement a tenant advisory board. If Alex is here, or no, he's not, oh, okay. Can you help assist this man, Joe? So Joe is going to get with you. Let him know, I know we still have a few seats left on that board. So that would be great. And then also to address this issue because it's not acceptable. Okay,
And I
thank you.
do have photos.
Thank
Anyway,
you. Keep them. Thank you very
much.
much.
Have a wonderful
You
holiday.
too, sir.
Michael Pitkin, followed by Donna Robinson, followed by Denise Ross.
My name is Michael Pitkin. During this season of giving, I humbly ask for a few things. First, it's hard to give if you can't even get to work. I talked with Zulily. They told me they needed workers. Many of their applicants do not have transportation. At one time, Zulily had shuttle service, but stopped due to non-use. This unreliable transportation is not good for business. I feel there should be a fixed RTC bus route from Reno and Sparks for services to all businesses at Reno Tahoe Industrial Center. RTC informed me of the contracted shuttle service provider, My Ride to Work. My Ride to Work informed me they provide services for Tesla, Panasonic, Jet, and Radial only. I believe a regular fixed RTC bus route or a beefed up My Ride to Work with bicycle capability is crucial for continued growth. Another thing I learned about the Reno Tahoe Industrial Center is they need a better criminal record, inmate history, past corrections, and law violations policy. This is the one group who needs to be employed the most, and they are being penalized. Reno is a city with a large inmate history population. All the Reno Tahoe Industrial Center businesses should have the ability to employ individuals with past criminal history records somehow. My next humble request. I understand the movement of the universal right to female hygiene products. I also believe there is a male equivalent of importance, and that is of shaving. My hormones cause me to have to shave every day. If I do not shave every day, I am stigmatized a bum and or homeless. This is not a once a month concern, but rather an everyday concern. And I even have to shave my head. In the last 4 years, when I regularly go to the Salvation Army, Good Shepherd Clothes Closet, St. Vincent's, etc., they are always out of razors. I know individuals can ask for help from the City of Reno for certain causes. I ask, may my representative, Oscar Delgado, find a way, whether a one-time or an ongoing way, to help supply all of the charities in the area, not only with female hygiene products, but razors as well. And if there is a few extra dollars, not deodorant, but antiperspirant is crucial. Thank you, and may you all have a blessed Yule. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Donna Robinson, followed by Denise Ross, followed by Heather Matthews.
Can I have the overhead, please?
Donna Robinson for the record. I am here on behalf of the class claimants in the Lemon Valley flood litigation. Nearly 3 years ago, flooding impacted dozens of homes and properties in the Lemon Valley area. Water from Swan Lake caused evacuations, road closures, millions of dollars in damages, and emergency response. Over the past 3 years, the community and this council have been told repeatedly that this was a unique occurrence and would likely not be repeated. But today, Swan Lake water levels are again higher than the surrounding streets and properties held back by temporary bags of sand and gravel. The lake begins this winter higher than any point in the last 15 years. Homeowners like myself, once again, have groundwater rising in our crawl spaces. Over the past 3 years, the city has spent more than $1.5 million of the taxpayers' monies to defend this litigation from the flooding. Yet this past June, a judge and jury found the city responsible for causing the flooding in Lemon Valley through mismanaged wastewater and stormwater practices related to development in the North Valleys. The city appears to be ready to spend another $1 million against the citizens that work, live, and spend money in the greater Reno area. This is wasteful and inappropriate. I am providing and showing you an offer of judgment settlement demand presented by the claimants of the Lemon Valley flooding to the city of Reno. You should have your handouts. There have been previous revelations that city council members are not always told of negotiations in land development cases. I show this to you today in public comment after it was delivered to the city attorney. The Lemon Valley claimants will settle their claims with the city for a total of $3.25 million. This is inclusive of the statutory required interest, fees, and costs associated with the litigation. The city should have an open and transparent discussion about settlement, not behind closed doors, with one version of facts. The city's arguments fell on deaf ears twice, and now as winter is coming, the waters are rising. Citizens deserve the opportunity to repair and protect our homes. We deserve to be compensated for the city's role in flooding our properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Ross, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hard to follow that one. I was just here to show support for the residents. We've heard time and time again how this can drag on for years and how that's acceptable, I guess. Yet I hear how you guys talk about supporting our veterans. We have veterans out there. We have a veteran, Mike Walls, that's lived in a fifth-wheel trailer for 2 years, who can't get air conditioning, who obviously it has to be cold at this time of year, and they have to look at the property where they once resided, where they're told they can move back into their house, but you really can't. There's people like Danny, who, before his dad died, asked me to take care of him. I can't take care of him when his house is breaking apart. You can take care of him. You can start making these residents whole again. Their lives have become totally stagnant. They can't move, and they're all facing serious health issues. Tracy and Dave Hall. Tracy's health is failing. Dave is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. These are lives. These are lives that decisions that previous council, that you guys continue to make. Development without appropriate infrastructure. So I can't tell you what all of the residents out there need that are involved in this lawsuit. I can just remind you of the lives. People like Angel and Gladys and their family of girls and their son, you know, and these little girls lost everything they owned overnight. How do you make up for what's going to happen to Mike and Linda? Mike is probably not going to make it for a whole lot longer. He's ill, and that's on your guys' shoulders. That's on you. Donna has gone into financial ruins. All of them have gone into financial ruins. And I asked you to seriously consider the lives that your decision's going to impact, and stop just saying we can drag the case on for years. Because as you do that, all of these families and all of their lives are going to start to drop off. One by one, their health is going to fail, and this has taken a toll on all of us. We have lost members, family members. We all have out there, and this stress hasn't helped any of us. And I just ask that you guys really consider this and consider the lives, because it's going to cost money in the long run. But let's just take care of this. Thank you.
Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Dr. Larry Weiss.
Hello, my name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University with a Master of Science degree, summa cum laude, in counseling, and I'm the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. For the past 4 years, I've been trying to get my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light, published, and the California State University has been paying bribes to stop the publication of this book. Accepting a bribe is a cursed thing, as it says in Deuteronomy 27 of the Holy Bible. Cursed is he who accepts a bribe for the slaying or the hurting of an innocent person. There's been lots of people accepting bribes in the state of Nevada. This amounts to joining forces with Satan because you are actually helping satanic forces to elicit adverse activity, including criminal activity and intentional torts, on the people of Nevada. I have a case that was in district court, and nothing was done at all to help put forth any of the motions that I had. Judge Wilson did not even attend to or adhere to anything that I said. Now my case is in the Supreme Court of the state of Nevada. I am trying to eradicate sovereign immunity. This is something that puts government people above the law. And as we have seen with Donald Trump, who thinks that he is above the law and can get away with anything, there is mass corruption because of it. California State University is not above the law, and it does not have the right to interfere in the publication of my books. The U.S. government does not have the ability or the right to supersede the laws of the land. This is a chance now for the state of Nevada to step forward and have some integrity and do the right thing and help eradicate sovereign immunity. Nevada has been dumped on in the past because it's known for corruption. Nuclear waste and nuclear weapons have been dumped here, despite objections from Governor Sisolak and the state of Nevada. This will affect generations to come. And I don't want to see future generations living in a state of corruption and satanic activity. And accepting bribes is perverse. I would like to see the U.S. and all the people in it adhere to the laws of the Constitution in this country, and the laws of the Constitution and this country shall adhere to the laws of God, because the Word of God is living and active. Thank you very much, and I know they'll do the right thing in the Supreme Court and put my books forward.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Dr. Larry Weiss, followed by Maria Barber.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I would like to address the subject of hunger as another factor of the problem of homelessness. Food is an absolute necessity. We cannot live without it. It's needed even more than a place to stay. There is no doubt about it. Even when someone loses their home and winds up homeless and on the street, in order for them to stay alive, they still have to have food to eat. But after losing their home, they've lost their cooking utensils too. So what they can eat for any meal is on a very limited menu. They no longer have a stove to cook with, nor do they have refrigeration. But eating uncooked processed foods is still better than starvation. But eating fast foods or processed foods is also more expensive. The problems related to homelessness get more and more extensive. But at least here in Reno, there are people who are willing to give help, such as food, to those who are hungry and need food to live. All of such generous people I would like to thank, such as those who volunteer and donate to the Northern Nevada Food Bank. And the Methodist churches drop in a bucket where we bag up food and proceed to hand out that food to people who are homeless, hungry, or in need. And to those who volunteer and donate to UNR's PAC provisions for students who have sacrificed so much to fulfill their educational visions. And to those who also help out at 2nd Street's Urban Roots, where they teach children how to garden and grow and produce vegetables and fruits. There, a lot of young children are not only taught how to grow their own food, but are also fed food for thought. Give a child some food, and that child will have food to eat that day. But teach a child to garden, and that child may have food to eat every day. Hunger is a situation for which I have concern. I want to thank you all for hearing me today as I share these things that I learned. Thank you.
I always love your poems, and they're so meaningful. Great job.
Thank you. I'm not through yet.
Dr. Larry Weiss, followed by Maria Barber, followed by Mercedes de la Garza.
Mayor Sheevy, council members, good morning. Thank you for hearing today. I'm here to support item agenda number B13, which is support for elder gap services. The Reno Senior Citizens Advisory Committee has reviewed and supported this. Actually, we have provided elder gap services for several years. What that includes is maybe for a Reno elder in need that doesn't have any money to support a soiled bed, anything that insurance or their personal accounts don't account for. Maybe it's a dental service or a variety of other things that they just can't afford. We even provided some propane to heat a house, something like that. Medications and other sources like rent. Rent has been really dominant the past year or so for these folks. So I ask that you support this initiative. We will continue. It's a small amount of funds for what the need is out there. And if you have any other source, I would gladly welcome it. My Center for Healthy Aging is a 501c3 nonprofit, and we welcome donations. Thank you very much.
Maria Barber, followed by Mercedes de la Garza, followed by Levi Hooper.
Good morning. My name is Maria Barber. I am a parent here in the Reno area. We live in Verdi. And I have two daughters, Lila here, who's 13, my other daughter who's 9. And I'm just here to speak about Sky Tavern and extending the 30-year lease. So we've been part of Sky Tavern for 4 years, and it has changed our daughter's life. This one in particular, she started on a sit ski 4 years ago. And then Greg, our liaison at Sky Tavern, who's become a really good friend, said, wait a minute, So now she's skiing upright on skis with a slider on the number 4 level, which is coming out of, the steepest runs there at Sky Tavern. I can't find her, and I see her and my husband come flying out of the trees. So this has changed her life, changed her confidence, changed her balance, changed her coordination, and it's something we could have never afforded without Sky Tavern, not to mention how it affects the community as a whole. So her peers from Verdi Elementary, a whole handful of them also skied at Sky Tavern and would come out and go, Lila, I didn't know you could ski. So it just shows that she can do what everyone else can do. And you wouldn't see that if something like Sky Tavern didn't exist, because we pay $165 per child to ski for the season. One lesson at Squaw Valley for instruction for Lila is $165. Doesn't even include your lift ticket for the rest of the day, doesn't include your equipment, includes nothing but a lesson. So we would never be able to afford her to have this experience. She belongs to Sierra Nevada Children's Choir. We're in choir last Thursday, and 3 kids, you're going to Sky Tavern? No way, I'm going to Sky Tavern. I'm doing Sky Tavern. Then I pick up my 9-year-old who goes to Doral Academy, and she's talking with 3 other friends. We're all going to Sky Tavern this year. So it impacts the community in so many ways that we would like to just say how important extending that 30-year lease would be for our family and the community as a whole. Thank you.
All right,
Have a
good
wonderful
job.
holiday.
Lila, you could be the next David Weiss. He started at Sky Tavern, the Olympian.
did.
So Don't count that out.
Andy lives in Verdi, and his daughter
That's
goes to
right.
Verdi.
He
Yeah.
does. He does.
Yep.
All right.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mercedes de la Garza, followed by Levi Hooper, followed by Sam Dene.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Mercedes de la Garza. I'm an architect who comes before this body and the Planning Commission sometimes for work and also on issues I think are important to our community. I encourage my clients to come and be a part of the public process that involves them. I explain to them that sometimes we prevail and sometimes we fail, but never would I have guessed for my clients to be publicly humiliated. After the November council meeting, when the special use permit was attached to the shading ordinance change, Las Vegas developer Mr. Beaver came to the Trinity Cathedral to make a presentation. At this meeting, he represented a number of items he would like to negotiate with Trinity, including proximity, parking and proximity, a financial package to help offset the loss of the solar, add snowmelt, and supplemental lighting to the stained glass. He initially sent an MOU, which turned into an agreement, and was persistent in reaching a signed agreement prior to the December 4th meeting. He emailed several times a day and into the night, and on this agreement was item 7, which requested an indemnification of everything in perpetuity. After much consideration of what was best for the congregation and the community at large, on the evening of December 3rd, Len Charlotte of Trinity submitted a letter to Mr. Beaver before the meeting indicating they would like to remain good neighbors and to exist cooperatively without entering into any formal agreement. During the December 4th meeting, attorney Garrett Gordon continued to harass the Trinity leadership, enticing them by raising the amount of dollars being offered if they signed the agreement. Trinity countered after they determined a more accurate cost of remedies for the new icing issues. Then, Mayor, you allowed Garrett to get up and speak on an unagendized item without rebuttal from Trinity, and he portrayed the church as greedy extortionists. I was embarrassed for you, Council and Mayor, and I was humiliated for my clients at Trinity for Garrett's behavior during that meeting. I would think that an attorney would be held to a higher ethical standard when negotiating in good faith. So I'm here before you today because I want the council to know what the process makes, how it makes your constituents feel. This is from an email from Father William from Trinity. What I'm feeling is violated. The only other time I have felt like this was when my home was broken into in Philadelphia. My great-grandfather and grandfather's watches were taken and the dresser drawers were ransacked. I feel used and cheapened. I'm finding myself wanting to weep and at the same time explode with anger. Trinity Cathedral has served those who have the least among us and have been a cultural center in the community for over 100 years. They feed the homeless. They host chamber music events, art town events, and community choral concerts. Yesterday, they delivered wrapped Christmas presents for over 140 local children to include a toy, a pair of shoes, and a piece of warm clothing for each child. For them to be treated so shabbily by this body was very disappointing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mercedes.
Levi Hooper, followed by Sam Dene,
It's
followed
okay,
by...
You can clap. Ashley's not here today. No, just kidding.
What?
She'll kill me if I say that. Madam Clerk isn't in the house.
She's listening.
No, just kidding.
Mayor
Oh,
made it
she's
funny.
listening. Sorry, Ashley. Okay, go ahead.
Levi Hooper, followed by Sam Dene, followed by Robert Andrade. Levi Hooper is not in the room. Sam Dene, followed by Robert Andrade, followed by Tom Polikalis.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Ms. Mayor. I'm Sam Dene, and I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation, and I've been coming to these meetings for 25 years, introducing myself in probably 500 different ways, including being responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno. But it really boils down to is the fact that I am one of Reno's, I've morphed myself into one of Reno's Good Samaritans. A Good Samaritan is a person who does something out of the goodness of his heart, no money, nothing, just uses his talents and his heart to do things. And I've been doing that. So I'm a Good Samaritan times 10,000. That's me, Sam DNA Dene. Last week, and I've been coming to these meetings, 6,427 meetings through the years, and last week, the mayor and the city manager inspired me to do my duty and dust off the definition of freedom of speech, First Amendment. And it was brought up to date so anybody can understand it in 1961 by the Supreme Court unanimously, and they broke it down plainly. Quote, as Americans, we have the profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and may well include vehement and caustic attacks against government and public officials, unquote. That's, in other words, the First Amendment was made for warriors, not for Buttafuoco kissers. And I politely juxtapose the First Amendment. I juxtapose politely the First Amendment versus the mayor's, I'm putting words in her mouth, the mayor's definition of the First Amendment freedom of speech. Be nice or else. That is vehement, right? Really vehement. And she's a nice lady, and I'm not criticizing her attitude about that. But so, Be Nice or Else. It's her favorite book. She's asked me to read it many times. I've read it several times, and I found at least there's 4 or 5 chapters that could actually be dedicated to me, Sam DNA Dene. Reno's Good Samaritan times 10,000. Okay, 8,000. I also have to juxtapose that what I just quoted to you, the freedom of speech, vehement, caustic attacks, if you want, against the government. But it should also say against the media, because here in Reno, we have the media wacko freak cowards. They do not understand what freedom of speech means that I just quoted to you. I'll come up here and I will bring up these ideas and brilliant ideas, and the media wacko freak yellow belly cowards are so scared of this 160-pound senior citizen that the 10,000-pound elephant in the middle of the room isn't even there. They are scared. They're not allowed to write anything about Sam, and they're destroying the Reno with their refusal to acknowledge Sam's brilliance and his humbleness.
Thanks, Sam. To know Sam is to love Sam, right? His bark is worse than his bite. He's a really, really nice man.
Robert Andrade, followed by Tom Polakalis, followed by Eric Rude.
Mayor Shivi, City Council members, and Reno City Clerk, good morning. It's a hard act to follow. My name is Robert Andrade. I'm Senior Warden at Trinity Episcopal Cathedral, and I'm reading a letter this morning from Kate Flucchini, who is a Reno attorney. She is one of our members at the Cathedral, and she is wanting to speak on the shading ordinance, so I'm reading that letter for her. Regarding objection, protest to amending Reno City Code 18.12.301, public parks and plaza shading. Dear City Clerk and Council members, I write to express my objection to a proposed amendment to Reno City Municipal Code 18.12.301, public parks and plaza shading. The current code provision is extremely narrow, thus revising it must have a substantially good purpose. I have not heard a good purpose for this revision. I understand that at least part of the current purpose of this revision is to remove potential construction limitations on a 20-story building to be built directly to the south of Wingfield Park and the Truckee River. This building would be twice the size of the county courthouse and potentially rendered the park and river shaded for substantial portions of time. This would impact our community as a whole. Yet this amendment is being considered without truly informing our community about its impact and giving the community an opportunity to express its opinions on this proposal. Frankly, I only know of this proposed amendment because I am a member of Trinity Cathedral, which also will be greatly impacted by the proposed construction. Any construction on a lot on the Truckee River next to Trinity Cathedral needs to be fully vetted, not rushed through the holidays. There is no reason to rush through revising our municipal code, and cast aside good permitting practices. If the building proposed by Kai Investments will truly be a benefit to our community, then it can withstand this vetting. Kai Investments advertises a mission statement of, quote, developing trust through transparency and vision. What is being proposed is the exact opposite of that mission statement. Kai is attempting to build a building as big as any casino properties or large office building almost on top of the Truckee River and right next to a city landmark, Trinity Cathedral, and the county courthouse. This development should not go forth without considering all of the impacts it will have on our community, starting with the shading of community assets. This is from Kate again. I'm a member of Trinity Cathedral, a practicing Reno attorney, and a longtime community member raising my children in this great city. I'm excited to see Reno grow and prosper. I am excited at the prospect of purposeful redevelopment. I'm also a firm conviction that the City Council, as stewards of the city, needs to be carefully consider the long-term implications of these developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Tom Polakalis, followed by Eric Rude, followed by Ron Bell.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, Tom Polakalis, today representing the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We're a nonprofit organization advocating for energy efficiency and its environmental and economic benefits in 6 southwestern states. November 29th, Governor Sisolak emphasized his commitment to addressing climate change at a press conference, and I wanted to thank the City of Reno for your contributions for addressing climate change and greenhouse gas emissions in a very cost-effective manner. One of the examples with your ordinance on commercial energy use benchmarking, it's first in the state of Nevada. We're touting it to other municipalities across the state. Thank you for that. And your commercial property assessed clean energy loan fund, that'll help private sector businesses become more energy efficient, lower their utility bills, and thereby be an economic stimulus. I wanted to also thank your staff, the Building Code Department, Dylan Shaver, Lynn Barker, and Suzanne Lanfante in Sustainability for their excellent work. This past month, actually last month in Las Vegas, there was a national meeting to address what the building energy codes will be in 2021 and beyond. I know that you were involved in that with Council of Mayors, but city staff was very involved in those discussions that will impact the entire country. So thank you to your staff for being involved in that, and then also facilitating some research done in conjunction with the Governor's Office of Energy and some other entities to identify opportunities for improving the building energy code process in Northern Nevada and how buildings are built, impacting all of our energy bills. I did want to ask you to take a look at down the road, maybe the possibility of having a presentation on what cities across the West are doing to advance electric transportation. There's a lot of information coming out now that not only is transportation the largest single emitter of greenhouse gases, but Washoe County Air Quality District has identified transportation as being a huge, I think ballpark 66% of particulates, which impact human health and here in our area. The cost of asthma, according to the research I saw from the Center for Disease Control, it's about $1,000 a year for somebody suffering from asthma. So air pollution is causing human health issues, and there may be some ideas as we're sharing what the City of Reno is doing in the building space. There may be some examples, say from the City of Denver has adopted an EV-ready building code to require multifamily residences and others to have a certain number of parking spaces available for EV charging. I have to confess, being an EV advocate, I'm not driving one. I know, isn't that horrifying? I had, yes, it's an embarrassing confession, but I was renting an apartment up in Southwest Reno, no EV charging, couldn't run the extension cord across my fellow neighbors' townhouses. So there's a need in the multifamily housing space in particular to get some EV charging. NV Energy now has incentives that folks can take advantage of to facilitate EV charging. So it's a good opportunity maybe to visit that space and to see what we can do to help electrify transportation in this area. Again, kudos to you for your great work on climate change issues and energy efficiency, sustainability, and wishing you a Merry Christmas. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I've been following everything you're doing. It's impressive. I would agree with you. I think we should have a special meeting on, you know, how we're addressing climate change in our cities, from tall buildings to transportation. So thank you, because I know that you have made some huge strides.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor.
Eric Rude, followed by Ron Bell, followed by Amir Heron.
Good morning, and thank you. I'd really like to thank the City Council and the City of Reno supporting the Sky Tavern program for so many years. One thing I would like to ask you to do is to approve the lease that's coming up. Because as you saw, this little girl that was here, breaks your heart. You know, we all face challenges, right? We've had thousands of children come through this program, and we've been able to teach them far more than skiing and boarding. We've been teaching them how to overcome challenges in their lives. Many of the people that come to our program are from Reno Housing Authority or people that can't afford the $300 or $400 a day to ski, but yet our general manager struggles and works very hard to make this program very affordable. And the volunteers who cooperate and work together in this program develop the fellowship to bring skiing to all those who want to try it. And we think that this program is unbelievable. It's only the one like this in the States, and Reno has it. It's well known. How many people here in this room for the last 65 years have gone through Sky Tavern, right? We know it, right? It's a great program. I'm sure I'm not looking behind me, but there are a lot of people here that really enjoy the program. And the thing is, as we face challenges, nothing's more brings us more joy to see a joyous child, as this one that was here, who seeks that freedom of mobility and moving around. And the adaptive group that does so well. And the children, I mean, we have children to come and I hate this program. I hate this program. I want to stop. And then 6 weeks later, you can't get them off the hill. You're like, come on, we're shutting the lift. Oh, one more lift. All right, one more run. Come on, go. You know, because we want them to enjoy the freedom. And one thing that I really enjoy about this is the families. They being families together. And you know what? In these days, the 15 minutes you have on that chairlift might be the only time you get to talk to your child. They're so busy playing with electronic gear, you get to have a one-on-one conversation with your child. And that is so important, and develop the families, the groups, and make sure that they're having fun. So the thing is, I would like you to consider to make sure that we have that location for 30 years, because after 65 years, another 30 years, hopefully I'll be there, and we'll see this go on, because we make a huge impact on this Reno area, and as it's growing, we see it growing every day. There's going to be more and more people. We need to have this program. So I'm asking you to do the right thing, approve that lease, and let us continue with this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ron Bell, followed by Amir Heron, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Good morning. My name is Ron Bell. I am a property owner and also a realtor in that area. I probably sell more stuff on that hill than just about anybody. I probably, unless somebody in this room is a property owner, can, say I'm wrong. I don't know a homeowner up there or property owner that would not want Mount Rose to take over Sky Tavern. You have a viable ski area right there, modern equipment, patrol, highly trained. There's no reason Mount Rose just can't take it over. And I would suggest for the agenda, if we can have that letter and Mount Rose spirit of their intent. I don't know what their intent is. I guess apparently I have that new letter. The ski area just sits empty 90% of the time. We drive by there, it's just sitting there rotting. And they have it open every once in a while, and it's this great thing. Everybody's going, directing traffic and everything. I love it. I love the spirit. My kids went through Sky Tavern and everything. Let's keep it in place. Let's let Mount Rose, that has the resources, take this over. We create this worldwide ski area. People don't realize that Mount Rose, I've skied all over the world, is the best ski area in the world for lift access steep terrain. Why not put some nice intermediate terrain in Mount Rose? Mount Rose doesn't have a lot of intermediate terrain. The volunteer program is just amazing. They do such a good job. I can't say enough for them. There's no reason we can't grandfather in the program the same rates, the same spirit, and let Mount Rose take it over. They can maybe only do a shorter term lease, maybe 5 years, and then look, let's revisit it in 5 years. 30 years is a very long time. The water, there's, on one hand, water's tied up there. On the other hand, there's a lot of water. I don't know if you know it or not, there's incredible water wars going on up there on that hill. We probably have 3 different water boards up there. Everybody's fighting over water. The lines are rotting. They're trying to put new wells. Sky Tavern has water. They got tanks and everything. Along the lines with water, get the water tanks in place, get them working, and let them use them for snowmaking and incorporate the water into Tamwa or something like that, a municipal water district that can take care of it right now. Everybody right now is fighting right now. The water bills up there are $300 a month for us, for water, okay? And because we're so short on water. So they've created this artificial water wars up there, and we're on the middle of a hill with all this runoff, and there's water. We're just swimming in water up there. It's right underneath our feet, but everybody's fighting over it. So they got to get that taken care of. And then on the thing with the thing sitting empty, there's no reason, they do this in Colorado, in Europe somewhat. You rent them out, rent the ski out for corporate events. Companies would love to go up there and have a corporate ski day. A Californian go up there and rent it out to his rich buddies for the day. Rent the thing on midweek for corporate events. But again, Mount Rose brings the resources, they bring the snowcats, they bring the patrol to manage this place and keep the program in place grandfathered in a shorter lease. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Amir Heron, followed by Maury Kabaz.
Good morning. How are you today? My name is Amir Herrera, and I'm a member of, I lived in Reno for 19 years. I want to tell you I'm very proud to be a citizen of this city. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I just wanted to say that Sam doesn't want to be the citizen of the year. I want to be nominated, and just thank you for everything, and have a great holiday. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final public commenter is Maury Kabaz.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi. Good Mayor Shivi, members of the council, good Chief Soto, Mr. Hall. You know my name and you're familiar with my complaint. I've been coming here 5 years to get my property back and get the overarching complaint resolved. This was serious. It was probed by robbery homicide at one point, involved my bad stockholders with influence and a cult. People with mental and physical abilities. You can actually go on internet and watch them these days, and their abilities does not give them a license to prey on people. That's simple, but nothing's been done about it. It was investigated. There has been last 5 years, it has been progress, thanks to good people here, good Mayor Shivi, good Chief Soto, but there's also, as I have reported, this one perpetrator, a cultist, he has also been sabotaging. The development here is that he's in trouble. Again, he was arrested in 2016. He did not learn his lesson. In fact, he came back retaliating, and now he's in trouble again. It is nobody's fault. It's nobody in these chambers. It's not my fault. He's just one of those criminals who's delusional, who thinks he's above everybody, above the police, above the city, and he just doesn't get it. It's nobody's fault. There is also opportunity here to settle this, and I'm working on that, and I'm working on court discussions for the lawyers. That's about it. I don't have a written follow-up for you. Congratulate you on adding hundreds of residential units to help with the housing crisis, and happy holidays.
Thank you so much, Maury.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. We have some additional public commenters that have just registered.
Okay.
Our first commenter is Randy Thompson, followed by Ann Carpenter.
Okay, I'm just going to remind those, if you just arrived, then you get 3 minutes, because we want to make sure everyone has equal time. So just pay attention to the clock, and I'll stop you if you go over.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support of this extension of the Sky Tavern lease. I've met with almost all of you. Several months ago, we started this process, and I explained to you all the importance of this 30-year lease that we're seeking today. We started this process well over a year ago, when we wanted to look into the feasibility of putting in lights and snowmaking. And as we started to talk to donors, every donor said, come back to us with a long-term lease and we'll talk to you, because we need a good return on your investment. So that 30-year lease is critical to us raising $2.5 million to put in snowmaking and lights. And that will help us to have a consistent ski year for both the adaptive ski program, as Maria Barber explained, as well as the junior ski program, as well as, the man alluded to earlier, doing corporate events. We actually are trying to expand our season to start renting the place out on Fridays for corporate events. We actually do a lot of weddings and meetings up there. I think the city council's actually met there. So we do use the program, the Sky Tavern year-round. We call it the hike, bike, and ski park, because we now have expanded to mountain biking as well. But this specific lease is to help us raise funding, as you all know, to put in the snowmaking and the lights. And we need that to help expand our programs for our local ski teams. Our local ski teams are actually losing places where they can train. So we want to be able to have those evenings available for our high schools, and even the University of Nevada ski team, which, by the way, is nationally ranked, was kicked off of Squaw Valley last year. So we want to become a training facility for our local athletes. I'm going to close quickly with a quote, you've all received a letter from Constance Beverly of Share Winter. And I just want to read a little bit from her letter. Based on our observations and evaluations of Sky Tavern's commitment and success in providing efficient, effective, and sustainable ski and snowboard opportunities to local youth, we've selected Sky Tavern as a grant recipient and partner for the last 3 years. Sky Tavern and its unique proximity to and relationship with the city of Reno has made it an excellent example of the success that is possible when nonprofits and city leadership work together. Sky Tavern is a unique program with significantly more potential to grow and impact the ski industry at large. Sky Tavern's ability to reach the potential and serve as an example to the rest of the industry rests on the approval of the long-term lease, which will garner further national investment from our organization and growing partnerships. So I can only say that this lease is critical to the future of Sky Tavern, and we thank you for your time today.
All right, thanks, good job.
Ann Carpenter, followed by Yeshua Risto.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ann Carpenter. I'm a new board member for Sky Tavern, and I thank the mayor and the council members for allowing me the opportunity to speak on agenda item 2, but the long-term lease, in support of it. The board has begun to diversify itself and brought in a lot more and varying talent to its base. I bring in permitting and project development expertise. And when I started getting involved with the organization, I brought in permitting experts to help us tackle the necessary permits and needs with Army Corps of Engineers and others with regard to snowmaking and other opportunities at the site. With that, we've made a very significant investment in bringing the Army Corps of Engineering permit, the 404, forward to a point where we need to take it to the next level. But again, we need a longer-term lease to raise the money to make sure that we can complete that investment on the city property. This is a program that's been going on for over 70 years. It's helped over 100,000 kids and families go through the program, and we look forward to being able to do that for another 70 years, advancing with the 30-year lease initially. What I was able to do was bring a very talented permitting group to the table to help guide our permits, and that's EM Strats. It stands for Environmental Strategies. In addition, so on the 404 permit, the stages that we've been able to complete include the jurisdictional determination for the wetland delineation, draft compilation for the individual permit that includes a mitigation plan, and that mitigation plan is under review with the Corps. Again, the next steps and for the finalization of the permit is a very significant investment in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. for which we need to go out and find partners with, and we have those waiting in the wings. I'd like to also address Mr. Bell, some of his comments. He mentioned Mount Rose and their ski patrol. Well, we have a large training facility there at Sky Tavern. We train a lot of Pro Patrol, and a lot of those Pro Patrol end up at Mount Rose. So it serves for the community, the training that does go on there. We need that 30-year lease to raise the money. It's a further investment into the city property, and I really hope that you guys vote in support of that 30-year lease. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Our final public commenter is Yeshua Risto.
Good morning, Council. My comments today are in regards to item F1. Item F1, as written on the agenda, violates the open meeting laws, the clear and complete standard of the open meeting laws. NRS 241.020, parentheses 2D1, the clear and complete standard, open meeting laws, says agenda items for resolutions, ordinances, regulations, statutes, rules, or other such items to be considered should be described to what the statute, ordinance, regulation, resolution, or rule relates so that the public may determine if it is a subject in which they have interest, which might lead to their attendance at the public meeting. By omitting the words exemption and downtown regional center overlay district, you have failed to give public appropriate notice so that those who may be interested could come down and speak on this topic. If you choose to move forward today and take action on an item which is known to violate the open meeting laws, you could face a civil penalty for doing so. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you, Ted.
Good to see you all.
Did you change your name?
Yes.
You changed your name, because I'm like,
Yeah, but stay focused. This is a really serious issue and a really serious allegation I just brought forward.
I know,
you
thank you.
violated the open meeting laws on December 4th when you moved forward with this issue. And I know that the developer is pushing you to do this quickly because they have money that needs to get moved around before the end of the year. But if you take action today, you're doing so knowingly in violation of the open meeting laws. This is an issue that affects a lot of people in the downtown area. Our downtown is full of people, marginalized and vulnerable people, who might not have the time to read through the packet of information that gives the details on this issue. If they were reading the agenda and they saw the agenda item written as F1, they would have no idea that it's specifically related to an exemption for the downtown zoning district. I encourage you to hold off on your vote today and go back, redo the vote on December 4th within a proper agenda item. Thank you.
thanks, Ted.
And with that, Madam Mayor, you have no further public comment.
All right, thank you so much.
We'll be
Okay.
moving to item A4, approval of the agenda.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council members for a motion.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I do have a couple of items. Item B4, approval of contract with Ralph Anderson for recruitments for deletion, so to remove that from the agenda. And then we have a number of time certain items. Item D3 is the Reno Fire Department study from the Center for Public Safety Management. We do have consultants who are here in town just for that presentation, so we will likely take it out of order. Item D4, P3 Partners, LLC exclusive negotiating agreement for City Center Plaza National Bowling Center and Reno Event Center for 1 p.m. or after. And then item D5, Nevada Fiduciary Solutions presentation, approximately after 1:30, sometime in there. So those are the three changes. And then I was notified by the city attorney's office that they would like an attorney-client meeting during a break that you may take, but no time certain on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask, do you have any other, sometimes you come back and add a few more things, no?
I think that's it.
Okay, good, thanks so much. Okay, at this time, I have a motion, I think, from Councilman Delgado on approval of the agenda.
Second.
A second from Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Motion carries.
All right, we're on our consent agenda.
All right.
And we
Madam
do
Clerk,
have-
At this time, do you have any public comment?
We do have public comment registered for this.
Okay.
Our first public commenter is Donna Clontz.
You're first. Come on up.
Good morning. Good morning, Council and Mayor and City Manager. My name's Donna Clontz. I'm Chair of the city's Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, and two items are on your agenda this morning, B12 and B13, which have to do with funding for a couple of projects that the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee discussed and voted on. We want to thank you as supporters of our senior community to allow us to get a small line item of $43,500 each year that we can use to give back to the community to promote senior events and senior programs and to fill gaps that we see that the senior community needs. Item B12 is for the 25th anniversary of our committee. We're one of the oldest committees of citizens that the city of Reno has. We were created in 1995. Our sister committee that's about the same age as we are is the Access Advisory Committee as well. So both of us are about 25 years old. And so we thought taking the silver anniversary and making it a really special year for our seniors would be a way for us to do a lot of outreach. Our plan is to do an outreach event in each of the wards and here at City Hall to invite our seniors to come, but also to give resources to them and to have kind of a mini resource fair at each one of these things. So part of the money will go toward enticing them to come with some refreshments, but also part of it is for materials and supplies that we can use for outreach. Especially we want to reach Ward 4, Bonnie Weber's district, because there isn't a senior center there. And I know Councilwoman Weber has been working really hard to come up with some ways to make that happen, and we want to help her do that. So that's item B12. Item B13 is the Elder Gap program that Dr. Larry Weiss talked to you about earlier. We helped create that about 3 or 4 years ago with some of our funds. It was a kind of a brainchild of the social service folks, the social workers at Washoe County, and Larry's nonprofit and the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, who kept finding that there were gaps in the system that weren't covering things that especially our most low-income and our struggling seniors needed, as the things like that Larry pointed out. So things like helping them with medicine when they've run out of funds for the month, or helping them with a gap in the rent when they're about to be evicted. Those are the kinds of things that get referred to the Elder Gap program. So there's a gatekeeper with our case managers and our social workers here in the county to make sure that these are really folks in desperate straits. So our fund from our council and from our senior advisory committee for Elder Gap really makes lives better and actually saves lives. So we thank you again for all your assistance and all your support, and happy holidays from all of us to all of you.
Thank you so much. Great job. Love the hat.
Our next public commenter is Iris Gel Papard.
Hi, Iris Jaley Papard with One Truckee River, and I just wanted to do a shout out for B2, approval of the Truckee River Message Signage Plan, as this is a prioritized action item of One Truckee River. So I appreciate the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and Washoe County for working together to pull this off. And I wanted to just give you kudos. Thanks.
All right, good job.
With that, Madam Mayor, you have no further public comment on the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members to give me the items that they would like to pull off consent. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Weber, since I always start to the right. Sorry, did I catch you off? Okay, is there anything you want to pull off? No, okay. Councilwoman Jordan? Nope. Okay, and I'm going to pull off item B13. Councilman Delgado?
B3.
Okay, Councilman Reese? Councilwoman Breckus?
I'd like to pull off B2. Did Mr. Delgado say B3?
Yes.
Okay. B5 and B11. And is B4, was that the one that was pulled?
That was
Deleted?
deleted.
So it's not coming back? Okay, thank you.
Anything else? No?
Madam
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, go, I'm so sorry, Councilwoman Dewar. Just remind me whenever you want to speak. Just butt in. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just had a quick question on B16. I don't know if it needs to be pulled, but let's just pull it and we'll get to it when we get to it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. All right, with that being said, I'm going to ask council to approve the rest of the consent agenda. I have a
Second.
motion from Councilman Jordan, a second from Councilman Delgado. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all the new businesses in the city of Reno. Good job. Okay. We're going to start with consent. We're going to go to Councilwoman Breckus, item B2.
I'm very excited for this implementation of this new signage, regional signage program along the river. A couple questions I have very specifically, and maybe Ms. Schroeder, our Parks Director, can answer is, first of all, it looks like, because it's multi-jurisdictional, there's going to be a lot of different logos on the signs. It looks like Reno's is the only non-black and white one. And past experience looking at public signage shows that our weather really beats down signage. And I'm wondering if that's a concern, that we're bringing in a more complicated design that'll fade out in the elements over time. Did you have thoughts on that, or is it possible to take our logo black and white?
Jamie Schroeder, for the record, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. The committee has met on this several times, so I'll have to go back to them to find out if there was in fact an issue with the city logo being tricolor, if you will, versus the other two entities being black and white. I don't have an answer for that today.
Okay, it's an outlier of the logos, and, we're the maintenance, so I just wanted to raise it up. And then the other issue is somewhat related, is along the river, even since I've been on council in 2012, there's been some signage efforts, and some of those signs are looking not too great. They get like water underneath, and then they get blurry. I didn't see in the staff report, are you going to take down some signs that you are?
Yes.
Okay, because I think the signs, as much as additive, removing signs that are obsolete or in poor repair, those demonstrate a sign too that maybe people aren't caring for the course. So,
Agreed.
and the experience. So great. And yeah, if you look at that multicolor and make sure that's going to do the job, I would appreciate it. So with that, I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Item B3, I think, was that you, Councilman?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jamie, for staying there. I just wanted to highlight this and thank staff for jumping on this. We're actually going to have some restrooms now at Miguel Rivera Park, which is great for all the families, all the kids, everyone that utilizes the park, especially. It's a high utilized park, especially because the high density of the area. We have tons of apartments that live there. So Miguel Rivera Park, Neil Road Park, is literally hundreds of families' front and backyard. And so it's imperative and important that we now have installed restrooms there after so many years. Council approved this last year in October, so I know a lot of the kids and families are looking forward to having actually restrooms there versus some sandy huts and so forth. So thank you, Jamie. I know the amount is more than what we had thought of, and that's because of just prevailing wage. But thank you again. I know the families are looking forward to it. Just wanted to highlight it. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
There's no others. I think Councilwoman Breckus may have some questions, but after that, I look
Go
forward to making the motion.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this project also, because I know when we opened it, it was the hanging chad we needed to get to. The bid environment is difficult. I mean, our estimate was 117, it's coming in at 176. The staff report said that there's adequate, funds and RTC, but everything cuts in every way. I mean, it's really just a basement or a bathroom foundation. Have you all looked at doing this in-house?
Well,
Do you have the
our
capacity?
typical standard for restrooms right now is to do the prefabricated ones because those hold up to the vandalism and the heavy use. And in this park, we want to make sure that we have a structure that can hold up because it is one of our busiest parks. And so the ability to do it in-house is really not an option for us at this time.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding my question. I understand the modular bathroom structure that sits on it, but this work appears to be just the prep foundation for that. And then we put the prefab on. Did you look at it? Because this is not the first one of these smaller projects that has come in with one bid and quite a bit over. And maybe we need to think other ways or,
For the record, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, Community Services. We would typically not do this kind of work in-house. It's more than just prepping the base to set the restroom on. The bulk of the work is bringing the utilities to the site. And the biggest challenge is bringing the sewer line from the north around the building to the site. And that requires a pump because of elevation changes. Those are some of the things that we didn't necessarily anticipate up front. But park staff is not capable of doing that work. And so we would be looking at public works staff, and that would be pulling them off of their normal assigned routes to do something that they typically do not do. I mean, we're not a construction company.
okay.
We're more maintenance.
Okay. So the creepage is really on the scope, not necessarily that we estimated the bid environment.
Now, at the time we put this in the budget, the prevailing wage threshold was different. It was $250,000, and now it's down to $100,000. So that caught us off guard. And then just a challenge of bringing utilities, the sewer line from the site was more problematic than we anticipated.
Okay, and we don't do that sort of utility work, our sewer
No, we do not.
folks. Okay, well, thank you.
Move to approve?
Thank you. Okay. You gave me a motion, Councilman Delgado. Thank you. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item B5, I think that's back at you, Councilman Breckus.
Made a mistake. That's actually B6. If I can make a quick motion to reconsider the sweep at second?
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
And quick
Motion
reconsider, make a motion to approve B5?
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries.
And then reopen B6, make a motion?
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay, I apologize for that.
Motion carries unanimously.
Sometimes when you work
All right.
off of electronic 2,000-page document and handwritten notes, you clog things up, cross-reference. But anyway, B6, this is design services to do the much-needed and exciting new air conditioning system at Plumas Gym, where we really have had taxing conditions there in the winter, or in the summer with all the programming you do there. I'm questioning, I bet Parks is still here. There wasn't a breakdown on this $65,000 design scope that I could see included in the record. It was just, I'm a designer and I'll do it, thanks for letting me bid, and it's $65,000. That makes me a little nervous that I didn't see any sort of breakdown of, what this person's gonna do. On the proposal, the contractor, CR Engineering, wrote to Mr. Rivera, said, thanks for letting me propose, which implies to me he was able to sole source it out, hey. And he just, all of a sudden, came in on a not to exceed with no breakdown of the services.
Carrie Koski, Assistant Director of Public Works. We have in Attachment A the breakdown of the services, which is mechanical, electrical. It's pretty extensive. We did go through that and review all of their design requirements and included those into the proposal.
Okay.
So it's in Attachment A.
Yeah, no, I read Attachment A. I just see I'm uncomfortable going out on a design services with, a sole source and not getting a detailed cost proposal.
So here is what we do in capital projects is we work very closely with our designers. We start from the proposal and then we review what their activities are throughout the design. And if there's a red flag, then we will red flag that and say, hey, stop we need to take a time out, and we manage the fees because it is on a time and materials basis.
A times and materials basis. Then what's the hourly rate for who's working on the project, and what is the estimate?
Well, we do our very best, Councilwoman, to manage our contracts and oversee them so we don't come back to council for overruns, and we get the projects designed in the most efficient way we can.
Well, I mean, what it says here, additional services will be negotiated with client prior to commencement of additional services and will be billed in accordance with the fee schedule. Where's the fee schedule? You know, engineering tech. You know, we have a very liberal decentralized purchasing process. We sole source, and I think that we need to, sometimes things slip, and this one is raising flags for me, and it's a project I very, very much want to happen.
And we want to make sure this
Okay.
happens.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that, I'm just putting that all out there because I've seen better design sole sources come forward with more detail. It's not a lot of money, but it's not meeting what I think should be the standard for procurement.
I hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members have some questions on this item? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'll move.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, I'm going to send it, I think, right back at you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, thanks,
The
Madam
11.
Mayor. We usually don't do the CAFR, as I recall, on consent. So, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind seeing the CAFR because it's a pretty different one this year, going on an agenda workshop very soon. Maybe more deep dive on budget setting or even on our strategic workshop, because it raised some flags to me. But in general, good. You know, the findings didn't seem that off. I guess one notice is that it looks like debt levels next year will return to 2013 debt levels. So that's something the council is going to have to deal with when one of our goals has been managed debt levels. Second is last CAFR, there were findings of deficiency about compliance with federal grants. This year, there's even more findings related to federal grants. It was represented that we would, you know, really get a handle on this, and now we have even more serious ones. And the excuse, and not the excuse, because management has to represent, you know, what happened, is to throw it back to the council and say, you know, we didn't budget a management assistant position. So I am concerned. I see our auditors here. I wonder if she'll just see the difference between this year and last year, because we were going to get a handle on it. And two other questions I have is, the city's overall net position has changed with assets related to the acceptance of the Southeast Connector. I don't recall that coming before this body. And then, and so that's one of concern too. But the federal grants is really the issue, and maybe we could hear from the auditor.
Sure. So Deborah Lochner, Finance Director, and I do have Angela here as our principal in charge of our audit, and she'd be happy to answer those questions.
Well, what I'd like to start with is every year we either audit CDBG or the home grant. It's the same group of people generally that I deal with. And there has been some improvement this year. I definitely have seen some improvement with the change in positions, but there is a learning curve. And that's the reason for some of the repeat findings, as well as the finding related to the emergency disaster grants. Your representative is working diligently with the state to correct all the issues, and I actually believe that those issues will go away next year completely. So even though, because they weren't corrected fully 100%, I do have to still report them. It's not as serious as I think you're thinking it is.
Okay. No, I don't think it's serious. I just think that, I mean, it is serious because it's HUD compliance and federal compliance. I just thought I was looking forward to much more progress this year. But I think it is something to bring up to the council, particularly because the representation is, you know, and this was a new one, is council didn't budget the resources we need to meet these to do this job. And that's a hard message that I think we need to absorb. But generally, I know what a big job it is putting the CAFR together. I think there's some overall budget conversations this council needs to have on a number of the findings. It's such a massive document, and I look forward to having those. So thank you.
And if I may just add on to that, we are in the process of instituting a grants module in our financial system, which will also help with this. It'll help us to manage those other departments and knowing when those milestone dates come forward to make sure that those happen. So this did go to the Financial Advisory Board, and we did have a discussion regarding, they really do recommend that the city hire a grants manager. I'm not sure we need to go that far at this point because, as Angela says, we've made a lot of progress. It's just still, we haven't gotten 100% there yet, and hopefully by next year we will, and we'll also have this, this additional tool to help us manage those better.
Can I bring up one last thing? There was some misbudgeting calculations on revenues on like 500,000 or a couple 100,000. And then there was a reference of turnover of budget staff. Some of those numbers were pretty missed, and then we have to go down to the state and explain. How's that going to move forward?
I'm not aware. I mean, there are a couple areas in the CAFR where we explain where we may have gone over budget. Those were explained to the state already by letter. We don't have to go to the state and explain it. They were very minor issues that caused us to go over budget, and the state accepted our answers.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Ms. Lochner, and I appreciate the auditor being here today. I suppose ultimately the presentation of this is just a statutory requirement, right? We're accepting the findings, we're acknowledging the corrective action that was taken, and it's not really the time for us to sort of examine how it reflects on our budgeting process. I mean, I think it is the guiding principle and document that will help us as we move into our budget next year, but that's not today, right?
That's correct. And we'd be happy to sit down with any council member and take a deep dive into the CAFR at any time. That's what we're here for, is to try and explain it.
And I had the privilege of reviewing the CAFR once now, and I'll do it again as we move towards it. I also am on the Financial Advisory Board. But ultimately, the point of this exercise is the statutory timelines that are laid out by the NRS, which say once we receive it, it must be then presented to our body. We must accept the conclusions therein and ultimately prove to the state that we have met a corrective action plan, which is also included in the documents.
Correct.
Perfect. I appreciate the work that went into this. I know it's an incredible undertaking. Thank you for your time and commitment. I am happy to see that it is a clean opinion, so that means we are doing the things openly, transparently, and our numbers are matching, all that kind of stuff. So thank you for the clean audit report.
Back to you, give me a motion.
I'll move.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item B13, this is something that I pulled. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to everything that you guys are doing on the Senior Advisory Board. It is so beneficial. However, I think this is one of the most important gaps that we're seeing when it comes to homelessness and to, some of the crisis that we're following with our housing. I will be bringing this back on another agenda to expand on a program like this. I think especially for our seniors, it is so critical. And what we're finding is there's a lot of people that can, pay up to a certain amount. And what's happened is some of the landlords have raised the rent, and now there's like this gap, right, that they just can't meet. And we've seen it with many, many seniors. It's affecting a lot of people because our wages also don't keep up. But I think this is a program that we really need to expand on for, different populations throughout the community. I want to thank you guys for getting it on the agenda and moving forward with it. And when you think about when we build this housing, it's extremely expensive. And Madam Clerk, make sure you do 3 minutes for me too. I don't want to go over. But I want to,
I mean, when we build some of these projects, they're astronomically expensive. And when you start to think about that money could be used for some of this gap funding that we're seeing out there where people are being literally misplaced. There was a senior citizen that his cat got sick. And just because his cat got sick, he was 2 days away from homelessness. And the wonderful Mr. Thompson from, you'll kill me if I get it wrong, KOLO, and Amanda Sanchez saved this individual from being homeless. And it can just be that one bill that can put someone there. So I think this is a great program. I want to say thank you so much, but I do want to see it expanded on. I think this has got to be something the council looks at, and I know they're very supportive of it, but this is really where I think we can be effective in keeping people in their homes now, okay? Because the minute they get into homelessness, that's where it ends up costing tenfold. So thank you. Let's bring this back and expand on this, and I look for the council's support because I know my colleagues care very much. All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, B16.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I just, a question for staff, and I'm not sure where it fits in the process. First, I want to say I've been very supportive of transferring this portion of city-owned property to the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. I'm really glad we're moving forward with it to facilitate the expansion of the Hidden Valley Fire Station. When we discussed this, I believe it was last June, we brought up the issue that a portion of this was in the 100-year floodplain, and we got a commitment from staff who will be reviewing the construction of whether it's parking lots or buildings on this particular site, that they would meet the 1.25 to 1 mitigation ordinance, just like the Southeast Connector did. The ordinance, let me clarify, is actually 1 to 1, and we got a yes. But I just wanted to take this moment to commend us for moving forward and just remind staff of that commitment. And I'd be ready to make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Reese, we're on item C1.
Okay, let the record reflect that City Council is opening the public hearing on item C1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
And do any council members have a need to make disclosures? Okay, seeing none, I'll look to Councilmember Dewar. I believe you're on the phone. This is your ward. Would you like to see a staff presentation?
No, I'm not interested in the staff presentation, just a comment, and then perhaps we could move to a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. First of all, I want to just say that I've been very patient and encouraging to the Westview Estates developer, and I've been trying to support them with their property. Therefore, I recommended at our October meeting, and council supported a continuance of this request last time, and the request is to move forward with an annexation. And the reason I requested the continuance and the council supported it was to allow the developer to revise their tentative map submittal, which is associated with this project, to meet staff's concerns. And since that time, I've met with the applicant several times, and I understand they're still finalizing that tentative map, and they plan to submit it tomorrow, but we haven't seen it to this point. I'd hoped it would come in, staff could review it, and we would have better understanding of the project. That said, I think it's in the best interest of the group and in the time constraints we have. I would like to move that we continue this item until after Planning Commission approval of the Westview Estates. And I think to do otherwise would be to put the horse before the cart. And in my motion, I would recommend that the annexation request would be renoticed by the applicant once they have the Planning Commission approval and are ready to move forward. So this puts them squarely in control of their timelines rather than us. And that would be my motion.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar, I'm going to
Continue
just,
this item.
okay, thank you for 1 second, though. I'm going to go back to legal to have the ordinance introduction because I skipped that. I apologize. And so I'll transfer over to Mr. Hall, and then we'll come back to your motion to see if we can, see if there's a second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7114, case number ANX 20-00001, Westview Estates East Annexation, ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory being plus or minus 80 acres of property generally located on Desert Way, plus or minus 1,350 feet east of the current terminus of Mineshaft Drive within the city of Reno's sphere of influence and the city's portion of the Truckee Meadows service area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And so that we can keep the order consistent, before I come back to you, Councilmember Dewar, I'm going to also ask Madam Clerk to open public comment and see if there is public comment on this item.
We have none registered.
Okay, I thought that was as such. Madam Clerk, public comment is now closed. We'll come back to the body. There is a motion by Councilmember Dewar. Is there a second?
I want a staff report on this.
Yeah, I would like to hear, because I think this has far more reaching implications than what.
Yeah.
Okay, for the purposes of the motion, I will second it, and we'll move towards discussion of the motion to include the staff presentation. So there's a motion, a second. We're going to allow staff presentation so that the body may deliberate.
Good morning, council members. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Sienna Reed is our staff planner on this project and is also here to help with any questions you may have. Mickey, could you please pull up the overhead for me? Just to bring us back to what this request is, this is an annexation request for 80 acres of property. It's located east of the Palisades subdivision, and the purpose for this is for infrastructure associated with the adjacent subdivision, but not any additional development. This was briefly heard by the council on October 2nd and continued, as Councilwoman Dewar mentioned. More specifically, and I hope you can see this graphic okay, the annexation site is on the right-hand side of the screen, the proposed East Westview annexation. As you can see from the map, the access roadway for the proposed Westview subdivision passes through this property, and the water tank for the proposed subdivision is also located on this property. So the applicant has requested this in large part to be able to permit the infrastructure together with the subdivision it serves, which makes a lot of sense. The annexation, if approved, would not change development potential on this 80 acres of property. It's zoned general rural today in the county, allowing 2 homes, and following annexation, it would still allow 2 homes. I understand Councilwoman Dewar has had ongoing discussions. That being said, staff has reviewed this, believes this is consistent with the criteria for annexation adopted into our documents, and has recommended approval. We're available for any questions you may have.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my question would be this. So, clarify for me. The motion is to continue this to a date in which we don't fully have defined yet, or do we?
We do not. We're expecting, we're in the review process for the Westview subdivision. We're expecting plan revisions to be submitted later this week. The applicant can elaborate on that. And we're gearing up for a January 15th Planning Commission hearing, assuming we do get that material this week or very early next week. We are comfortable reviewing the subdivision following annexation, prior to annexation, at a staff level. We can make this work regardless of the sequencing.
But I guess my question is this. First off, I feel for those bringing this project forward. They've been put off a couple of times, and now we're kind of saying with this item, which to me is an improvement, it affords some infrastructure, which I believe is a benefit, which could have some implications, I would think, at the Planning Commission, whether or not this piece is buttoned up or not. So I feel like by us continuing it, one, we're kicking the can down the road again. And two, we could be somehow, the very approval we're waiting on, we could be negatively impacting on getting said approval. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm a little concerned about that. And so I needed to better understand the timing, which you're saying the timing isn't fully clarified. So they're not even getting a definitive date of when this might come to us. Because what if the decision of the planning commission is appealed?
Then it would come to you following that decision.
Which could be, you know,
February, probably.
down the road. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Arlo, can you remind me of the date that we heard this? It was,
October 2nd.
oh, okay, because I remember during that hearing, you know, I think the council was ready to move forward. And I know that, you know, Councilwoman Dewar had some concerns, and I obviously, you know, very much agree with her concerns. So, you know, I want to be very respectful because I know that it is, you know, in her ward. But I also want to remind that this is just the annexation piece. This is not the project. I will be watching the project very closely because the project is not before us. So, so I'm okay, you know, with moving forward with this, but, you know, I also, you know, want to be respectful of where she's coming from. But I think during that meeting, if I remember, you know, it was that timing issue, and we kind of kept pushing it out and pushing it out and pushing it out. So I just want to make sure that, you know, that project will end up coming back to us.
Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman.
Yeah, if I could just respond to those comments. We pushed it out because I wanted to ensure that the applicant had time to submit their application. This is tied to the project. This road and water tank are part of the project. The thing is that if we annex this, and if the project is changed by either the applicant or the staff or the planning commission, and perhaps doesn't come forward in a form that requires a road or a water tank, or is even denied, we would have annexed a property that is not connected to a project anymore. And so that is why I've said it's the cart before the horse. We pushed the date. I mean, at your request, you wanted to establish a date, and so I went along with that. We picked this date, and we said that will give them plenty of time to submit, and they said they were going to submit the week after our conversation in October, and they still have not submitted. And so it's hard to know what project is being proposed. It's in a high-hazard wildland fire area. There are issues with response time and sprinklers. It's 80% of it is steep slopes. And so they have a great challenge ahead of them, but I'm confident that they can come up with some kind of project. The project right now is not consistent with our master plan. That's why our staff have asked for a lot of questions and they haven't been answered. So I want to give the applicant time to put their project together. They say they're coming in with it this week. I don't want to create a fiscal burden on the city. And the two concerns I have are fire and streets at a high elevation. If we annex this, it automatically becomes the entire development, whatever it looks like, would become public roads. Right, an annexation is not necessary to move forward with their project. I confirmed this with our staff, both Sienna and Arlo. And so I just think annexing property without a plan, it's not in our plan of annexation, doesn't make sense. And there's no application fee. So I don't see the harm or the foul in waiting until we understand their project and can make a more thoughtful decision. So that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand exactly where you're coming from. Okay, I was going to ask you, did the applicant did you want to address any of Councilwoman Dewar's concerns?
Good morning. Mayor Sheevy, council members, John Krompottek, thank you for giving me a chance to speak here. I couldn't disagree any more with Councilwoman Dewar than what the key points she said. And I've done this a few times, and we're talking about big picture policy planning to do annexation. We don't do projects with annexation. This one was largely driven by staff, okay? And that is us working through, we have a rare situation as shown by staff on the map of the road wandering into the other property. It's in the sphere. We do not have an opportunity to go to Washoe County. If you go over there and say, can we do this? They go, it's in the city sphere, you must go to the city. So that's not an applicant choice. So we're entirely stymied on the big picture policy planning. You first annex, we're trying to contain infrastructure, and then we're going to try and come forward with the road. And Councilwoman Jordan said it perfectly about maybe the implications of Planning Commission. That said, you know how much I respect Councilwoman Dorr. She has her hands in projects at a different level than most council members. I respect that. We're willing to agree the continuance. I was hoping that we could pin it down to the January meeting and not have to go to February. And if, in fact, as Mr. Stockham said, it is not approved at Planning Commission in January, then we would be glad to move that date to February. But somehow putting a little definition on the timeline would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I guess my question would be to staff. How do we give, I thought the compromise and the consideration of Councilwoman Dewar was very, very thoughtful. And I appreciate that. I know they're frustrated with the delays and the delays and the delays. Can we give them any better idea of timing? I'm fearful that we say, well, it could be January or it might be February, but it could possibly be May. So can we give them something a little more definitive?
We can. In terms of the project review, assuming we get the revisions later this week as represented, we will have this on the January 15th Planning Commission agenda for a decision. I can't guarantee what they do with the project or if it's appealed or not appealed. As mentioned earlier, we're comfortable moving forward with annexation now and dealing with the project independently, or if there's a greater comfort level to hold off on the annexation, we could make that work as well. So we'll review this and get it scheduled as expeditiously as we can, and either way, we'll make it work.
But we don't often do this in reverse, correct?
We don't. This is this is a little different. It's a request from the council member for this ward. Our initial staff recommendation was for approval without delay.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I have a number of questions about this project, or this annexation request, rather. Could we bring up map C1B? It's the vicinity maps. Unfortunately, it's not at the scale that's most instructive to me, but it's probably the best that has been included up in the staff report. So you mentioned this is in the sphere of influence. Someone at staff did. Is this in the... We have an expired annexation program. It expired in 2017. Was this property in that annexation program?
I don't think it was.
Okay.
I haven't looked at it to
Okay.
fully confirm. This is a property that's within our sphere of influence, so it's anticipated for growth of the city into that area. Actually,
That's helpful, I
if
guess.
this is a helpful map.
Yeah.
We have not assigned a master plan designation, so we do not yet have permitting authority, which is part of the glitch. If for some reason or if because of a continuance, the subdivision needed to be reviewed prior to the annexation, we would be recommending some type of a condition of approval related to permitting of the offsite infrastructure, either by us following annexation or by the county. Overall, our preference, if we're going to have a road coming into this property, it should be in the city. We don't want, because of the wildfire safety issues, ultimately the city development should be served by roads in the city. That's what's laid out in our sphere of influence, and effectively that's what's being proposed. I hope that answers the question.
Well, let me follow up a little bit, because the last 80 acres that came in, and I think is now being, I know Ms. Manager's asking you to put a clock on me. Okay. The last time the annexation came in with the other 80 acres, I said, well, that's going to beget another 80 acres. And then it's going to beget another 80 acres. And then before you know it, we'll be way up in the wildfire land. We'll be taking on a lot of private streets, loading a lot of traffic down into, the lower areas of the valley that weren't originally planned for them. Stormwater considerations, and then we've been hearing a lot about horses. Could we see the map back up again? That map No, the other one that showed, is that all the sphere of influence, or is that what is the hatched lines there?
The yellow is the sphere of influence.
And the hatched lines are the sphere of influence. But
Correct.
we have not had the examination following on our master plan adoption of the annexation program, which is a requirement of the regional plan to identify by parcel number those parcels in the sphere of influence that we want to bring in or are ready to absorb. And I think for those reasons, we're being premature and we're not getting the benefit of the best analysis we could have in concert with some of the master plan policies that we put into place, that we were going to monitor the land supply and see when we needed to bring in new land to bring on the product that we need. So I think this project, unfortunately, is a little premature, or this annexation is a little premature and premature without the benefit of looking at our annexation and where we're going in this Southeast Valleys up to the Story County line with some very hard to serve areas. So, but I am sensitive to the fact that the council approved the last 80 acres that is going through the subdivision process. And for water pressure needs, you need a water tank there to, pump down and gravity flow the water down. And that's what the staff report said. But then I'm hearing about this project, which I presume would be a tentative map and so on. I think that maybe a good middle ground is for annexation of just that small portion of this 80 acres. It'd stay in a low-density infrastructure parcel, 5 acres or so on. That's reasonable, because we've already decided we're going to serve and we're going to accept this subdivision below, and it needs the infrastructure. But the next 75 acres or whatever that is being queued up for a subdivision and new residents in the Southeast Valley, let that come in through a comprehensive review of the annexation program, the land that we need in this southeast side of the valley, because we're putting ourselves and our community at risk with some of these decisions. Thank you.
Councilwoman, I'm going to just cut you off there. Any other
That's
council
fine, thank you.
members?
Madam Mayor?
No, hold on one second. Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
I am pretty disappointed because I think that we had a staff report. They've wanted to move forward with this, as well as there's already been one continuance. And I'm just very concerned that we keep putting things off and keep putting things off. And I wanted to ask staff, is this usual that we would have a continuance? And is this a normal procedure that we would have a continuance and then we're here and we're having another continuance? I know the council person asked for it, but it doesn't seem like it flows or that it's the way it should be.
Typically, annexation precedes applications for development, which is essentially what's proposed. So that's a normal process. I understand there's some discomfort moving forward. I wanted to clarify a couple points. One, this annexation does not change allowed land uses. Secondly, this wouldn't typically be in a program of annexation. There's two means by which the city annexes property: through a program of annexation or through voluntary application of the property owner, which this is. So we don't see this being, the program of annexation being relevant here. And we have had discussions about bringing in just a portion of the property. There's some impediments to that because the minimum lot size doesn't allow subdivision to that level. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing, and going through the whole regional plan process would cause even greater delays to try to master plan it. So this was kind of the most expeditious process to not increase allowed uses, to bring this property into our jurisdiction so the permitting could all be decided by this body. Doesn't predetermine any approval or denial of a future application. We're working through kind of design and grading issues with the applicant.
Okay. Arlo, let me ask you this. Is our fire station closer to this location than a county fire station?
Yes, I believe it's
Ours
quite
is
a bit closer.
Correct? All right, so
There's no county development anywhere near here. If anything's built here, it makes the most sense to do it in the city.
Okay, and that means we can actually
have more requirements, more control, and, sort of be over that project, which makes me feel a lot better.
That's
know?
correct. And one of the key things here is fire safety with this access road.
Yes.
And vegetation management and things
Yes.
like that. That's a
That's why I
lot
wanted to
easier
know
to
if
do
we're
if we have
closer,
control.
so that makes sense.
We do.
Okay.
We are.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. I believe, Councilman Reese, you told me that there was a motion made. Am I right?
Yes, Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you.
Councilmember Dewar, and
Any
I
other-
second it.
Okay, so I have
And Madam Mayor,
Yes,
you had said you'd come back to me.
yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify a couple things. There was a question about why did we do this? Why do we continue it? I did it for the applicants to allow them time to get their project together. I did it for them. Number two, they have told my NAB that there's a plan to put houses on this site, and yet our rules our master plan calls for submitting a master plan with an annexation if you're planning to change the zoning. And right now it's just been portrayed as a water tank and a piece of a road, and yet there's been a proposal by the applicants directly to me and to the NAB, so it's a public hearing, that they plan to put houses along there. That's what they want to do. Finally, this is in Tier 3. This is the last area that we want to be talking about, moving forward with, but I'm willing to do it based on the proposal by the applicant at some point when they get their stuff together. And then finally, there's just been no area plan. As discussed, there's no plan. So that's why I've recommended a continuance. I want to keep working with them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, City Attorney. If this motion to continue passes, can I recommend that we schedule this hearing for January 22nd, City Council meeting, and for a time certain?
Absolutely, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Okay, Madam Vice Clerk, can I just ask you, is it possible when Councilwoman Dewar wants to speak that you can put her on the big board? I don't know if you can, no? Okay. I don't want to skip over, so just interrupt me. Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
So motion fails. All right, with that being said, my council member at large, give me a motion.
Move to refer.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilwoman Breckus, you get 3 minutes.
Yeah, I really think the council needs to spend time going back into the master plan and ask our staff to do that also. The points that Ms. Dewar mentioned about in Tier 3, about updating the program of annexation, Mr. Stockham's comment that the program of annexation is irrelevant because the other method of just voluntary annexation is not a good practice for the council to come in. It is taking us out to the ex-urban fringes in areas where we have dramatic abilities to concern on some very dicey land. That tentative map will be going through the process in the first quarter of this year with zoning. It's going to be very contentious. It's going to be presenting a lot of concerns of a detailed level when the residents start looking at it. And that's through that tentative map is when you'll be thinking and hopefully get a good analysis of the risk of new roadways coming on above high elevations. The horse issue is going to come up again. The wildfire response. This is putting a domino into place to bring on some very dicey land. And frankly, it's not land we need. The calculation of the lots, the single family, the land availability do not dictate this land needing to come in for suburban development in the near term. Thank you. So I won't be supporting this
All right,
motion.
thank you so much. Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm trying to do the right thing here. This would be the highest property in the city in terms of snow removal, firefighting, and so on. And I really think that it's ahead of the game. If the project does not move forward as applicants hope and expect, then we will have annexed a piece of property that, for no reason. I mean, we'll just be sitting here with an orphan piece of property. So I would hope that the applicant offered to go with the continuance. I'm fine with the date of January 22nd. I think we need to see the project to know whether this is in fact needed. So I would hope that my colleagues would consider not supporting this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'd like one more minute. if I may, it's very rare that a property price be mentioned, but the economic development analysis showed that this property recently transitioned hands for $600,000. This this motion will put a lot more value to that property and put a lot more development pressure when those tentative maps and zoning requests come forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to double check with you because you're kind of stuck because it can't go to the county, which does worry me. So I want to make sure, Arlo. But the other thing is the project will come back.
It's an active application.
Yeah.
We're expecting it to keep moving.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second.
I would like someone to explain what refer means.
Second reading.
Moving forward from staff recommendation. Okay. So I have
Thank you.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Post.
No.
Motion carries. I believe it's,
Sorry, can you just tell me who the motion maker was?
it was.
Because I thought Councilmember Reese made the motion to refer, but then he voted no,
Oh,
so,
yeah. So so would you like to clarify your vote on the record?
sorry, thank you.
Oh, I apologize. I'm new to this. And so I made the motion for the purposes of being the parliamentarian, not for the purpose of supporting said motion. So if I need to withdraw that, Mr. Hall, I'll look to you. I am not in favor of the motion,
Right,
but
can
was
we
acting
just,
as the body
Yeah,
parliamentarian.
would you just move to withdraw the motion? We'll have another.
Okay, I'll
somebody
move to
else make
withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Move to refer.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Post.
Motion carries.
No.
No, I thought we were, this is getting good. I thought we were going back. Okay, so then you just, am I right? She just made the motion, the original motion. Okay, thank you so much. All right, I just want to make sure. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
No.
Okay, thanks so much. Next, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the request of City Manager, we're going to move to item D3.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. Today we have a presentation of the operational and administrative fire study that was commissioned by the city for the Reno Fire Department. Our consultants are here, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to them. We have Mike Iacona, who managed the project, and Tom, I'm not going to butcher your last name, so I'm going to say his partner, Tom. So there we go.
Madam Mayor, members of council, first off, I'd like to thank you for accommodating our schedule. I have to actually leave because I have to catch a flight to Florida. A lot of city councils are all wanting a presentation for some reason this month right before an event happens towards the end. So there were limited flights I could get to the East Coast. So
We appreciate you being here.
it was an important project. We were very impressed. Your department has a lot of great things going for you. We were highly impressed by the administration and the steps that you've taken. You've obviously, like many cities across the country, had some tough times that you weathered and somehow got through it. And now we're in a position, it was interesting listening to the annexation debate because it seems to be something that we're hearing more and more as we go across the country. But the Center for Public Safety Management was created by the International City County Management Association, basically to help cities answer the questions of how are they deployed, are they efficient, effective, and safe. And we commend the city for undertaking this study. It's a very lengthy process. It involves a lot of input from staff, teams, and all levels of the city. And from that, we've prepared a report, and Mike Iacona, who is the manager, I was actually in the field on this project, which was kind of nice. I didn't have to do the management part of it, but Mike will run you through the 32 recommendations that we had for your department, and I will quietly make my way towards your door. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Iacona, and it's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully I could get this to work. Very good. This afternoon, our presentation will be in four sections. The first will be a project methodology, just how we do our studies. Then we'll provide some initial observations, an overview of the findings and recommendations, and then open it up for any questions that you may have. In terms of our methodology, we began the project with an analysis of the fire department, both its organizational structure and its deployment practices. We did a number of on-site meetings with key stakeholders in April. We prepared a detailed response and workload analysis. That's an evaluation of the call activity that's taking place by your fire department. And then we had interactive communications after this information was available to clarify and verify the information that we had. In terms of our initial observations, this is an excellent organization. I've been involved in probably 50 to 75 studies over the past years, and I could honestly say that Reno is one of the finest fire departments I've worked with. It's just an excellent organization from top to bottom. You're fortunate in that regard. There's exceptional internal communications both within the organization and out to the stakeholders and city administration. We think that the department is adequately staffed, there's sufficient resources, and there's a manageable workload. There are some significant capital needs both in the areas of fire stations and the rolling stock. There's improvements needed in some of the key interagency interactions, which I'll talk to in a moment. And there's some upgrades required in the dispatching and radio communication systems. In terms of the organization, we're recommending that you consider some consolidation between the REMSA and Reno dispatch operations. Dispatch is a key component of fire and EMS response. That process has become the SMART process of putting the most appropriate resources on the type of calls that are identified. And that connectivity is critical. Right now, you're operating in two different spheres, and we saw that as an area that's in need of improvement. There's a need for a comprehensive capital program. And these are big dollars. We're not talking about pennies. These are things that you have to anticipate, and we know what budgets are like, and these are big dollars that you're looking at. But you have to tackle it, because if the facilities and the equipment are unreliable and insufficient, that causes more problems than finding the dollars. There's a need for centralized quality assurance with the Reno Fire Department, REMSA, and the Health District. That is a review of those call activities and how they are faring with regard to compliance and successful outcomes. We think there's a need for the expansion of your performance measures to track activities and give you feedback with regard to some of the objectives that are trying to be achieved. And we also think that there's a need for a consecutive on-duty policy. That is the number of hours that employees can work consecutively before they're allowed to be off and not subject to fatigue issues. In terms of deployment, we think that your initial response for structure fires is a little heavy. The standard calls for a minimum of 14 people, and your system is deploying 20 people. And what that does, it utilizes resources that perhaps are unnecessary, could be utilized in reserve. We think that a common radio frequency between Reno and REMSA is needed so that there can be unit-to-unit communication, because the majority of your workload is EMS, and both Reno and REMSA units are responding jointly to these calls, and the ability to interact is critical from both the safety standpoint and a patient care issue. We think that there's an opportunity for some cross-staffing models for the ladder trucks and medic units. The ladder trucks are some of the lowest utilized pieces of apparatus, and EMS units are the highest utilized And right now, those resources we think can be better utilized through a cross-staffing model. We think that the reinstitution of automatic response with Truckee Meadows is something that could improve service outcomes. And we think that the call screening and dispatch prioritization process, that's emergency medical dispatching, EMD, is needed so that you can adjust your response on the basis of the nature of the call. In terms of training, video conferencing, which links the stations for meetings, updates, training, things like that, improves your deployment and doesn't, it reduces the need for stations to leave their primary response areas. Very inexpensive with today's technology. Did I just lose sound? Okay, I'm sorry. We think you should reevaluate your pre-employment requisites for new firefighters. Get some of that training as a requirement before the employees come on board, and that can save substantial money in doing your training academies, reduce that time and commitment of resources for that purpose. We think that there's a need for expanded certification and formal education in the promotional processes. Degrees and certain certifications are things that we're recommending, and we're seeing more and more of that across the nation. We think that you should incorporate skills testing. These are actual paper and pencil tests or practical tests for your fire training, which currently it's a process where that training does not utilize a testing and a scoring process. And we think that annual physical fitness evaluations are important given the nature of the fire service and the need to be in top physical conditioning. In terms of prevention, pre-fire planning, that's understanding those buildings, doing on-site evaluations, and looking at those critical infrastructures for the purpose of familiarization and code enforcement. We also think that in-service company inspections are important because a large number of inspectable properties are not being inspected on the basis that is recommended. We think, given the proximity to the wildland interface, that the hiring of a seasonal fire crew should be considered. We think that an integrated risk management plan that focuses in on your fire calls, why they're happening, where they're happening, and being able to create some proactive measures to reduce those fires would be beneficial. And we think that you should revise your residential fire sprinkler requirements. In conclusion, many of the recommendations that we've made are not surprises to the organization. In fact, many of these are in process, and you've seen some of the communications with regard to capital and things like that. So they're on track. There were no surprises. We have a high confidence that if many of these efforts are considered, that you'll improve service delivery, you'll increase the overall efficiency of the organization, you'll maintain a safe working environment, and it will result in continued community satisfaction. In closing, once again, the Reno Fire Department is an excellent organization, and it has the potential of being one of the finest fire stations in the nation. With that, I'll close and answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback. I think it was incredibly valuable, and thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do have public comment.
Okay, great. Let's hear it.
Our first public commenter is Dan Tapia.
Good morning. Dan Tapia, President, Reno Firefighters, Local 731. I want to start by saying thank you to the council, Madam Mayor, and the city manager for taking a deeper look into the fire department. It shows that you care, and we appreciate that. I'll be brief. There's parts of this study that we really agree with. There's parts of this study that we don't agree with. And then there's parts of this study that, we're neutral on that. We'd like to see happen if the money's there and the motivation is there. But I'd like to talk about mostly the dispatch. That needs to be fixed first and foremost. We've had the city of Reno has had studies dating back 20 years, all of which have recommended some sort of fix to our dispatch, and we still currently haven't fixed it. So I guess I'm asking it from the firefighters 731 that we would, for your consideration, to move that to be the top priority of this study, and then obviously look at some of the other possibilities that are in there. It's as far as EMD, we would like to see the city hire our own EMD dispatcher, simply because I don't know, and I'm not looking at their contract, but I don't think REMSA is under any obligation to consolidate dispatchers. So if we could get our own, we would be self-reliant, and whether we train one that we already have or hire one. But EMD is huge. It's going to save a lot of time, a lot of needless responses from us, or delays that come from the switching back and forth to the current process we have now, where it goes to us, to REMSA, back to us. We miss a lot of information, very key information, in these switchings back and forth. Safety issues, things like we should be standing by and we're already 3/4 of the way there when we get the dispatch to that this is a violent crime and we need to stage out of the area, things like that. So EMD would be huge for us to get, and I think it would be the most beneficial to not only us, the firemen, but you, the city of Reno, and the people to whom we serve. Thank you.
Really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Okay, at this time, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions on the dispatch and the EMD, because I feel like this movie was started years and years ago, and I thought I saw it years and years ago. And so anyway, I have lots of questions there. Yeah, when I was on the health board, I'm shocked this isn't already done, to be quite honest. The question I have, there was a slide that talked about cross-staffing. Can someone explain, what does that mean? I think I know what it means, but I want someone to clarify.
Cross-staffing is a common practice that's utilized in almost all organizations. In fact, it's utilized here in Reno in a number of situations. For example, if there's a wildland fire, they would move off of their fire suppression or structural units and move into a wildland. Hazardous material, again, it's a specialized vehicle, and the crew is used for both those types of vehicles. So what we're proposing is that for the ladder trucks, and maybe even some engine companies, that there be a cross-staffing model primarily for EMS, because EMS are the calls that have the highest frequency, and in many instances, you don't need to run that big fire truck or that ladder truck to a medical emergency.
I would agree with that, and so that's something we currently don't do.
As I said, you do it for the wildland,
But
you
not for
don't
the
do it
ladder
for
truck.
EMS.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to go to the slide that's called deployment, if we could, and if you want to come back. I don't understand the last recommendation. It says institute call screening and dispatch prioritization for EMD that adjusts response patterns. Sounds like our president of the local indicated that this was one critical area. It sounds like Councilmember Jordan is honing in on this too. What does this recommendation line item constitute?
Under the current system, a call is received by the Reno Dispatch Center, a 911 call, and it's identified as a medical emergency. The Reno Dispatch Center will dispatch a fire unit. At that point in time, the caller is transferred to the REMSA Dispatch Center, which is a separate facility apart from Reno Dispatch. In that process, REMSA then goes through a nationally recognized inquiry process to determine what type of call it is, the severity, and the particulars on that particular incident. On the basis of that analogy, the call is classified, whether it's a alpha, it's a prioritization of the call, and the response units are altered on the basis of that categorization. So a minor call may only get one unit that's responding without lights and sirens. In the current system, that's not happening. Reno's going full tilt, and then REMSA makes the determination, and they may run, non-emergent, and that disconnect is the problem.
So what should it look like? Now give us that scenario. It should look like this.
It should look like the caller gets received, it's diagnosed as to the severity and the type of incident, and then the dispatch is done accordingly.
Okay,
So
so-
it may be a one-unit dispatch and maybe a one-unit dispatch that's non-lights and sirens.
So who is that? Is that Reno? Is that REMSA? Where? Just
It
go-
doesn't matter. One
So they're
center.
together.
That's the consolidation recommendation that we made.
Mm-hmm.
That can be done at one facility with one group of people. Whether that's a Reno employee or a REMSA employee, that's a determination that you have to make. What is the best option? I've seen it done where private entities run the dispatch center, and I've seen it done where, government entities run the dispatch center, and it may be a third-party dispatch center.
Yeah. And maybe, Chief Cochran, you can explain, why is it done like that? Now.
Yeah, Mike said good luck. I think that's a fair comment. That's the history. It's kind of one of those, we've always done it that way. It evolved that way probably back in the 70s or mid 80s. By way of a description or a deeper dive into what it should look like, and maybe you could have a further discussion with the city manager offline because she's very familiar with how they do it in Southern Nevada. Call comes in to the Las Vegas dispatch. That dispatcher, that call taker, goes to the EMD process and identifies exactly who needs to go. And that may be a fire engine, it may not be. It may be just an ambulance. And they identify which resources need to go, where the call is, and they dispatch for North Las Vegas, and Clark County. So what they do is I'd like to say, they get the right resource to the right call in the right way. And you cut down on those extra resources. Because right now, through that transfer process, we sometimes go when we don't need to. And our medical director is fully in support of, Mike mentioned the non-emergent calls, of us not responding to the non-emergent calls because residents can handle those on their own. But we need that EMD process at the front end, at that first call taker, our call taker, to identify whether or not it's emergent.
Okay, and he was saying he's seen private companies do that. It can be one, neutral party, correct?
I don't think the characterization of the party is as important as the fact that that first call taker is the one who does it. Now, by law, the municipality, Reno, should be the public safety answering point. We are the public safety answering point. We have responsibility for that. So it's kind of a separate question whether we want to delegate that responsibility. But the first call taker should be the one who makes that determination of what resources need to go.
But then again, too, most of the calls are, they are medical.
Exactly.
You guys,
And that's where the prioritization comes in. Because we end
So-
up going to calls that are not an emergent call, when, again, REMSA could handle it on their own without a response from Reno.
but
Instead,
medical is REMSA with those services, correct?
I'm sorry,
So medical, though, the majority of that is, that's why it kind of gets like this, correct?
correct. The calls that we're talking about prioritizing are the medical calls. We're not talking about the fire or the vehicle accidents or anything like that. We're
Okay.
talking about the medical calls.
Okay, thanks. Councilman Reese? No, okay, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I think I love these I call them performance audits. I just love them. I think they're great ways to improve and check the pulse of our organization. And it's always a good affirmation when we get, response back from people who look at a lot of communities, say, you're doing a great job. You are taxed, and I know we know how taxed we are, but with what we have, we're doing a good job. But it's cause for concern to us because I know our people at the individual basis are working very hard under difficult conditions every year. We have a whole cohort that's gone, age group wise, because there wasn't hiring for a lot of years. And that's, maybe not picked up, but it's something that I think is a hard one for the organization, because you got older folks and you got younger folks. You got no one in the middle to bring what they bring. But having said that, I think we could spend all day on this and really go forward. But it came on this crowded last of the year agenda with a bunch of other meaty items. So I think that we need to focus on how to move forward. And what I would suggest, the table that preceded it all is pretty well done. It's done by our staff. I think that we need to bring this back to another meeting very soon and presume that we're going to move forward with every single one. And so any stakeholder who has a craw in their, throat on that, or, that's kind of but who wants to add conversation to it, let us know. Because like Ms. Jordan, that dispatch one, that hit me in the face the first quarter of 2013. And, there's low-hanging fruit, there's high-hanging fruit, there's, different return on inputs and outputs. So I think we need to give a united voice to all the stakeholders everywhere, that we're moving forward with them all. We're going to be asking for prioritization from our manager in the first quarter. And you have any input on any of these, you put them in writing on that table and let us know what they are. Because I do appreciate the input from the IAFF came, the Board of Health wrote a letter. I know REMS is here, and they're always here, and they should be. They got a long-term franchise agreement to protect, but the day's coming on that too. So I think we can't really, in my mind, this packet today, this week, on a back-to-back, was like hyper graduate school reading for me. And I put a lot of time into it. So I don't think it's the council, I'm speaking for myself, I don't think we're in any position to give, this one, that one direction today, because we need to deliberate and, kind of absorb it. But that's the recommendation that I have, that we work from that table, say we're moving forward with it, and we want anyone who has comment on any of those sub-items to come forward, and we'll ask for the manager for prioritization in the next, for the next work program year for this department.
Okay, thank you. I think you make some excellent points. I just wanted to see, Chief Cochran, did you see this letter from IAFF 731?
The city manager shared it with me this morning. The IFF did not
You
provide
have
it to
seen
me,
it?
but I have seen it
Do
this
you
morning.
agree with what their recommendations are?
I believe it's 9 pages, so I need a little more time to digest it. But
Yeah.
some of the things in there, well, let me put it this way. The comments that President Tapia made about dispatch and Councilwoman Jordan, 100%. I think in some of the meetings that the city manager and I have had with council members, that's the one single change that would make the biggest difference.
Why is it taking so long? I got to tell you,
That's a great-
I'm very frustrated, and I'm going to tell you why, and I got to tell you, and I don't like to bring this up, but let me tell you something. Fire service for me is extremely personal. So I'm going to sit up here without trying to cry. But it is extremely personal. And I've always said I want the best fire service and police service in this city. I think our residents deserve it. I think for us not to have it, and because of some of the territorial BS that goes along here, one of the things they talked about was consolidation. I think every single citizen in this city should demand consolidation. This is crazy that we are playing with people's lives.
I agree.
I know this very well. I lost my father in a fire. So all I'm going to say is get it together. And one of the reasons I want you guys to get it together is you both seem very fragmented between 731 and your vision. They have asked me, they have said, Mayor Sheevy, we want to see this vision for the city. We want to know what that is. What does that look like? You guys are not communicating. And it's hurting the citizens. I got to tell you that. And that is wrong. It's wrong. So I got to say thank you so much for this report. Like Councilwoman Brecka said, it gives us an idea of where we're at. But we shouldn't have had to wait this long. It's not fair. So you guys have got to get in the room together and find out, what your men and women really want. And everyone's got to come together, whether it's REMSA, even Washoe County, and provide the best service for everyone here to save lives. Everyone's got to step aside from all this mine, territorial, medical, I don't care. It's got to be the best service. And that's what we all should be here striving for. For me, I'm sorry, but it is extremely personal. And I have never, ever used that once to say why. But today I'm going to, because seeing this is really, it's really disheartening. Anyway, Councilman Reese.
Chief Cochran, the mayor is very passionate about this, and as am I. And as a result, I would ask you, what can you do to assure this council that after the first of the year, we are quickly going to get in a room together and get some of this stuff done? I mean, that means you, that means your union. I'm happy to be involved in it. If the mayor asked me to serve, I would, and the city manager, obviously. So there are some. You've heard a very passionate and empathetic leader asking for your help. What commitments can we get from you today to make that happen?
So I would say two things, because it sounds to me it's being portrayed a little bit like the department, management, and the union are at odds on this, and we're not. We're in lockstep on this. We agree 100% that that is the direction we need to go. We, even with our combined drive, don't have the authority to make that happen if we're going to talk about consolidating with other jurisdictions or a private entity like REMSA. We need them in the room as well. The commitment I can make, and that I have said my entire tenure, is that I favor that 100%. I favor a regional department 100%. That has always been my position. We do have money budgeted in the E911 board to stand up our own EMD process. So even if we're not talking about a consolidated dispatch, we could do that on our own. We need the direction and the support of
Chief
council.
Cochran, I think, though, that the mayor is saying there's a broader sort of let us all be tasked with the job of protecting this community, rowing in the same direction. I'm not suggesting that you aren't, but there are parts of the report and parts of the request by your local, and just the general inertia that seems to be present in government is very frustrating for a small business owner, as the mayor is, as someone who is new to this. I think what you're hearing is some frustration, and I'm asking you to help us to resolve those issues for the benefit of this community. And so I'm not asking about a specific thing, a specific action that you could take. I'm saying let us do it and stop taking so much time to get there.
Councilmember Reese, if I could just jump in here as well. One of the reasons that I had staff do the spreadsheet that is attached to this item is to really sort of lay out, there's a lot of recommendations. There are some that have contractual implications with IAFF. There are some that have franchise implications, perhaps. There are some that would require a lot of resources. So I will be sitting down with the fire chief certainly to go through those, and I can commit to getting all of these stakeholders in the room shortly after the beginning of the year to go through those and prioritize some of the things we're already doing. For example, the recommendation to undertake a fire apparatus replacement program. With your leadership on this council, all of you, we've undertaken that already. So there are some things that are already underway, but certainly we need a lot of further work in some of these, and I don't want any of these recommendations also to eclipse the central theme, which is that we have an excellent fire department, and that our firefighters are well equipped and trained and respond timely and improve safety in our community.
But we can be even better. Okay, Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I really respect and appreciate your comments. And I think that it's really important for us to look to ourselves. We're the leaders. We need to take a step out and support our teams, whether it's REMSA, whether it's our fire department, getting them all together, talking to Washoe County. It's time that we step up to the plate as leaders here and talk to the other entities, talk with ours, and bring everybody together, and let's get this done.
Yeah, I
For our
appreciate that.
community.
I have to tell you, I'm just going to let you know, I have had many meetings with 731. I've had meetings with Chief Cochran. I think there's a big divide there. I'm just going to be really honest with you guys. And if I'm speaking out of turn, please let me know. 731. So as leaders, we're up here today saying everyone's got to get on the same page, okay? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So I think what I'm hearing from our manager is maybe at our strategic planning meeting, you will bring to us your recommendations of the priorities as they are defined on this spreadsheet. Is that what I was hearing? I wasn't really sure how we were exactly moving forward. And let me tell you why I'm asking that is because this concept of get everybody in the room and work it out is an exercise we went through. And we got everybody in the room. And I think, speaking from my time on the health board, that we had the plan worked out. And the fact that I'm sitting here a couple of years later, not having sat on the health board and it's not executed, is like, it's surprising to me because all the legwork has been done and all of, as I recall it, was done. So I'm not sure what happened by whom, where. So I guess my question is how do you see this moving forward? Yeah, I know you mentioned getting everybody in the room.
Yeah.
I'm fearful that we're going to go through that same exercise again, and we're going to be where we already were. I'd rather know what's the hang up.
Yeah. And Madam Manager, you and I have had several meetings on this. So I kind of feel like, we do have to really have this concrete and what is the plan?
Well, I think right now EMD is provided by REMSA, and I think, any discussions of bringing EMD to the forefront with the first call taker has to include them. And so I'm looking at them right now. They're staring back. And so, there's two ways to go. If we're talking about dispatch specifically, if we're going to try and bring EMD up front to the call taker spot, it's either bringing in REMSA to a consolidated dispatch center, which is what the recommendation was, or it is undertaking EMD through City of Reno employees without REMSA.
And I think to Councilwoman Breckus's point, we could spend all day on this. There's like each one of these, I really want to kind of go through.
That's what I was trying to figure out
And I got to be
when we're
honest with
doing
you,
that.
I don't know about you guys, but I
Can't see it.
cannot, I better get some different readers. Unless you guys can see this, I cannot see this print. This is really challenging. Is there anything on here in AVL? Are we calling it something else?
Automatic vehicle locator, which,
Where's AVL? That was another one that was.
That is a work in excuse me, that is a work in progress. Rich McKimji, Director of IT, has been working on that. We've had some challenges with our dispatch hardware that needed to be updated to get that implemented, but that is.
We've been
I know you've
doing
been
this
working.
for
We've been
so
working.
long, Chief. I got to tell
sorry?
you, this is another hot point for me. I just can't believe, I feel like we can't get it together. And, Washoe County for a long time has said, hey, Reno. And now I'm seeing that, like, it's just, I'm just so frustrated. So maybe you can give us a time frame on that. We've got to have AVL.
So we do have AVL. It's the CAD to CAD that is the difficulty. And last I saw, I think that was supposed to be in a test environment in early January, but it has been very much delayed. We've been working with REMSA on that. There have been multiple updates, and I asked for another update at the EMS Advisory Board coming up. So it is very much first and foremost among all of the jurisdictions as well as
Well, we've
the
been
health
talking
district.
about it for 6 years since I've been on the council. I just want to say that. I just want people to know.
Yeah, it
We're just not
literally,
giving the best service, and we could. No, and you're right. Let me tell you something. We have one of the best fire departments in the country. I know that, bar none. But some of this sort of politicking that's going on, this is where I'm completely frustrated because we're playing with people's lives. I just want the city to know that. Anyway, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and
Yeah.
then we got to wrap it up. We
Yeah,
got to get going.
yeah, and maybe this can move toward a motion. I did not realize that IAF had written that piece of paper that had corresponded to every single one on that table you just held up. So I'm looking for that table enlarged, and I'll probably be reviewing it electronically. It's easier to do it that way, with a column for their responses. And if Board of Health or REMSA doesn't come forward with responses by the time, this is republished, then there's no issue, because it needs to be focused on this. It can't be with, meeting here, stuff. It's like, we're going to talk from paper on this to move forward, because I share the frustration that there's been a lot of these issues that we've been hanging around, and we can put ones to bed. I think that there may be an idea on there that's the best in the world. It's a place we need to innovate, but it's hard to innovate when you're really strapped, and we are still strapped in my mind. So we may have to take a pass on some of the issues and go for ones that are maybe easier grabs. That's my message to the management as they priority rank to us. I really do feel that. I think that we need to be realistic about where we can go and what we can do. And there's so much innovation in this field. That's the thing. So I don't know. I could make a motion. Oh, Mr. Reese wants to speak. Anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Just briefly, it's really a point of order. I think I saw Mr. Dow approach the speaker
Yeah,
box.
did someone from Remza want to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, everyone else has spoken. I just want to make sure that that was what you were doing with the Madam Clerk.
For the record, Dean Dow, President and CEO of Remza and Careflight. I think the fire service in this community is outstanding. I've believed that since the day I've got here. I think the other two fire departments that are in this community are also outstanding, and have also thought that since the day I got here. Can the system improve? Can the system be enhanced? The answer is absolutely yes. Are there things that can be done, if you will, tomorrow that can enhance the system? The answer is yes. Has there been several meetings through the last 4 years between the City of Sparks, the City of Reno, Washoe County, and my agency? The answer is yes. I think, Mayor, to your point, those leadership folks need to be in the room. We need to look at what our strengths and weaknesses are, and understand those strengths and weaknesses, understand how to enhance them. Also, in the area of where healthcare is moving and where public safety is moving in the future. In some regards, we're still operating off a 25, 30-year-old model, and the environment around us, not only here, but nationally, is changing. So if we're going to change, my agency and myself, after 45 years of doing this, would argue that we need to change for the future. And we need to develop and enhance this model here geographically in the region to one that is updated for the future. So we're more than happy, always have been, to come to the table. We'll always stand ready to come to the table. So any questions, I'll be happy to answer them if I can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Really appreciate that. All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none, do we have, Councilman Delgado, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a member on the Health Board, I'd like to state that I look forward to having these really in-depth conversations on that with regard to the Remza dispatch Catty-Cat. I think one of the frustrating things that I've even had to endure on the health district is the constant kicking the can down the road in terms of, and the other jurisdictions kind of looking my way and saying, what is Reno doing?
Yeah.
So look forward to giving a summary back to our council in terms of where we're moving forward. I've been pretty, I'd say, empathetic and thoughtful about just making sure that things are plugged in accordingly. But I think we kind of come to the point where things need to move. So you'll get that from me as the chair, as the liaison on the Health District Board.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. We are a very innovative community, and I want our public safety to also reflect that. And I would also just say to this council, I think we should strive for everything on this list. I think that's whenever we end up letting our community down, when we don't provide the best possible safety service. And let me tell each and every one of you, I don't think you care how we get there, as long as we keep you safe and we keep you alive. I don't think at the end of the day you're going to say, I remember when that council couldn't do that because they could do this. And when your house is burning down, or it's your loved one inside that house, I don't think you care. So anyway, okay, moving forward. Do we have to
Madam
make a
Mayor?
motion? Go ahead.
Can I just ask, instead of doing it at our strategic planning or whatever, could we just have like a day or a workshop or we're hours where we're just all sitting in a room talking and
We've done that many times before. I think we need to structure it where, I think,
We have two
you know,
new
as
members.
Remza said, you know, getting every community member in the room, and I want the citizens to know that has been happening, but nothing's happening. Does that make sense? And so we have to figure out the best way that we are gonna be the most effective.
Okay, well, I'd just like to suggest there are two new members, but,
Yeah.
but I understand that you need to move forward in whatever way. But if it hasn't changed and things aren't happening, I really would like to have us all sitting in a room and having that discussion for the public to hear
Yeah.
in that
Well, and
matter.
I agree with you, and I think you came from another entity, I absolutely agree with you, but you came from another entity that, you know, you were at the table when all this is going on as well, right? So everyone, I'm just gonna call it out as it is, because you know how I do this. But it's kind of like, you know, Sparks County, Reno, we all are like this, our team, right? And everyone gets really protective of mine, our team, our team. Guess what? That shouldn't be how it is anymore. We got to come together as one region. We have got to come together as one region to help each other out. You know, sisters, brothers, neighbors, one region, and everyone should be singing that, right? And living and following that. We're not. So everyone's got to put those differences aside and come together. It's what's best for the community, it's what's right. And now with our population growth and things changing and innovation, we know that that's what's the most effective. So, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, do I have to give you a motion?
Madam Clerk, I think this item was a presentation direction to staff, and I think we've received that direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize, I get very passionate about the subject.
So, Madam Mayor, if you're okay with it, we'd like to move to item C2.
Yeah, I know that we have several guests today that have flown in for various presentations. So, hold on, let me just follow this.
It's the UNR Gateway Lake Street abandonment.
Okay, this is Councilwoman Jordan's ward, so let's go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we saw this at our last council meeting. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sorry.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have
This
any
is a public
comment?
hearing, so
Okay,
we
so we
do.
got to have him read it, but do you have any public comment? And I need to know, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, I'm going to send it back to Carl Hall, I believe. Don't you have to read this?
I don't, I don't need to read abandonments, just ordinance introductions
Okay,
and
thank you so-
adoptions, yes.
Okay, thanks so much. All right,
Move to approve.
I have a motion
Discussion.
and a second. I've
Discussion.
Madam
Councilwoman
Mayor?
Breckus,
Yeah.
Discussion, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Yeah. In between when this last came and now, I went out and did some research that Mr. Devon inquired about, and came up with and sent to all the council packets on when cities make agreements with universities. I think there were 4 or 5 models there on the development and impacts that universities have on their host cities. I also attended in the National League of Cities conference the the university communities working group, and I'm going to be joining that group. This may seem like a tiny little thing, 28 feet by 348 feet, less than 10,000 square feet, which is about, a good-sized southwest lot, suburban southwest lot of property to the university. But it's our public right-of-way, and it's an incremental step of community character changing going up at the university. Some of it's good. We're in a university town. Some of it, I think, is working against some of our strongest master plan goals, including bringing the university downtown, revitalizing our urban core, because we've seen a lot of demolition of old commercial, interesting spaces up by the university. Multimodalism, because what we're looking at, what university leadership has represented is 5 or 6 story parking garage right there on the freeway. That to me says drive as much as you can into our university environment. Let's be a commuter college and campus. I think the city has been in the driver's seat on requests like this and is allowing this piecemeal development by the university, which is having deleterious effects on our city. And in particular, not dragging them, pushing them, begging them to come down, luring them to come downtown with their investment is why our downtown is not coming back the way it needs to and is really a core of our problems. We will not be successful until the university makes a significant investment in downtown Reno. They're here because of the boiler, but we're also, and most sadly to me, has been losing our historic resources. This university leadership has had no problem in demolishing our last intact blocks of 19th century architecture. They're gone. And there are examples after examples, and members of the public have been bringing it forward for years now, of how universities readapt, make that transition into a downtown with neat, interesting historical resource that reflect your character. And it is just such a sad day. And the council here has one last chance to say, hey, university, we've got firefighters up there putting their lives on the line. You're planning a whole lot of traffic implications to our part of town, and also you're not helping us with downtown. We're going to hold on this abandonment till we reach a global agreement with you about going forward and how we're going to work cooperatively to do what's good for the city and do what's good for the university as they want to grow.
All right.
So I urge
Okay.
the council to not vote and support
Thank
this.
you. Councilman Delgado, go right
Madam
ahead.
Mayor?
I'll get back to you. Hold on. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a few years now, but I recall our really in-depth community conversations with the university as they moved forward with a different master plan, and that master plan really set out for them to move south. I know in those conversations, there was a conversation for them to move up to I-80 and really allow for the transformation of the Tessera district. And that's more private market opportunities for us to see that transitions on. I think they've done that. With respect to some of the gateway projects, some of the historical homes and so forth, I think they've communicated to the community as much opportunity as they can to find places for those homes. I really do. They communicated with me on numerous occasions, and I know with the body and with other community members, and I think they did the best that they could. Honestly, do. If I didn't think that they were moving in good, honest communication strategies with us and being transparent, then I wouldn't be supportive of them moving forward to where they are now. What I know in communications with the university is more opportunities in terms of options for traffic. We know that's going to be an ongoing conversation with respect to Evans Street, with maybe opportunities to connect Valley with Wells. You know, we've got to look at options, and they've been open to those communications, that transparency, and I look forward to continuing to work with them today. This is just another piece for us that we've set out and working with them to move down south, and I think we're moving in that direction. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want to make some comments. Number one, there are elements of Councilmember Breckus's discussion that are absolutely valid, and I had the chance to review some of the information that was provided. They're not entirely on all four, but at the end of the day, it's a question about how the university and the city can collaborate together. And my general belief is that the university has been doing that. And so there are things about the past that I can't undo or change. And maybe I would have made different choices had I been on this body when some of those things came up. But I'm excited about the future. The university's expansion of the Innovation Center, the sort of expansion into the Southside School, that suggests to me a real bond with the university. I see every day the opportunities for us to collaborate. I believe that the fact that their Wolfpack Tower has brought them downtown also is providing, just through a difficult and tragic circumstance that certainly could have been much more worse, another way for us to knit ourselves closer together. And so this concept that the council has one last chance by holding this abandonment is just not accurate. I just don't believe that's true. I think the university, and in collaboration with us, we can always be doing more together. That's expanding programs where we can have, different kinds of degrees that bring people downtown. There was a consent agenda item today about expanding the Wolfpack Grants program to have interns in this building, something I very much support. I had the privilege of speaking on campus twice this semester, and there's just a lot of incredible stuff going on there. And so what I hope, Senator Ganser, you and President Johnson, in the time that we have left with him, are hearing from me as far as my part of this body is, I want to do greater and more things with you. I believe you know that my door is open. I believe your door is open. How we move forward on a positive measure, I think, is important. Holding hostage what I believe to be a very routine abandonment, I don't think is the way to get that. It's sort of like the carrot versus the stick approach, but one of them is a small carrot and the stick is a 10,000-pound nuclear warhead. I just don't think it's necessary. I also have been very vocal that this particular portion of Lake Street doesn't make any sense for us to have it at all. I know that the university has asked for a smaller abandonment, but I have not been in favor of it. And in privately in our discussions with staff, I have been very clear that there is a park that is very little used in my estimation. There are lots of changes coming to Evans Avenue. There are changes to our streetscape on Evans for lighting. It doesn't make sense to hold on to this street at all, in my opinion, or the parking that's adjacent, because that parking is not going to be, it's going to be occupied by people who, it's not metered. It just doesn't make sense. So I actually would have gone much further and sought to do a general abandonment of the entirety of it to the university, and don't know how that fits in this, because I don't know that we could do that in the context of this, Mr. Hall. But again, thank you to the university for being here today in partnership with us. I appreciate your willingness to work together as we will in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to thank both Heidi Gansert and Mark Johnson for their advocacy for the university. I want to also commend Councilwoman Breckus, because I think she summarized my position very well. And this is something I've had a continuing dialogue with President Johnson and Heidi Gansert about. Following up on the comments that have already been made, I would just challenge us to invite the university to a set down, I don't know whether to characterize it as a town hall or a planning session, a strategy session, and that may be when the new president is selected. Maybe that would be a perfect opportunity to say, okay, where are we going now? Because right now we're working off things that actually started in the 2012 timeframe. And since I've been on, this is now my 6th year, we haven't actually engaged very much in proactive planning. So I'm very concerned about where we are. I'm inspired, too, and I want to make that clear by some of the things that have happened, and they were mentioned by my colleagues, including the Wolfpack Tower, the Innovation Center, truly remarkable achievements. So my vote does not have a bearing on either the character or representation from the university, nor some of the great things that they've done. I just also would like us to pause. I don't think this is as urgent as has been described, the timing of this. So I'm not going to support the motion, but I don't want it to be misconstrued that I don't support the university, because I absolutely do. Like Mr. Reese, I also have advocated for increasing our intern program. I've advocated for increasing our partnership and appreciate the things we have worked on, and that's basically where I stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Darden, your award.
Thank you very much. I too want to thank the university representatives in the numerous meetings I know I have had with you with regards to the university's growth plans and your collaboration, certainly with me, this being my ward, and the things that you've done. I think there is always room for increased and better communication, but the assertion that somehow you're doing things in a bubble and not including us and not bringing forward your plans is not an accurate one. Some could disagree with them, some could push back on them, but the assertion that you're not sharing that, I don't agree with. I don't think that's accurate. I think we've seen some great growth potential in the student housing in the downtown area. And while those have largely been from the private sector, those are in discussions with the university. We will have a presentation, I think, next from P3, where the university is a key component to that project. So those discussions are ongoing. And your door has always been open when I've come up there to discuss difficult things. You're receptive to your student population. I know that the project of lighting Evans Avenue in a collaboration between RTC, the City of Reno, and the university have been working very well together. And my understanding will be moving forward with those improvements for the students. The number one issue of your student population up there was to get that increased lighting. And I know the traffic issues and the multimodal approaches is something they advocate for. And I think whether it's the Center Street bike or some of the transit things that we've been working on my many years at RTC to better connect those university students to the downtown core and beyond, including the experience of a double-decker bus, which we have heard from the student population that is something that they find more attractive, as do the visitors in our community. That increases ridership in our core and has many benefits, certainly in the research and the input I have received. So all great things going on, and Madam Mayor, if we're prepared, move to approve.
All right, thank you so much. So I have a motion and a second. I do want to just say a couple of things. I think you can remember Councilman Delgado and Councilwoman Jordan when we first got here. You know, it was kind of interesting. The relationship actually between the city and the university was non-existent. I think this council's worked really hard to obviously work with the university, but also be on campus. We're on campus a lot. Councilman Delgado, I think it's your second home. But, you know, you're up there a lot. You're doing a lot of speaking engagements, graduation commencements. You know, I'm really proud of that relationship of how it's really grown. And I think most of the residents and, you know, all of sort of the younger generation that we're working with have said they've never, you know, seen so much collaboration between the city and the university. And I think that that's really, really important to, you know, continue to have a vibrant community and avoid brain drain and, you know, the things that we really want to provide for those students and in the city. It's just, it makes sense. And so I want to say thank you so much. And a lot of your, not a lot, but some of your, you know, projects that come to us are extremely controversial, like the homes. And we met several times on the homes, and I wanted to save those homes so badly because I love historic preservation. It was just so incredibly challenging, and there weren't people really out there wanting to make that investment, and I understand that, and it's really hard to force people to do that. So that was a really, really tough one for me. So I know when you come here, you have to face some tough criticism, but I also think we got to be very careful about holding things hostage for certain projects. That's really not the way to do business. We've got to work together and cohesively. So I want to say thank you, and we'll continue to work together and cohesively, and I think that's the way that we approach it instead of saying, you know, quid pro quo. So anyway, I had a motion.
And Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
Yep. Just to clarify too, I wanted to thank the university president and Ms. Gansert because they both offered to make this abandonment a reversionary right in terms of if they don't move forward, it would revert. I reached out to staff. They sent me a whole bunch of examples. You know, I'm not in a position being on the phone to propose any amendments, and that's one of my challenges. It's not a taking hostage. It's just that I wanted to be very specific. I'm not comfortable with how this has been drafted, but it's not their fault. It's nobody's fault. We just haven't had a thorough conversation about it. So I wanted to just say that with regret, and I want to thank them for offering to accept that condition. We just didn't get there, and I'm not there to provide it. So I just wanted to explain a little further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Post.
Motion carries.
No.
Motion carries. Okay. Mickey, I want to make sure we've got to we have to do attorney-client, but we're not doing that right now. We've got people that have flown in. They've got to catch flights. So I'm trying to think.
So if you'd like to open item D4, the city manager had recommended we open that at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
And we do have people in the audience for that at the moment.
me just make
It's the
sure.
presentation and update by P3.
P3, perfect. All right, let's do it.
Would you prefer, Madam Mayor, a staff presentation, or is it just a presentation from P3? Just a presentation from P3. So Garrett's ready whenever you are.
They're coming in now, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, we're trying to figure out schedules. Because we have so many people here that have flown in, and we've got to get them on flights. So thank you for your patience. We're trying to look at maybe moving towards another item after P3. I just wanted to ask staff, I keep looking at this clock and it says 10:25. I don't know what. This is really messing up the scheduling today. Is there, oh, they're, okay. I had never realized how much I rely on that clock, and now I'm like, gosh, I'm so hungry, and it's only 10:20. What happened? Oh, and I know, the other thing I wanted to let council know, we also have Judge Riggs coming in for a presentation as well. So I gotta get her back into court. So we really need to line these up to make sure that everyone can be where they need to on time. You have quite the posse here today, right?
We are ready when council is, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go right ahead. Oh, hold on one second. Madam Clerk, I think, let's have presentation and then public comment.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Madam Mayor, Council, good afternoon. For the record, Garrett Gordon, today on behalf of P3. With me today for our presentation is Steve Nilsson, who you met before in May from P3 Partners. Also, we have two team members that we're proud to announce, and you'll be hearing from one of them, Peter Singoni from Spectra Comcast. He's the Vice President of Business Development and Client Relations, and Todd Glickman from Spectra Comcast, Executive Vice President of Business Development. In addition to our presentation, we have a big team here. It's a big project. We're very excited. We have Matt Williams from Jam On It. You'll hear from him today. And funny enough, he was my high school basketball coach at Reno High School. So it's great to see him after, I am too, after all these years.
Wow.
We have Bart Thompson from the National Interscholastic Activities Association. We have Arturo Garzon from the Northern Nevada Soccer League. Doug Bookie from Nevada Esports. Michael Mahoney, a retail broker, can talk about our leasing opportunities. And Don Newman, Economic Development Director prior of Elko. You met him in May. He worked with P3 and Elko and can explain how the financing and the success of P3's endeavors have occurred. And finally, our design team. Seth Maurer from Core Construction is here to answer any questions, and Kevin Kemner from TSK Architects is also here. So we're ready to go, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, you're suited up, I see. Okay, go ahead.
So in May, this council selected P3 Partners' proposal to construct a mixed-use project, including a non-gaming hotel, office, and retail, along with a proposal to take over the management and operation of the Event Center and National Bowling Stadium in order to diversify and intensify their current uses to include a broader community activities, activate in downtown streetscape, and revitalize downtown. At the last hearing, P3 and the city entered into an exclusivity agreement where P3, our team, over the last couple months have done extensive community outreach, due diligence to finalize its proposal and project team. At the last hearing, we also took your direction to reach out to as many stakeholders as possible. So from Whitney Peak to the Renaissance, to the Row, to the Reno Ice Project, to Washoe County School District, to UNR, to RSCVA, to your staff, to your finance director, to your city attorney's office, to your bond counsel. We've met with them all, and these dozens of stakeholders have come up with what we believe is a community-based project that is legally, financially, and economically viable. I can say that Steve from P3 has worked tremendously hard on this project to ensure that it's a success that this community can be proud of. And after 4 months of work, I can strongly say our goal of revitalizing and diversifying downtown in conformance with, and we took note of your downtown action plan, is now a certainty, especially given our partnerships with Spectra and with Jam On It Sports. You will hear from both of them today, and I am sure you'll be excited as I am about our downtown and the city after the end of our presentation. So I'll now turn it over to Steve, and we'll go through the presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, my name's Steve Nielsen, P3 Partners. I'm the senior manager. It's a pleasure to be here, and as Garrett indicated, we've spent months working on how to make this a viable, diversified operation in the downtown. We've assembled an unbelievable group, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing. So first, team and partnerships. Working under your direction of what you wanted to do with the downtown, how to diversify it. What you see before you is we started with this idea of how do we enhance the use of the existing public facilities. And we brought together groups, the community. We've looked at athletics and education, entertainment and esports, all with the notion of activating the street to change the culture and the way downtown Reno is perceived. Our building partners. We're very proud to say this is a Reno-based development team. Starting with Core Construction, they are the largest municipal construction company in the state of Nevada. TSK Architects, they're currently working on the $2 billion Las Vegas Convention Center. They understand these types of sports facilities. Both groups understand design, construction, and how to make this a successful venture. And then as a building partner, we include the city of Reno because this is a public-private partnership. When we talk about facilities management, we bring together kind of a diverse group. So our whole concept was to start with a hotel, ground floor retail, second floor office, potentially multifamily on top, how to activate that in an area that has been shuttered for a lot of the year. And so how do we change that? So our proposal was to also include the National Bowling Stadium and the Reno Event Center. So on the hospitality side, Schulte Hospitality Group, and we mentioned this before, 154 hotels, 31 states. They understand they work with all of the national brands, but we think what's unique for us is the idea of a boutique hotel, the Infusion Hotel, that is geared towards business travelers, wellness-oriented, Monday to Thursday, and then it converts to a family-friendly hotel, all non-gaming. And so they bring tremendous expertise. On the facility management side, we're here today to introduce our partner, Spectra. Spectra, and they're going to talk a little bit. We're going to show you what this brings to the community in the way of depth and breadth of understanding, how to activate these facilities, and how to make this work for the community. Amateur athletics. We talked about this in our proposal is that one of the things we saw missing in these public facilities was their use for amateur athletics. Their ability for the community to come forward and use these facilities, the ability to drive sports tourism and activate them. So we're pleased to say we have a partnership with AAU, the Amateur Athletic Union, and its 700,000 members. Jam On It Sports, they are a Reno-based company. They bring a tremendous tournament capacity, and they are well known throughout the United States. And then the Nevada Interscholastic Athletic Association. So there's one to talk about tournaments, but then there's another is how do we use these facilities for the benefit of our high school kids, and how do we make them available, and how do we work with them? That's our amateur athletics. Education and esports. Esports, and we're going to talk a little bit about the tremendous growth in this area, how it's attracting people into a region, how it's become a dominant force, its role in all of this. We've been working diligently with University of Nevada, Reno. We believe it goes hand in hand, esports, entertainment, communications, and how that can work. And we hope to announce in the near future how that partnership might come together. We've got a commitment from the Washoe County School District to be a partner. And then Next Gen. Next Gen it's actually called Next Generation Esports. They are the largest esports tournament promoter in the United States. And I stumbled because they're in Madrid this week. They were in Amsterdam last week. So they are moving into the national stage.
Huge.
It's a huge win for the city of Reno. So here's kind of an org chart. Spectra would be our facilities manager. Under esports, we're bringing forward Nerd Street Gamers. This is a company owned by Spectra. Next Gen Switch is another Reno-based company, because in order for esports to be successful, you have to have backbone infrastructure. That's their forte. And so we're talking to them about what the selection criteria for esports is: amazing infrastructure. That's the way they talk, is lightning fast, capacity, and then ability to broadcast worldwide. And so that gives us that capacity. In amateur athletics, we're very pleased to say our partner is, again, another Reno-based company, Jam On It Sports. They bring a wealth of experience in these areas. Northern Nevada Soccer League. We talked about this when we did our initial presentation. They're here today to talk about how we can use these facilities for our youth in Reno, and we can promote development here. And then NIAA. Entertainment and bowling, and it's the centerpiece of these facilities. It has been for some time. So first and foremost is we are not proposing to remove bowling. We believe it's an integral part to the community, and it's an asset worth working with and continuing on. But we also see it's an opportunity to expand the use of the National Bowling Stadium, to provide more opportunities. We've done site studies. We can put 10 basketball courts in there. We can put a 24-court volleyball program. We can do gymnastics, cheerleading. All of the AAU has 45 sports they bring forward, and they're committed to helping us work and use tournaments and develop tournaments. The open table, what this means is that we have a diverse group here in Reno. And so it's not just one single entity using these facilities. Jacobson Entertainment is moving forward. We've got other users in the downtown. So it's not just one user, but what we're committed to do is to make these facilities available for one and all. And so that anyone can come forward and bring a facility into or bring a tournament into these facilities as we see them. Education. Part of this overall is 4 blocks away, we've got 26,000 university students. How do we get them engaged in the downtown? How do we bring faculty, staff, and the economic development that goes along with this? So we're working on a partnership with UNR, Washoe County School District, and then at the bottom of that slide is the University of Advancing Technology. We have a teaming agreement with this small for-profit university that offers 25 undergraduate, graduate, and doctorate degrees in internet in all aspects of e-gaming and IT use, cybersecurity, and all of these things. They are prepared to work underneath UNR, not to take over, not to compete, but to bring massive programs to the forefront and elevate UNR to a higher level. Hospitality, and I'd mentioned the Schulte Hospitality Group. So moving on to programming and vision. You're going to see slides that have been modified slightly from their original presentation as we dig into this. As you recall, our approach was develop the hotel site, ground floor retail, repurpose the bowling stadium and the Reno Event Center. And at your request, you asked us to take a look at the Reno Ballroom. It is not in our program and in our request today, but we wanted to just show you is that the ballroom, you could take the things that are in there today and you could use them in the Reno Event Center. So at some point in time, there's an opportunity to bring public, university, students, and business together in an innovation center. We've got tremendous interest in seeing that happen. Reno Event Center, the Infusion Hotel, the National Bowling Stadium, in proximity to a 1,000-space parking garage. And we're working with Whitney Peak to make that available for public use. Elevation. So one of the things that is sorely missing in the elevations today is if you don't walk into the corner of 4th Street and Mill and you walk into the Reno Event Center or the ballroom or mid-block into the bowling stadium, you wouldn't know there was anything there. And so you'll see all this glass. You take a look at the upper right and you see the National Bowling Stadium. Our proposal is to open up the entire ground floor. It's also to develop on the far right of that screen, the area underneath all the pillars that were never built out is to enclose that and build an adventure park. And so we're looking at how do we engage the street, how do we activate it, how do we make this a pedestrian-friendly and safe environment. And you'll see that same thing, and I'll talk a little bit as we get into these structures themselves. So the first and foremost is the hotel. The idea here is if we're going to go after amateur athletics, we're bringing in traveling teams, we needed to have a hotel in immediate proximity that was that my time up? In immediate proximity that is a non-gaming hotel that's family friendly. And so this is showing ground floor retail, second floor office and potential education uses, and then 3 through 5 is hospitality. And so we're showing how that might work. The next area is the Reno Event Center. And this was a test fit. So it was one thing to say, you've got this great facility, but it's another is how do we activate it? And so working with AAU, Jam On It Sports, architects, we're able to see basketball, indoor soccer, and how we reposition Center Street to open up the concession areas and to create street retail. How we'd put a commercial kitchen into the Reno Event Center. in the original drawings that were presented to the community, it was designed to be able to host a 1,750 plate dinner. What was missing was the kitchen. And so one of our plans is to put that kitchen in there and to make, again, 7 days a week, how do we activate the space? How do we make this a viable opportunity? And lastly, the National Bowling Stadium. You saw this slide in the upper right for our little video before. Ground floor. Open up to the street. The hottest thing that's out there now is an e-gaming lounge. We're proposing that as an opportunity at the corner of 4th and Center. We're looking at a food court with all of these facilities. And when we talk about the use of these, and I'll talk a little bit differently, but AAU and Jam On It are comfortable with the two facilities that are here. We could bring 300 and 400 team tournaments in a 3-day weekend. So we got to have food service. We have to have amenities, and this is designed to provide for those amenities. One of the things on the lower right I just want to call attention to is traveling teams travel as an entire family. And so they spend a great deal of money. They come to an environment. It's always a conflict of who gets to watch the son or daughter participate. Is it the mother or the father who's watching the rest of the family? And so on the 4th floor, we're proposing to the area in the bottom right is to add an enclosed family entertainment area. And so this is designed to be a high-energy facility that you can check your child in, feel safe that they're in an area they want to be in, where mom and dad can both watch the sporting event. And so we found around the country that's a critical element. So I'm going to turn it over at this point to Peter Zangoni. I want him to talk about our facilities venue manager and their expertise and how we're going to pull all this off.
All
Peter?
right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve, Madam Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here. It's great to be here. Great to be a part of such an exciting project. And we're thrilled about the next steps of this opportunity. I thought it would be important to take a step back and make an introduction of who Spectra is. So Spectra is ultimately owned by Comcast NBC Universal. Our majority owner is Ateros, a private equity fund out of New York City with a significant investment through Comcast SpectaCore. And I tell you that background in understanding, and as Steve referenced, the depth and breadth. We're really trying to bring the relationships. We're very relationship business, very detail driven on that. So as we take a look at some of the logos on the screen here, we feel that these are going to be incorporated in ways that we can really activate, very similar to the touching points that Steve hit on. Driving revenue, driving activation, get more and more pedestrians and customers to the downtown. That's going to generate a larger economic impact collectively. So as we take a look, we have Learfield, which is the largest multimedia rights sponsorship advertising holder. They're right up the road at UNR selling all the sponsorship and advertising, a strong growth to work with our corporate partners locally in the town. So we have a nice platform to start from off of that. Bolero Corporation is a really exciting opportunity and a partner to bring into the project here. Bolero is the largest bowling operator in the world. They operate under the Brunswick lanes, the AMF lanes. You might have some familiarity with that organization. Altogether, well over 300 facilities run throughout the world. And we're going to look to activate that partnership, work on focus on tournaments, drive more bowling events, driving more economic impact, more room nights, more stay. That's going to help the community as a whole. As we flip over to Comcast SpectaCore, our minority owner, we also have we own the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. We own the Philadelphia Flyers. We own a number of professional sports franchises. Why do I bring that up? I think the potential is huge here as we look about activating and driving new content. We're going to look through the renovations to potentially add ice to the facility here. I think it's going to open up the door not only to a tenant amateur sport hockey team, but I think it's going to open up the door to figure skating opportunities, figure skating clubs, youth sports, and tournaments, not to mention the family shows, the Disney on Ices of the world. So we really want to try to drive that family show, bring a different demographic to the event center than what we've seen historically. In addition to that, we also participate, as Steve referenced, pretty heavily in the esport. We're jumping on the bandwagon, the esport. Don't ask too many questions on the esport side, to me specifically, but we're really excited. We have 2 ownerships, one in the Philadelphia Fusion, the Overwatch League, as well as a joint venture with SK Telecom in Korea in the League of Legends. In addition to that, we just announced a few months back that we are building the first esports-specific venue in Philadelphia in the South Philly Sports Complex. It's a $50 million project, 3,500-seat venue. So we're bringing a lot of expertise and a lot of background in that space that I think could be very complementary here. And then lastly, Nerd Street Gamers is our esport, amateur sport division as well. I'm going to touch upon it. I have some good slides in the back to really talk about what their verticals and what their focus is. But the purpose of this slide is to show the depth and breadth, the relationships that we're going to look to bring to the table, including, again, one of the other teams with the M there, the Maine Mariners in the ECHL, which is a AA affiliate of the NHL. And with the growth of the Vegas Knights right down the road here, they are actively looking for a minor league system. And Reno, we have a nice endorsement from the commissioner of the ECHL, a letter I'm happy to share just this week that was written, who's been speaking to a number of owners that have shown a tremendous amount of interest in this market, especially with the project that we're undergoing. So we're really excited about that. So that's just a little bit of the relationship and the background and the infrastructure that we're going to look to bring to Reno. Moving forward and focusing a little bit more of who Spectra is. So as you can see, Spectra operates in 3 specific divisions. We have a venue management division. We run 184 facilities around the world. Everything from arenas to convention centers to stadiums, performing arts centers, amateur sport complexes. We manage it all, everything from soup to nuts. And I'll talk about the scope of services that we're going to look to produce and provide to the P3 team. But we're going to bring all this, really more of a synergistic and holistic approach. We also have a food service company, operate in 247 facilities, really geared around the sports and entertainment world as well. Same thing, arenas, convention centers, stadiums. We're going to focus on bringing our, top-notch, guest-first, client experience approach to the downtown here in Reno and really push the limits. And then lastly is our partnerships division. So we have 119 clients, as you can see on the screen. We sold more naming rights than any other firm throughout North America. It's really our bread and butter. We have an infrastructure of about 85 plus folks that work in our sponsorship division. We have well over 550 annual corporate partners that we work with. So the portfolio is deep, it's strong, and we're going to work to drive sponsorship, drive corporate partners to this project. And just having Learfield right up the street at UNR, I think there's a lot that we're going to be hitting the ground running with. As we take a deeper look of what we are going to be providing with the P3 team at the event center as well as the bowling stadium, is you're going to see all the scopes of service before you here. From booking, we're going to really focus on the booking, activate our relationships in the industry, focus on the family show promoters, the Live Nations, the AEGs of the world, making sure that we're driving something a little bit of a diverse and really touching on every demographic. Marketing and sales, a big piece. It's at the core is what we do. We're a sales and marketing company. Really focus on a website. We really want to connect with the community. That's something that we see that's missing in this market, that the event center doesn't even have a website yet. We need to push on that and really activate and get into the partnerships. Finance, management ancillary services. So we're going to handle everything from soup to nuts for you guys, making sure that we're focusing on a second-to-none customer service program that we're going to invest into the employees at those facilities. Food service and hospitality, ticketing, box office, corporate partnerships we talked about. We're handling everything from soup to nuts for the P3 team on behalf of the city of Reno. Moving forward, this is just a quick snapshot of the breakdown, which gives us really a very unique ability to manage these types of facilities. As you can see, of the 184 properties, you can see the breakdown of arenas, convention centers, stadiums, specialized venues. This is one of our more successful amateur sports complexes in Toronto, just outside of Toronto. So we're on the amateur sports train right now. We have a couple massive projects that we're about to announce in the amateur sports world. So we're really tying in, and this is why the AAU and the Jam On It Sports program and relationship is so important to the success. As we take a look at our food service and hospitality properties, really geared around the same project, and just a quick snapshot of the breakdown of the types of facilities that we provide these services in. And then lastly, our sponsorship division as well. We represent arenas, municipal marketing. We're in the bike share system. We represent a number of professional sports franchises as well, recreational facilities. So we're really going to try to tie in those corporate partners driving that development and driving people in seats. And then lastly, I thought it was important as we talk about, the renovations and construction and all these new concepts. I felt that it was very important to understand for you guys is our extensive background of pre-opening services or renovation experience. We've opened up over 100 facilities throughout the world, so some totaling in the Singapore Sports Hub, well over $1 billion project. And we really work with the architects, we work with the contractors, the community, and really put a focus on, from an operational perspective, making sure that all the operational needs, that we're maximizing the revenue potential, we're minimizing the costs associated with managing the facility, but you have one chance to do it, and we're going to be integral working with the group, working with P3 partners to make sure that we're inclusive of all of that. Moving along to our esports division through Nerd Street Gamer, which I feel is a very important piece. We've identified some spaces throughout the bowling center, the bowling stadium that we could activate with Nerd Street Gamers. And there's about 4 lines of verticals that the Nerd Street Gamers work in. We have the local host, which is basically a brick and mortar project that we make sure that we're activating. We're working with local universities, local high schools and middle school programs. It's growing. It's a growing trend. Currently today we have 3 properties, one in Philadelphia, one just outside of Denver, and one in Huntington Beach, California we just opened up. And our 3-year projection is to open up 110 more properties. The reason we get to that number, which seems pretty aggressive, is we just announced a partnership with Five Below, where we're going to be identifying 70 stores across the United States to activate local host concepts through Nerd Street Gamers at their facilities, really trying to drive that ancillary, driving the young kids, that demographic to the stores and focusing on esports. So that's a really exciting project. We're in the process of identifying 10 regional outlets for that true local host model, which is roughly about 20 to 25,000 square feet that's required. We see Reno as a perfect fit with the relationships with Twitch and some of the other partners that Steve referenced. We host events. We put on the events. This week in Philadelphia, we're hosting currently the National Championship Series, which is actually really, really exciting. We had 50,000, it's a year-long season. We've had 50,000 subscribers and users participate in over 1,000 events throughout the season, and they gain points for the opportunity to compete directly. So the Championship Series is actually taking place in Philadelphia. It's a really exciting opportunity there. The content, the broadcasting system is very interesting. As you may or may not know, broadcasting is king for the esport world. So you could be playing against a player, which is why the infrastructure is so important for the bandwidth. You could be playing against a player in Europe, in Asia, right on the spot. And we propose that in some of our local host arenas. So you're coming in, you're paying either a membership, subscription, working with logging in, using state-of-the-art facilities, as well as software platforms and playing against others across the world. So it's a really exciting. We have exclusive licensing with some of the major game makers that allows us the ability to do this in broadcast. So we're really excited about that, and that's continuing to grow. And then lastly is our software through our lobby.gg account, which is in its simplest form, a ticketing platform of esport events. It's a way to log in, you control the database, so you know how to retarget those. It really goes back to kind of the corporate culture of sales and marketing. And so we established a proprietary software called lobby.gg, where you can literally log in and schedule everything and buy tickets as well. And these are, I just put a couple pictures. This is a live example of what we did at one of our properties at St. Louis University in St. Louis at Chaffetz Arena. We hosted the League of Legends Championship Series, which was really just an absolute success. We held it in 2 of our properties, one at Chaffetz, the next here at Florida State University. Those 2 events alone generated nearly a $500,000 net operating profit to those events, right to the bottom line. So we want to continue to push those, working with some of those users in the esport world, and we're going to continue to push the envelope there. And then lastly, we talked a lot about the UNR and the integration with the university. A big piece of what our culture is doing as well is investing back into the next generation of facility managers, driving into the esports. So we're going to be working very, very closely with UNR. Ohio State and Boise University are another great examples of their esport programs really taking it to the next level. But we see a full integration with the UNR students from a labor perspective, from a training perspective, and really participating at UNR through a lot of their sports management programs and really training the next step. So that's going to be a big piece of what we do through our, really through our management scope. So thank you so much. This is my last piece. I'm happy to answer any questions as we continue to move through the deck, and I'll pass it back to Steve.
Thank you, Peter.
All right, thanks.
There will be time for questions.
Yeah.
Moving on we want to talk. Matt flew in last night from another project, and so I'm going to speak a little bit about our relationship with AAU and Jam On It Sports. But Matt's going to come up after the presentation and really talk about how he's going to help move forward these efforts. But this is really a critical element. On the left-hand side, there is a letter from the president of AAU, 700,000 members, 45 sports. And I call your attention to this line in that letter. And they basically are prepared to make these facilities a regional headquarters for AAU. What that means is the entire membership is going to work towards driving tournaments for amateur sports into these facilities, working with Jam On It. And so working with Matt Williams. The next slide is what we wanted to highlight is, and it's really hard to read these things. There's a lot of words on there. The left-hand side is really outlining 45 sports. And that's the key element is not just single sports. And this is, once we open up these facilities and the way we're planning to program them, we have the ability to bring in 45 different amateur sports. On the right is Jam On It. We couldn't have found a better partner than Matt Williams and his group. This is a Reno-based company. They are one of the largest event promoters in AAU. You know them from their work in the convention center and bringing in their Memorial Day tournament and 1,000 teams. They've also got tournaments in other cities and other states. And so Matt's going to talk a little bit about really what he can do and how we're going to activate this space. I'm going to end kind of with a quick economic impact snapshot. And so the reason why we're looking at this business and why we're looking at these things, one is we want to make these public facilities available for the community. It's another is we want to drive tourism. And when you take a look at youth and amateur sports is the fastest growing segment of the sports tourism industry. $15 billion industry going to $30 billion in the next 7 to 10 years. I'm going to drop down to the last paragraph there, and esports. Esports is a $1.1 billion industry. It's relatively new, but look at that growth, 26.7% in 1 year. This is huge. And we've got it integrated into the use of these facilities. Now I'm going to go to the second bullet point. And because we don't control the facilities, to do an economic impact, we haven't finished the programming. But a lot of everything and the desire here is to activate the downtown, make it a destination for sports, drive hospitality, drive hotel rooms, and spending in the downtown and in the community. We did a snapshot. We just used a typical AAU Jam On It 3-day basketball tournament with 300 teams. And believe me, is that between the combination of the bowling stadium and the event center, we can handle this kind of crowd. We estimate 10,500 room nights, 3 days. We got 52 weekends, that's 1 weekend. $3.4 million economic impact. There's a lot more that will go on as we program over the next few months, but that was just meant to be a snapshot of what could happen. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Garrett to really talk about finance and schedule.
So we came before you in May and were awarded the proposal. We've spent 4 months diligently putting together this project. So today we're asking for you to direct staff to enter into agreements with us to move forward. So here is kind of a basic term sheet. So what's P3 Partners going to contribute and what's their deal points into my next slide of what agreements we're asking to move forward with. Well, number one, as I mentioned before in May, I mentioned again today, we'll purchase a city center parcel for fair market value. It'll be appraised, we'll write a check, that money goes to the city of Reno. 2, we'll be obligated and required and have some strict construction deadlines to construct a mixed-use project on that parcel, including non-gaming hotel, office, and retail, and as Steve mentioned, possibly multifamily. We have some developers who have contacted us about putting residential units on top of the motel, so we're taking a very close look at that option. 3, we'll be required to design, finance, and construct between $20 and $25 million of improvements into these facilities. Now remember, these are your facilities, and you will own these improvements at the end of the day. So P3 is going out to the market to finance these improvements in the event center, in the bowling stadium, to accommodate everything you just heard from Spectra and everything you will hear from Jam On It. And those improvements will in fact be owned by the city of Reno at the end of the day. Number 4, we will, P3, in conjunction with Spectra, will manage and operate these facilities, including diversifying and intensifying their current use, as you've heard, from community uses to amateur sports to esports to education, concerts, and other uses, while still maintaining the bowling tournaments. And finally, ensure that the costs associated with these uses and the public facilities are proportionate to the type of the event. We got some feedback that potentially if we come in and take over, what's the cost going to be? Is it going to be too expensive? Are we going to price out the market? If there's some local players or local groups or local businesses who want to contribute and be the concert, what's that pricing scheme look like? We believe, working with Spectra and P3, it'll be a very fair process and a very fair pricing scheme. However, you see my last sentence there in the bullet point, subject to review and approval by the City Council. So in the event P3 or you guys get some complaints about how the facilities are being operated, end of the day, you own them. End of the day, you have ultimate discretion on how they're being managed and the pricing schemes. City of Reno. So I've been in the trenches with your bond counsel, with your city attorney's office, with your finance director of does it make sense to do a lease back? We landed on, given, I won't bore everyone with the bond covenants of tax exempt bonds today, but a qualified management agreement. This is similar to what the current operator has entered into. We'll have a management agreement with the city of Reno and P3, and of course this will require modifying some existing agreements. So with your direction to staff today, to enter into a management agreement with us, it'll be contingent upon modifying the existing contracts. So we'll have to go roll up our sleeves and do work with RSCVA and others to modify those contracts in order for us to move forward. Number 2, there's a $2 surcharge. We would propose a contribution by the city of half of 50% of that surcharge for 2 years. Now, what would that be used for? Well, under state law, it has to be used for capital improvements for public facilities. We're asking to use half of it for 2 years. And I say use because the money we spend for equipment, for sports equipment, for basketball court, for basketball hoops, for scoreboards, number one, those improvements will always be owned by the city of Reno. So it's not P3 getting the benefit of all this equipment. It's not Jam On It owning this equipment. It's your investment, your public-private partnership into this endeavor to buy that equipment. So you'll see my timeline in a minute. We can take over the Reno Event Center and Bowling Stadium next year, first quarter of next year, and start having tournaments right away. Number 3, currently the RSCVA's annual subsidy payment is about $1.8 million for each year to these facilities. They run at a loss. Currently there's about $1.8 million combined for both facilities that they run at a loss. RSCVA contributes that money. They're under contract with the city to make that contribution. We would ask that the city continue accepting that contribution from RSCVA for 4 years. Now, what does that mean? We're not changing the status quo. That payment would continue to happen for 4 years. But what happens after 4 years? We believe, and it'll be contractually obligated to, no longer accept any money, any subsidy. We don't want $1 from the city of Reno in the year 5. We don't want $1 from RSCVA in year 5. We believe that our pro forma is so strong, and with our partnerships with Spectra and our partnerships with Jam On It, that we'll operate these at a profit. When I say profit, I mean there's also the opportunity to revenue share. I've talked at length with, in May, when I was up here, and I'll mention it again. We wanted, this is a community project. Our pro forma shows making $500,000 in year 5, $600,000 in year 6, and even up to $1 million in year 7 and 8. We want to reinvest that back into the community. We think there's opportunity for your affordable housing trust. We think there's an opportunity, a wide variety of opportunities. Under your bond covenants, we cannot pay the city that money back, but we can put it into a nonprofit for other community-based events. So I give P3 Inspector a lot of credit. At the end of the day, they want to share revenues with the city to make this downtown and our community a better place. And finally, while we're moving forward with amending these contracts, we would ask that the city, as the owner, not enter any contracts or agreements to use these facilities, given we're investing this money and are taking over the programming. So here's kind of a snapshot of what, again, we'd ask you to direct staff to do, is number one, negotiate and enter into a purchase and sale agreement with P3 to buy the city center parcel at fair market value. We'd be obligated to develop a mixed-use project, non-gaming hotel, office, retail, and potentially multifamily. And again, that would be subject to amending the existing agreements for the public facilities. The second contract we'd ask you to direct staff to negotiate with us today is a qualified management agreement. We would take over the management of both facilities. It would be subject to amending existing contracts. We'd be obligated to invest $20 to $25 million in the facilities. And as part of this public-private partnership, 50% of the surcharge for 2 years and the additional subsidy for 4 years from RCBA. And after that, there'd be no further obligation or public money put into these facilities. So in closing, here's my last slide, and then Steve has one more, and then our presentation is, for the most part, done. A couple more folks, Matt, want to come up and say a few words. I know we've taken quite a long time here, but we're really excited, and there's a lot of information to spit out after working on this for four and a half months. So here is a proposed schedule that, again, we would ask you to direct staff to work with us on. Number one, 30 days to negotiate the purchase and sale agreement, the management agreement. If you ask staff to incorporate these terms, we'd ask that staff or the city manager authorized to sign the agreement, and we could move forward. During that same time, we'll go negotiate modification of the existing contracts. I can say, standing up here, we met with RSCBA, and we got the message that said, if the city council gave direction of what we're proposing, that they wouldn't stand in our way. They'd certainly work with us and make sure that these facilities could move forward. 60 days, we'd do the 2 appraisals for the city center parcel. And finally, 150 days, again, to roll up our sleeves, design, finance the city center parcel and improvements for the public facilities. So in a nutshell, that bottom of the slide, we believe after we get under contract with the city and go through these amended existing contracts, number one, P3 takes over management of the event center and bowling stadium first quarter of next year. That would include the bowling stadium, and Spectra, you heard their affiliate runs bowling tournaments, could run the National Bowling Tournament in 2020. We would start construction on the City Center Hotel and the improvements in August of 2020. And finally, we believe we would complete construction August, middle of the following year. So very expedited, time-efficient, time-effective, cost-effective timeline, and we believe we can meet those deadlines. So, Madam Mayor, there's a final slide that Steve will note, and then at your direction, we just have a couple folks who'd like to come up and say a few words.
All right, I'm going to ask you to hurry and speed it up because we still have so much on this agenda. So let's get a little brief.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I've got the last slide. So
Okay.
the last slide here is you asked us to come up with a vision and how to diversify the downtown. We're showing you that there are 4 ways to do that: innovation, education, technology, and athletics. We're bringing you all 4 of those today. With that really ends our presentation. And at this point, we've got a couple of people that would like to come up and really just talk about their piece in this. They understand brevity, and so they will be here in the next, do it over the next couple of minutes each.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let me turn it over to Matt.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. My staff back there, I got to thank those guys. Jam On It started here in 1992. You gave us $25,000 to purchase a floor.
Oh.
And we now own 40 of those floors. That floor allowed us to be a major player in the game. And it was the Mayor's Youth Advisory Board that did that. It all started here. And when we have 1,000 teams in that tournament, it all started here. And that's history. And so I want to thank you guys, and I want to let you know that this is my home. I just came from Chicago. We just worked on a $20 million deal. We was awarded the rights to manage, to handle that facility with Alderman Bill in a diverse neighborhood. But I said, I got to go home. This is my home. I got to be careful. The work that the RSCVA has done, when we go out on these places, we work together to try to bring events here. That's going to continue. Thank you for making it what it is, because the diversity of that building is going to be great. The youth you've affected. The only person that's kind of upset is the pastor sometimes, because all the kids work for us on the Sundays. You know, he's a little upset, but we get it. We give back to this community. It all started here. Reno, Vegas, Utah, Hawaii, Arizona, Disney, Chicago. It all started here. Your investment in us. Now it's time for us to give back. Allow us to give back. This is our home. And that's what I just want to say. Thank you. And the kids that are putting down the floors, keeping the score clocks, that's what it's all about. But it all started right here. So that's what I want to say. And it's nice to hear my name a lot instead of Gabby's dad, you know. But it all started here. And I just want to tell you guys, we're going to work. We're going to work too diligently to keep it going, and we're going to create allies. So hope you have some questions later. But it all started here. And thank you.
That's fantastic. I did not know that. This is where the first floor was. Amazing.
It was a floor I played on in Nevada. It wasn't good enough because I played on it, so we had to go out and find another floor. And we said if we find a partner, it was a $50,000 floor. Reno Trust and Mike Beebe said someone else got to throw something in the game. And I came here, and I said, if you give us a whole floor, you can be a partner. And you says, nah, we'll just do that. So okay. But I tell you, it all started here with this group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so great to have you. You are a rock star in the community. All my basketball friends just rant and rave about you.
Well, thank you. But he's never beat me in one-on-one.
He better not have. Oscar.
Mayor Shuby, council members, I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Bart Thompson. I'm the executive director of the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association. We are excited about this project, partly because, well, for two reasons. One, it will provide us a venue where we can hold some of our state tournaments, which will be some of the minor events as I look at the presentation that took place in terms of the numbers that will come. But that is something for the entire state of Nevada that would be coming and focused on Reno. Second, and probably more importantly, I'm an educator. We are in the business of educating kids and getting kids through high school successfully so that they are prepared to contribute to society as they leave, whether it's going through college or some technical training or whatever it is, to help them get through that and have that. One of the most effective ways to do that is for those students to be involved in athletics and activities. We found that well over 90% of those students who participate graduate. That's a major issue, and that's across all demographic categories. What this does is it promotes the youth sports, provides an additional opportunity for that to take place. The students who participate in the AAU and the other club things, they come and they participate with their high school. They represent their community with their high school as well. Having this type of a facility will help to increase the numbers of kids who participate with their high school teams and groups. That means that's my job, is to get as many participating as they possibly can so they can get across that stage at graduation and move on in their lives to be contributing citizens of our state, our city, and our nation. We give our full support from the NIAA for this particular project and are thrilled that the city is willing to consider it and taking it under advisement right now. Would encourage you to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Arturo Garzon, and I'm here just to say a few words on behalf of this wonderful project that we will hopefully move forward on here in our community. I am representing, or I'm here to speak on behalf of the Northern Nevada Soccer League. As I mentioned, I think in the last time we met here, there's about 200 teams in the Northern Nevada Soccer League that play soccer during the summer. Currently, because of the weather conditions, obviously, we have about 40 of those teams that are playing indoor soccer. So you can imagine how many of those teams are not currently playing, or how many kids are not getting that opportunity to play. But I also would like to thank P3 Partners, Core Construction, TSK, for that wonderful presentation that they put together. I saw that presentation yesterday, and obviously I don't need to say much about that presentation. You saw it, it's a great project. I truly believe that our city is a family-oriented city, and I think this project will bring families together. More importantly, I think diversity is important. So I think having a city that caters to its diversity, or brings diversity to its area, I think will say a lot about the council, but also the city. I hope that when you make your decision, that you provide your support, and hopefully we can get the Northern Nevada Soccer League and all the other entities that are interested in doing some type of sport here, that we can soon move forward on the project. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Doug Bookie. I'm from the University of Nevada, Reno, and my day job is part of the Office of Information Technology, but I, for the last 14 years, have been the faculty advisor for the Nevada Esports Club. It started out in a different form, but 6 years ago, we transformed into an esports-oriented club, which currently is the largest student-run club on UNR's campus. We have in our Discord channel, which is a chat platform, we have over 1,000 members. We host 2 major events a year, one in the fall and one in the spring, which is a Bring Your Own Computer LAN event. That is 300 to 400 students and community members who are invited to come and bring and play over a 24-hour period. This partnership that we've been talking about would allow our program to escalate, because right now we, in the last year, have participated with the Mountain West NCAA Conference to participate in a esports, specifically League of Legends conference tournament, which we took first place in our conference with no real support outside of our club. And we were invited by the Mountain West to participate in Las Vegas at what was called the Mountain West Showdown, where we took third. That activated conversation with the university to talk about esports in the same realm as traditional sports like football and basketball, soccer, volleyball. What we are looking for out of this is that it allows our club members who are diverse and willing to do this, and who are typically non-traditional sport advocates like esports or other games, to have an avenue to expand their diversification in what they know. As it was explained, esports is one of the fastest growing avenues for this, with the diversification of Reno in general, the tech sector moving in. These things go hand in hand. And so having a partnership in which our club can be represented and help move through these different avenues for success would be instrumental to our success at the university and the student success through graduation. So we are hoping to help this with recruitment and retention at the university as a different method outside traditional sports. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, that's very cool. I just have to say, so I was in Arlington, Texas 2 weeks ago looking at their esports arena and the esports awards, and I've been I know a ton about this, and I know all those names don't make a lot of sense to people. These are big names up there, but how cool is it whenever I go and I meet with all these, esports gurus, that they know who you guys are? Yeah. I had no idea.
Currently, our Overwatch team for the university, I think, as a last check, was number 8 in the nation.
You guys are going to be massive, massive players, and I mean, you already are.
Yes.
But you guys are. I had no idea, honestly, that you were even here. I am so sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, as we move, hey, esports is a relatively
You
new
guys
thing.
are quiet. Well, I gotta tell you, Arlington, Texas was incredible. It was huge. I don't think people realize the magnitude of esports. I've been saying it, trying to get our, our tourism division to listen to me. That's, another, story, but this is it.
This will definitely give us
This
an
is so
opportunity.
cool.
Yes. thank
Anyway,
you.
I'm proud, just so
Yes.
you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Michael Maloney with Colliers. I'm a commercial real estate agent in Reno. I've been doing retail here for 12 years and have some extensive background in pre-leasing new developments such as the South Meadows Promenade in South Reno, as well as the initial first phase of Ranchera, 50,000 square feet for Reno Land before they didn't sell that to Toll's development company. I've been working with Steve since I met him earlier this year on budgeting, economics, leasing plan, et cetera, for this project in downtown Reno. And I'll try to make this real fast because I know we'd all like to sit here and go through awesome retail concepts and categories and who could be there. However, all the conversations I'm having right now are really the field of dreams conversations, right? If you build it, they will come. They need to have the approval and the control to be able to move forward with these kind of implementations of these plans with these targeted tenants. I've had years of doing this, and I see this dynamic. It's not just a boutique retail or hotel with retail on the bottom. The demographic and economic impacts of the entire thing add so much more for a retailer looking to be involved and be located in downtown Reno. So I'll just try to keep it real short and say that I'm really confident that with an approval moving forward and control, that in itself will drive the demand for some really interesting retailers and restaurants, from food and beverage to sports medicine to fitness to even some soft good apparel and others, and some entertainment kind of combinations with that we have not yet seen yet. So anyway, it's a pleasure, and thank you for your time.
All right, thanks so much. All right, last one. Hurry. You must
Less
have
than
saved
3
the
minutes.
best for last.
Yeah, best for last. So, Mayor and council members, it's very nice to be back before you. I'm Don Newman for the record, and I am the former executive director of the Elko Convention Visitors Authority. And Nevada Commission on Tourism, that's right. We served on a panel together. Briefly, I just want to reiterate what I spoke before when I was here, in that we were the first in northeastern Nevada to actually utilize P3 partnership, a lease-back, public-private program. So it works. It worked for us in Elko. We built a 30,000 square foot conference center. It was a $12 million facility. It came in ahead of schedule. It came in under budget. They do what they say, and they gave us money back at the end of the day. And the program worked very well for Elko and for us. So I just wanted to reconfirm as a user, my piece of this very exciting puzzle is the fact that I did work with this group, and they do what they say they're going to do. So thank you very much. And this is a very exciting project.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you. I knew that I knew you. I knew it. Okay, anything else you want to wrap this up? Okay, wow. Let's get into some questions. It's impressive, certainly. Okay, I think Councilman Breckus, you were up first.
Yeah, I just, it's been really interesting because we went out on the city center. That's our old bus station that before the last recession, a prior city council bought at a very high price from RTC. And it actually caused some fiscal distress to the city because it was bought with sewer funds, and that wasn't good. But, and then they came forward with this workout, and I do call it a workout, on the event center and the bowling stadium. And those two properties, along with the ballroom, which is under a separate agreement of management with the Row, have been a tremendous drag on the city fiscally. I believe, I think that since I've been on the Reno City Council since 2012, the city's paid maybe $19–20 million of general fund money on the debt service on those two. And just for comparison purposes, in today's dollars, that's 2 years of our Parks Department budget. And those were paid during the depths of the recession at considerable distress to the city's ability to provide core services. So, when they came forward with this concept and helping us look at these facilities that I think do need some attention at some point, that's how we got here today. And if this was to be a proposal, a pitch, city get into this, facilities for this sort of thing, bring in some taxpayers' money, I'd say no way, no how. We're in a low tax, low service state, a local government with not a really good flexibility in our funding, and it's just not core essential services beyond what we provide. But I really do see this as a workout, but it's always going to be in the details, and the details are going to be, to me, protection of the city. If it can cost flow at some point in those outer years, I'd like to see that repaying the general fund for what it expended during the other years, because I think there is a journal voucher issue there. So we'll see. I think I've seen a lot of pitches for a lot of revitalization projects in the 25 years I've been a city planner. And I've just really learned to, hold and if something comes together, great, but a lot of skepticism. But I think it's a step we need to take. It's just going to be on that deal. The 1.8 million we're going to need. The mayor's going to have to go over to RSCVA and get that commitment to hold solid on that. Then the bowling contract, when it comes, we're going to have to look at that and see how they'll be in the mix in this really new facility. Selling the property will be good, and it's going to be a complex deal if we give the go ahead, I think, but I think it's a good one. And to me, the policy issue has always been bringing diversity to our downtown, and particularly university-related activities, if not the university. I always thought the university would come down and own these properties, but I'm going to have a lot of conversations with our finance director to make sure we're not going to violate on any of the pledged funding sources. And I think we all need to, I've gone through maybe since I've been on the council, every other year at least, recall what the pledged sources are of this debt payment, because they're coming from different places. And so we need to make sure that we don't go into a vulnerable position on any of that. But I'm excited. I think it's great. It's forward thinking, and I think we should move forward with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And Madam Mayor, I'll be brief. Obviously, I've seen this presentation. I know some of the people involved. I have been one of the people that is fairly intimately involved with traveling basketball teams and know what they look like and what they can bring to, I know Councilmember Reese is down here going, I hear you. We've been to Hardcourt Palace, and my son actually helped with your tournament this last Memorial Day, and holy hell, the volume of people that brings. And not just to the facility itself. I mean, it was unbelievable, the organization and how many, but you couldn't get into a store, a restaurant, anywhere in the surrounding area. It was packed. And as a parent, I know some of the concerns are, well, in the downtown core with the density of the casinos, do you really want children? Is that really conducive? Well, I'll tell you, yes. And why is a lot of these events, particularly when you have some amenities where the younger kids can be kept in a safe environment, the kids will stay and they want to watch the other teams play. And those tournaments, as you well know, go from 6 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. The parents don't always want to stay on property the whole time. The parents want to go shop, eat, all those things. And so that's why I see just this, it is so incredibly tremendous. I will say, I think here the devil is going to be in the details, and they are not only on the finance side and how this is all going to work out, as Councilwoman Brecka said. I think it's important that we ensure the commitment with the bowlers and the bowling contracts as they go forward. And my understanding, this will work around and with those, not in conflict. I think it's important that the facilities contract, how does the current contract work with what the new contract may look like? Is somebody going to try to stick us with some balance of a contract? I would hope not. And the biggest partner in this is going to be the RCVA. Mr. Chisel's in the audience. He knows all good and well from his years with the city of Reno, the drag that these facilities had on the city's budget has for decades. And the thought of activating these spaces and bringing in revenue outside of, bowling and the facilities that we have always wanted to see, particularly from our own residents, activate is tremendous. And I think the RSCVA understands the value of these facilities. And, I think they'd like to get out from under that annual loss. And so the commitment from them on the front end to maybe start moving in that direction, I would certainly hope is appealing, and we can work the details out, and that they're a partner with us, as is the Row, a partner with us on helping us to do this, because this is a big deal. And to further expand the university's involvement, you want to talk about something that'll bring those university students down to the street level? Get that esports in. And that's a big deal. We want that to be expanded. So kudos for those. Garrett, you should be very proud and excited for this. My goodness, you brought every heavy hitter and expert in the arena to this project. This could be what completely changes downtown. So, good job.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. Councilwoman Jordan said a lot that I was going to say, so I won't repeat a lot of that. But this, again, reminding why we're here. We set it out for the community to go and come back to us with the best ideas that they had, and we chose P3 to move forward. And so to see what you guys presented today was exactly what I foresaw, hopefully, what you would bring today. That's partnerships, that's opportunities, especially for our local youth and families to have access to courts and fields and to be the scholar athletes that we want them to be. And so also have an opportunity to take what's been long-lasting, that intersection, Center and 4th Street, as a huge financial burden for the city, to see the potential and live up to that potential and really activate it. And very much in the forecast and in the way that things are moving. So really, really excited about that. Of course, the details will come, and I'm sure our staff will work closely with all of you guys. As you were stating, you want to be great community supporters, and I haven't seen any other feeling that you wouldn't want to be. So I look forward to making sure that that's part of that conversation as we move forward. It's great to see Gabby's dad here. He did teach me a few layups here and there as a kid growing up, so deeply appreciate, again, the Williams family, and all that you've done here in our community, especially for us youth and a lot of our neighborhoods. And this is really what it was, is we had to reach out, and Matt Williams reached out time and time again to us kids that didn't have the opportunities to join these traveling teams, to give us the opportunities to get looked at. And now we won't necessarily have to travel as much in order to get looked at. Hopefully, they could do it here at home. In addition to that, it's appreciated everything was great on the PowerPoint, except for the last one from Spectra. We had Ohio State on there. Killing me, man. Killing me. No, but I appreciate the PowerPoint, appreciate the detail, and all the community supporters that are here. It means a lot to me in terms of how we're moving forward. It's not an outside agency. It's an outside agency, the collective impact of bringing our local partners to the table. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Reese.
I think Councilman Delgado is just concerned because the Jayhawks are about to be the #1 basketball team in the country. Look, the reality is these are city-owned properties that I think have been underutilized and not performing, and as a result, they've created some economic difficulties for the city. And so dreaming big is important. Obviously, I think sometimes big visions come before this body and they don't pan out. I don't think that's this one, because the substance that you've brought to the presentation is very obvious. The partnerships that you're forming with not only nationally acknowledged leaders in this field, but the university, NIAA, local organizations such as Jam On It, which have an incredible history in this community. The all under one roof concept, we can have that here. And so I'm excited to see you go forth. Obviously, this council is concerned with details. I'm hopeful that Mr. Hall is ready to go in terms of being our legal eagle on all of these kinds of agreements, because there will be things that will have to be worked through, and those are things that can take time. Ultimately, the reason why that's important is because that will allow the city to ensure that these promises that are being made and the ideas that are being floated are commitments that are made to the city and to this body, because we will be the ones who will have to resolve them. I do think there are a couple of things I would just point out. Obviously, there's a concern and a desire by, I think, this body to see our existing bowling contracts honored, to make certain that if the bowling congresses that have found their home here would want to be here, I think ultimately they'll be more inclined to stay here. I had the privilege yesterday of going through the National Bowling Stadium, I think for the third time since I've been on this body, yesterday. And there are some challenging parts of that building. There are some weird rooms and office spaces and storage facilities that just sort of blows your mind. And ultimately, although we have a staff that has done a really good job of preparing that for the bowling folks who are coming next year, there's a lot more that can be done and should be done to those facilities to protect them and make sure that they're a good resource for us for the next 50 years. So someone has got to give some consideration to some of the other sort of unique spaces within that building. And then the only other thing I would say is that there was sort of a mention in passing about some of the dollars and cents. And of course, I believe that working with our staff, Ms. Lochner and our bond counsel and our legal counsel will help us to evaluate some of those. But certainly the RSCVA and Mr. Chisel is here and will convey this to the folks there, is that whatever subsidy arrangements exist currently, I think on one slide it saw them sort of magically going away in year 5 or 6. I can't remember which, but I don't think that's likely. There are some, overwhelming needs that this community has, and those buildings will continue to have that will, and other buildings, the Livestock Event Center, for example. And so ultimately, devil is in the details. I trust you'll go forward. It sounds like we've got broad support for the very big vision that you've cast, and you worked very hard to bring forward. I think our community will be better off. And I'll leave it at this. Oftentimes when we're in the community, people will share with you their concerns, whatever those concerns are. And I hear a lot of parents in Reno who say, our parks budget's been cut. There aren't a lot of opportunities. The pool is closed, and the programs are being cut. And what are you doing for our young people? What are you doing for the community? And this is an example, I think, of the mayor's bold leadership to have thought very forwardly about a broader vision for what our town can operate and become and how it can get there. And so I thank you for that, because it allows us to go back to our constituents and say, we aren't, this ain't your mama's or grandmama's Reno. It's something new. It's something different. And so I appreciate all the time and effort that went into making the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to give a huge shout out to Garrett and the entire team that's been assembled. I am super jazzed about this proposal. I think sports tourism is going to be a key element, and I too thank you, Mayor, for bringing this to us, for encouraging us to look at the city center. I think this is fantastic. I've been working on the outdoor sports side of all of this, so I love that we're looking at reinvigorating our buildings and bringing whole new concepts here. My colleagues have pretty much covered the terrain, all the positivity. I watched very closely. The one thing, and I may not realize it, is that we didn't really see a term sheet up close. Mr. Gordon went over it. One thing I would like to mention is that, and I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, but I think this is so big, and we've had so little other than this presentation in terms of detail, that I would really like to see the contract and have it come to the council rather than delegate that. I think this is a huge game changer, and there are issues, whether it's the financing issues that have been brought up already, the revenue sharing ideas. I think these all need to be fleshed out, and that we should be aware of what they are so that we're in the loop as a council. And so that would be one recommendation I would have, because that hasn't been discussed. The other thing in the pictures, I still saw a skyway, and Mr. Gordon may have mentioned, because I asked him about it previously, he said that those are gone. And also in a previous presentation, we discussed the need for open space in that area. We have very little, any kind of green space in downtown. And I'm thinking about all those families that were mentioned, the teams that come together. At some point, they have to leave the building. And I would just reach out to the proposers to consider, perhaps having the hotel go a little bit higher, 1 or 2 stories higher, to create a little bit less of a footprint so that there can be some greater gathering space, whether that be a fountain or walkway or benches so families and teams can gather, be outside, and think about where they're going to head off to next in our destination. So those would be just some few details, but the biggest one is just I'd love to see this come back to council so we could understand what we're signing up for. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Clerk. Do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment. Our first public commenter is Michael Pagni, followed by Donna Klontz.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Michael Pagni from the Row. Very exciting presentation. As you know, the Row is a big supporter of activating the bowling stadium and the event center, as well as downtown Reno at large. Our comments really more are by way of clarification than anything. There wasn't a staff report, so this was the first time we've had the opportunity to hear the details of this proposal. And I think Councilman Jordan and Councilman Dewar kind of hit it on the head. The devil's going to be in the details, and there's a long and very complicated series of contracts that affect these 2 facilities involving public and private partnerships, the RCVA, the Row, the city, the Bowling Congress, as well as others, and then the financials with the pledge of revenue. So a lot of details there. I think it's important that you avoid any unintended consequences. So it wasn't clear to me from the presentation what action was being asked of council today. Mr. Gordon made a comment that almost, it sounded like Sabre would have some authority to enter into some contracts. And our comment is really just because of the complexity, because it looks like some of this may implicate some of the contracts that we have. We would just like the opportunity for the Row, as well as all stakeholders, to have a chance to see those final contracts before the city takes action on them. One example is we're in the middle of contract negotiations with the bowlers to extend their contract to 2032. So we just want to get a sense of how, if at all, this will affect those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask, are they reaching out to you, P3? Have they been communicative?
We have had communications with P3, yes.
Okay.
Garrett's reached out to us and vice versa. We've had a couple meetings with them. We hadn't seen the details of the proposal until today, though, so.
But you are communicating?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Donna Klontz.
Donna Klontz, Chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. One of the things that I wanted to urge the council and the presenters today on this exciting project, it sounds wonderful to have that happen in our downtown, is that there's a demographic in our community that makes up 37% of us right now. 170,000 of us are 50 and older. And we are here because we love the outdoors. A lot of us are very fit. We walk, we run, we play pickleball, which is one of the fastest growing sports in the country right now. And I think I saw some courts inside that building that looked like pickleball courts. So yes, so yay, because we've got pickleball players that have run out of places to play in our town, and those tournaments would come here. Right now, it's hard for us to even field them. Another thing is senior games. The Huntsman Games happen in Utah every year, and I think they draw something like 10,000 seniors from all over the country that come to compete in something similar to what we do here in our own senior games here in town. So we know we've got folks that love to get out there and compete, to play the games. And then I was thinking the senior softball players, that is a huge group during the summertime that fill up our fields and love to stay here too. So there are sports that our older demographic are really loving to do, and they come with their families and stay with us for a few days and enjoy our area. So please add the seniors to your demographic in your planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Any further public comment?
No further public comment.
Okay, before we move on, I did just want to say, I did get some advice from our city attorney, and I noticed on one of your screens you had Switch up there. My sister does work for Switch, and I did want to disclose that, but at this time there's no financial interest, so that does not preclude this, but correct? Okay, all right. thank you. That being said, did you want to say something, Councilwoman Brennan?
Well, I wanted to ask our manager how she proposes we proceed, or one of her staff members, to, you know, the timeline, the deal points. So what is the recommendation?
So if the council wishes to go forward, I would say that, I think, I'm looking for a page number on the presentation, but it would be, I think, to authorize management to go forward with the items that were listed under the City of Reno section on that slide, which is to enter into a qualified management agreement with P3 Partners. The contribution of 50% of the $2 surcharge, I don't know that we can make that finding or make that movement today. And then I think to continue the discussion with RSCVA on the 1.8 million.
If I
Mr.
may,
Gordon?
Madam Mayor and Madam Simon, I'll make it very simple. I guess I would respectfully ask the motion is to authorize staff to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with us for City Center and a qualified management agreement for the facilities. And I'm hearing the council would like to see those details. So we would negotiate with staff and bring those contracts back to you for final review and approval.
I think I could be, if I could, I think I could be comfortable with those going to go into written form. But just like on the fire one, we had that nice table of all the recommendations. I think we need to have those fleshed out, for example, because there's other issues. For example, the capital surcharge committee. We know under the bowling agreement, we've got to do the fourth floor. We have to do the exterior. What's the cash flow projections on that? And then what are the rules of the surcharge committee? I don't think the council can bind that money. I think it is, maybe we amend it up into the capital program. And then obviously the surcharge committee meets. It's not just a subcommittee, there's other members of the public. Then it has to come here for a 5/7 vote. I just like that fleshed out. I'd like to flesh out, you know, what the mayor has to do over at RSCVA to, you know, propose to that body, they amend that agreement. So let's get a table in addition to those two contracts, the contract and the, what was the other one? Oh, the purchase agreement for the city center. Let's get a table on all the other tasks. And that can get produced and distributed to us and everyone else, just so we know what the to-do list is.
Okay, I think that is a very good recommendation. Any other, did you want to add to that?
I'm ready to make a
No?
motion.
Okay. One more thing. I just wanted to say, you know, we see a lot of projects, obviously. Some go and, you know, some don't go. And again, I think my colleagues all made very, very valid points about, you know, some of the details. Obviously, you know, this one has been really important to me because I really have believed for so long that this facility did not belong to the public, and I think that was really wrong. I think this facility needs to be, you know, for the public, for their use, for their enjoyment. And many of us that, when we ran, I remember 6 years ago, asking so many people, what was the number one issue that you wanted to see in Reno? And so many of them said, I want a downtown I'm proud of. I want a downtown that's revitalized. I want a downtown where we see housing. I want a downtown where we see entertainment. And they weren't seeing that. A lot of people for so long felt like our downtown was something they really, really wanted to stay away from. And so I want to commend this council for, you know, really saying we want to change our downtown and be very proud of it, because those are the core of your city for not only, you know, tourism, but your residents, right? The other thing is working through the Conference of Mayors. You know, I get to chair tourism, arts, parks, entertainment, and sports. Youth sports tourism is huge, and I don't have to tell Mr. Matt Williams that. He can tell you all day long how lucrative it is economically for a city. But I also love the component, it's so good for children. It is so good. It literally saves many of their lives, not only in health, but also from dire situations where when they go home, they see parents, or they don't even see parents when they get home after school. And you become, you know, the mentor, and sports becomes something that they learn as a skill that no one could ever take that away. And as an adult, you know, we tend to take some of those skills that we learned as children in sports and get pretty competitive. That's why, you know, I was a figure skater that, you know, that's why we use bats, but just kidding. Anyway,
So I want to say thank you, but again, we are going to pay attention to the devil's in the details. Obviously, this one is a heavy one for me. I'm going to watch you closely because I, want to make sure that obviously the city is in it to win it. I think a lot of times, unfortunately, our city gets taken advantage of. We are really nice. We are really nice. That's one thing. I think this city has a lot of heart and compassion. I think that's great. Let's not change. But at the same time, I feel very strongly that we have to protect the city's interest. And sadly, I felt like for a long time being on the tourism board that people have not heard me about these facilities. And the city is really taking it in the shorts. And a lot of our residents have taken it in the shorts for these and no longer. And so last but not least, I always say if we're not trying, then we're not succeeding. Not everything is going to work. Everything sounds great. We can put it all on paper and we all like the idea. We're excited. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just think you got to try. You got to try everything. And that's when you fail, is when you're not trying. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for bringing all these wonderful people here to the table. Next time, get some girls up here. Anyway, go ahead. That's the only thing's lacking. Girls.
That was a good call.
Girls in esports, by the way.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is very exciting. Probably one of the, behind the Business Improvement District, this is probably one of the biggest votes for downtown we've probably ever taken. So kudos to everybody who worked on this. I do want to say, sometimes when we have large and diverse groups of people trying to come together with a very complex agreement, there can be bubbles and fiefdoms that people want to protect. I think what you're hearing from this council is we are unanimous in our desire to see this project go forward. So we would like all of our community partners to work together and not against each other to help make this happen. Very, very important. With that, Madam Mayor, I would move that we direct council to bring back for this, direct staff to bring back to this council draft purchase and sale agreement, as well as a qualified management agreement and a table of to-do contract items as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a motion. Do I have a
Second.
second? I have a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks so much. Congratulations. We can clap, actually. Ashley's not here. Madam Clerk's not here. Oh, God, don't watch it anymore. Don't watch it.
No, it was very good.
It's good seeing you. Didn't I also see you at a Christmas party 2 years ago at Pagram's? Yeah. How are you? Nice to see you. No, don't move it up on the center. Look how skinny you are. Good for you. Yes, yes. Anyway, thank you so much.
All right, Madam Mayor.
Where we at? Was it there? Yeah. But we had a good conversation. I enjoyed talking to you. Thanks for coming.
Oh.
Reach out if you need anything.
No.
Amazing.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're on item D5, which is a presentation on services and resources. We have Judge Riggs in the audience, so I think this is the item we're ready to move forward to.
That's why I really wanted to make sure that we're being thoughtful of her schedule.
Yep.
All right, I am excited that we have a presentation by Amanda Arascata, Joe Arascata, and Judge Riggs. I think you three are some of the biggest rock stars in our community. I'm super excited. I am going to make another disclosure. I have known Joe Arascata since I was very, very little, so he knows where all the bodies are buried. But anyway, I'm super excited that you're here because we've all been kind of working with you in a roundabout way, and just give us this great presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Sheevy. So as Mayor Sheevy said, my name is Amanda Arascata. I am the owner and co-owner and director of Nevada Fiduciary Solutions. We are a representative payee organization that has been serving the Reno area, the Northern Nevada area for the last 5 years. So just a quick overview of what our services is. Rep Payee services are services that were established decades ago by the Social Security Administration. Basically, what our job is to do is to assist individuals who, for one reason or another, are just not able to manage their benefits. We work with a number of different paying agencies. We work with Social Security, the VA. We work with private pension companies. We work with employers here locally. And basically, our job is to manage these individuals' finances to pay for their basic and foreseeable needs, which would include housing, utilities if they're not included in their housing costs, and making sure that we allot money for food, transportation, communication, and then personal spending allotments, which would be, for their own personal use. Social Security, there's a number of different ways that our agency can be appointed as a rep payee by Social Security. They can be mandated. Social Security can say, well, we've had too many instances where you're not capable of managing your benefits appropriately. You've been chronically homeless for so many years. You're coming in requesting second checks throughout the month saying that your check was either stolen or you were robbed or there was some issue that prevented them from being able to make it to their next paycheck from Social Security. So Social Security has the authority to say, we're going to appoint a rep payee agency to help you manage your benefits to make sure that you're not at risk of losing your housing, at risk of having your power turned off in the middle of the winter. Social Security can also appoint our agency for a person voluntarily. If an individual comes in and says, I'm just not able to handle this, I'm at risk of losing my apartment because I didn't pay my rent this month, my power's been shut off twice in the last 2 years. So they can come in, they can sign up with us voluntarily. Community service providers can write letters in support to the Social Security Administration. We work with a number of different county and state agencies that will have their staff write letters in support saying that an individual is in need of a payee for whatever reason it is. Again, chronic homelessness, substance abuse, addiction issues, cognitive impairments like Alzheimer's or dementia. With our aging population, we work very closely with the state of Nevada's Aging and Disability Division and with their Elder Protective or Adult Protective Services unit. So there's a number of different ways that our agency can become involved. Again, as I said, we don't just work with Social Security, we do work with other agencies. We work with the Department of Veterans Affairs, we work with State of Nevada and State of California PERS departments. We also work with workers' comp, union labor entities, and private pension companies, and we do work with a number of employers here that specifically cater to individuals who are going through programs like Washoe County Crossroads, Catholic Charities. A lot of those organizations, the quote, second chance employers who are working with new staff members to try and get them on their feet again. So we do work with those private employing agencies as well. Referring people to our office is super simple. You go onto our website, you fill out a referral form. We have 4 case managers in our office, 2 support staff, and an outreach director. So it's a pretty simple process. Referrals are usually attended to within the first 48 hours that they're sent in. Everybody in our office has some sort of social services background. Between myself and the other 4 case managers, we have a combined social service history of almost 40 years here in the Reno-Sparks area. So our resource knowledge is pretty vast. We work with several different populations. Our youngest client on service with us right now is 2 years old, who gets Social Security SSI benefits, and we have all the way up to clients in their 90s who are individuals with dementing illnesses, Alzheimer's, dementia, and live in group home settings who don't have family or do have family that have inappropriately helped themselves to their money. Again, like I said, once the referral is sent in, we do a full psychosocial assessment with each individual, not just to assess their financial situation, but also to assess all areas of their well-being. With our vast knowledge of different community resources, we have the capability of referring them to outside agencies that might help them in other areas aside from managing their finances, whether it's need for assistance with their personal care, assistance with their ADLs, activities of daily living such as bathing, grooming, hygiene. We work with transportation services. We work with Project Restart. We work with different Job Corps entities to get these people back and working, get them back up on their feet again. So we work with several different community resource agencies to assess their life as a whole, and to make sure that all of their needs are being attended to. After the referral's made, we do all the dirty work with Social Security. A lot of agencies fear the dreaded Social Security appointment, going down there and sitting at Social Security for up to 7-8 hours each time. We go down there once a week. So another really great benefit of our program for these individuals who are on Social Security or attempting to get Social Security or SSI benefits is we go down there, we can do all the dirty work for them. We go down there once a week. We have a standing appointment with the Social Security staff every Thursday. We can assist them with getting documentation, copies of their award letters, to do income verifications for landlords. We work with Project Restart and Volunteers of America when they're trying to get people into permanent housing in order to, provide the landlords with the income verification to make sure that they can afford the apartments that they're living in or applying to live in. Excuse me. And our services are typically put into effect within 30 days of the original. I say 30 days. Social Security, obviously, as you guys are all aware, is a federal entity. Most federal entities don't move at a real quick pace. So we try to get those applications processed through Social Security and the VA as quickly as possible so we can get access to those benefits quickly. Our fees are set by Social Security and they're set by the Department of Veterans Affairs, so they're very minimal. We do realize that many of our clients, 90% of our clients, are on a very low and fixed income, so we try and work with them on the fee schedule. We do work with Washoe County Senior Services, who is awarded a grant each year through Aging and Disability Services Division to provide rep payee services for a specific number of people to which the fee is covered by the county. The county is awarded that grant each year and then contracts that grant out to our office. So we're able to do all of the financial aspect of that piece while the county then provides the case management portion to the individuals. That grant is specific to individuals who are 60 and over, but we are working with Aging and Disability Services to start looking at other grants and other contributions from City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County to get additional funding for us to be able to serve people at no cost. A couple of statistics that were brought up to me, and it's not on these slides here, they were brought to my attention. The Human Services Agency through Washoe County provided some statistics in regards to the 2017 homeless count and the services that were being provided over at Volunteers of America and the CAC. 74% of the individuals who were residing at the shelter in 2017 had an income, were eligible for retirement benefits through Social Security. So these are people who are residing at the shelter, who have an income or eligible for an income, but are at the shelter. So these individuals have money, but for one reason or another, whether it's substance abuse, dementing illnesses, chronic addiction issues, all these things, these are issues that the Community Assistance Center is dealing with Volunteers of America, with individuals who have money that actually can pay for permanent housing. Of that 2017 study, 58% of those people were currently collecting either SSI or SSD. So these people have money. There's money available to them, whether it's because they're just not capable of managing it because of a cognitive or a mental health impairment, or because of a substance abuse issue. There's money there. There's money available for these people to get into permanent housing. So that's one thing that we try and work really closely with Volunteers of America and other community resource agencies to get these people into permanent housing situations. There is only one other payee agency here in town. I like to think that we serve a different population than they do. As I said earlier, we have clients from 2 years old all the way to 98. Our social services background with our staff in our office is very vast. Like I said, Joe was a social worker at the VA for nearly 20 years. My background is in elder protective services as an investigator and a supervisor for the unit. And we've got Washoe County Senior Services and Washoe County Health Service agencies, former employees working for our agency. So again, our community resource knowledge is huge. And getting these people housed and getting them on service with other outside providers is always our primary goal. Little other things that I think are super important for service providers to know, for individuals to know, people who have had a payee in the past, they've They've had that dreaded task of either going down to the office and picking up their personal spending check, waiting for it to come in the mail. Payday is always a really busy day, so there's lines out the door at the payee agencies for these people waiting to pick up their checks. We offer a debit card option for them to be able to have their monies preloaded onto these cards. The cards are really great for our agency. We can load the cards. We can take the money back at any time if individuals are hospitalized or incarcerated or whatever reason they don't have access to their funds. We have the capability of canceling these cards so if somebody else gets their hands on them, they can't spend the money. And it also gives us the capability of doing spending tracking for purposes such as Medicaid and Medicare applications. When people are applying for Medicaid, obviously they have to have a certain dollar amount in resources that they can't exceed. So with these cards, it really gives us the capabilities of monitoring what many of these SSI recipients, what their income qualifications and the guidelines are for their programs that they're applying to. A couple of case studies, and I think Judge Riggs will probably be familiar with a few of these folks. So we had an individual who chronically homeless. He had been in the Reno Sparks area for decades. We got him signed on to our service voluntarily. Within the first 30 days, we had him housed temporarily in a month-to-month motel. We continued to work with him. He stayed in the month-to-month motel without issue, rent being paid, had food. We were assisting with getting other service providers into the home to help him with other areas that we weren't capable of assisting in. And once we were able to locate permanent housing for him, we provided letter of intent to the landlord, who then said, yes, we have guaranteed pay source. He had a really, really horrific rental history with multiple evictions, but with having a payee in place, they were able to accept him into their complex. And he was able to move in without getting any city assistance, any voucher assistance, and he is stably housed and he's still there and doing great. Another individual, we had worked with him in the past. He had discontinued services, but then had come back to us through community court. We got him set up. We had him housed within the first 30 days. He's still currently housed. We've got him on services through Washoe County Senior Services. His payee fee is being paid through the grant that Washoe County Senior Services receives, so that saves him that $44 a month, which to some of us, $44 a month doesn't seem like much, but when you're only getting $771 a month from SSI, that's a big chunk of your check. So we've got him set up. He's stably housed. He's getting services through our agency, getting services through Senior Services, and we've also got him set up with, he's worked really closely with the Reno ambassadors, who were an instrumental piece in getting him set up into permanent housing. And then just our contact information here. Like I said, our main goal here within our agency is we've had multiple meetings with different city officials, different state agencies. The homeless population down at Record Street, as you guys are aware, there's money there. These people have an income. Whether or not they choose to divulge that during their intake process is voluntary. They're not required when they're checking into the shelter to provide information on what type of income they have, how much they have, and where that money is going and why it's not going towards housing. So our goal here is to be able to work with these individuals, some of them on a long-term basis, some of them on a very short-term basis. Our program is not intended to have these people on service with us for the rest of their lives. For some people, it will be that way. For others, it's a stabilization program. We get them stable, we teach them how to budget their money, we get them into permanent housing, we slowly start giving them responsibility to take on some of their own expenses, and when they reach the point to where they can do this on their own, we give them the opportunity to do it. Some of them make it, some of them fail. If they fail, we bring them back on and we start over from scratch. So I think it's a great program. It's a great opportunity for us to start working on getting some of these chronically people down at the shelter and at the CAC, getting them housed permanently, and to continue working with them on a long-term basis.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none registered.
Okay, thank you. I would love to call up Judge Riggs. You want to come on up?
You.
Because we probably have to get you back to court, so I want to be respectful of your time.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam City Manager and my honorable members of the City Council. As a judicial ethics matter, I am not here to endorse the services of Nevada Fiduciary Solutions, but to tell you about our experience in community court with the fiduciary services and give you some anecdotal examples of how they've assisted the participants in our program. I can tell you, first of all, as far as new fiduciary solutions, our services, I was sort of in the dark. We never planned to have fiduciary services as part of, or as one of the providers for our community court. The way that evolved is that we went to present to the BID board there, what the community court was going to be out, et cetera. And as we were leaving, out runs Ms. Arascata saying, Judge, wait, you listen to our proposal. We'd like to be a part of community court. I said, sure. It's hard, for me to imagine anybody voluntarily, in this particular community, voluntarily signing up for fiduciary services. But yes, of course, we want all the help we can get down at the community court. And, I tell you, it's been one of the biggest, pleasant, of course, one of the biggest surprises in my work in the community court is the impact that fiduciary services has had on our participants. I remember it perfectly, like it was yesterday when Mr. Arascata contacted the first person that we referred to him. She also at that time was a woman who she's been on the streets of Reno many, many years. All the judges are familiar with her. All the police are familiar with her. She gets her benefit check, and what we were noticing is not only does she go through it, but she happens to have, now that she's in a wheelchair, around the time that the benefit checks come, she's got people surrounding her, pushing her wheelchair.
Oh, yeah.
So she's got, and different people coming in, pushing her wheelchair into the community court. So it became apparent to her that she was subject to exploitation. So we connected her with Mr. Arascata. She was, at the time she came in, she and the person who pushed her in were too intoxicated to participate. We ordered her to come back the next day, or the next community court session. She did sit down and have a conversation. She was able to converse with Mr. Arascata, but also, due to his ethical obligation, he's not able to commit her that day. She came back the next week, stone cold sober, and she signed up with services with Mr. Arascata, and is still engaging in services today. Now, she's one of our more difficult cases, but through Mr. Arascata, she's been able to get consistent housing. He's gotten in touch with our help because we had some prior contact with her family in Montana. There are arrangements in place when she decides to engage. We can't force anybody to move, but when she wants to, she has the resources now and the contact with her family. If she wants to fly back to Montana to be with her family, he has arranged it for her family to meet her at the airport, and an attendant, a medical attendant, to accompany her so that she makes it all the way if she decides if that's what she wants to do. We couldn't do that without him, and we just simply don't have those kind of resources to engage that deeply. We have the example that you heard, James. I'll just tell you a little bit more about that person. He is another person who's been around the streets of the city of Reno for years. The first time we were able to get him into community court, he came from the hospital in hospital garb in a wheelchair. And he was absolutely adamant that he wasn't going to participate in anything. All right, so we saw him a couple more times, kind of steered him over toward fiduciary services. And the last time I saw him, which was last Wednesday, I told him, I'm willing to close your case. You're doing everything that we want. You're getting senior services. You're stable. You're clean and sober. And he said, I like coming here. I like to see Mr. Arascata. So he still can go and see Mr. Arascata, but he specifically asked to be kept on supervision so he can continue to come back and engage. So, of course, that says a lot for Mr. Arascata's services. And then, the last example I wanted to give you was just a very compelling one, and it really means a lot to me. We've had a woman who has been coming back to community court. Wonderful person, again, been on the streets with her husband for a very long time in the city of Reno, at least 10 years. Very worn down, very tired. We could tell that she wants to get off the street, but somehow we're not getting her to engage. She's not taking advantage of the housing services that we're trying to provide. So, Mr. Arascata gets involved, and we start having a conversation at the bench. And it becomes apparent and through the information that he's provided to us and some other people that she's talked to, that she would love to be in housing, except for that she's got this ball and chain that she's dragging with her, who blows up all of her housing opportunities. This gentleman that she's been with for the past 10 years is the person who gets her kicked out every single time. And then through further discussion with her, we bring in the city attorney's victim advocate. Well, she's a domestic battery victim. And so she has, on the evening prior to community court, she has, had it. She's done. And so she says, yes, I want the opportunity to get away from this person. So with Mr. Ariscotta's help and the help of the city attorney's victim advocate, she is referred to the, first the emergency women's shelter, and then Mr. Ariscott is able to secure housing for her immediately. He gets on the horn and finds somebody who is able to house her immediately, secretly away from this person, and takes a further step of arranging to escort her over to the Second Judicial District Court's TPO office. And now she is housed in a place away from her abuser with a protective order in place and safe and happy and compliant with my orders. So, to go from thinking that, maybe they can help us, maybe they're not, to being one of our most impactful providers is just it means a lot to me as far as the success of our program, and we really, really appreciate them working with some of the people who have the hardest time trying to comply with getting their lives back in order. So, and I'm open for any questions you have.
Well, it's kind of funny because we've seen you a couple times this week, or it
Right,
feels
I
like.
know.
But I
great
want to
seeing
thank
you
you
all.
for what you do, because I know it's not easy, but you have such compassion for, the populations that you work with. So I just love hearing those stories and how much it's making a difference. Even if you're not homeless or you don't have mental illness or things like that, how many of you have missed a bill? I want every single one of you to raise your hand. How many of you missed a bill before, right?
Right.
And you might not have any challenges or issues, but, can you imagine you couple that on with, even serious illness, like a physical illness?
Right.
Right? Not just a mental illness, things like that, right? So challenges, but I just want to say thank you so much. I love the community court. I love what you're doing. It's making a huge difference.
All right, well, thank you so much, we appreciate it, and, regarding that discord, and I think that's the best value that the fiduciary services brings to our program, is they take just a chunk of that disorganization away from those people who have such a hard time just functioning, and allows them to just focus on a couple of things that they need to do to get their income back and to stay stable for a couple of weeks while they get the rest of their life back. It's very impactful. But thank you, and thank you, of course,
right.
always for all of your support at Community Court. We welcome you down any Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And thank you for
Thank you. I know I'm coming. I got to come. I want to see it.
Judge Riggs, before you step off of there for a minute, can I just ask, I missed part of what I was trying to learn about from the presentation, and that is, as a condition of your court,
Yes.
supervision is an option. Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, so by the time we ask Mr. Ariscotta to get involved, it's usually somebody that we've had difficulty complying. So they already have a suspended sentence in place. They may pick up new charges, or we may just add as a condition to the suspended sentence, which it's a community service sentence, of course, because we don't have jail or fines over at community court. But as an added condition, we will add 6 months of supervision by Nevada Fiduciary Services. So it is not interminable. I mean, for us, it's a 6-month order, and whether the person involved determines they want to continue with fiduciary services, that's their option at the end of the order or when the case closes.
Well, and I can tell you, Councilmember Weber and I were in San Antonio a couple weeks ago, and we were really learning about payee services, and it was really one of the critical missing components, I thought, about a broader vision for how do we serve our most difficult folks who are going through some difficult periods of their lives. And so I appreciate your willingness to stand in the gap, and of course, the Ariscottas as well, in part because it is just something that is it appears to be underutilized, in my opinion. It appears that we could be having a much greater impact on making sure people are sheltered and housed and fed and the essential services they need if we could figure out a way to make the program as, robust as possible, obviously within the confines of people's civil liberties, that sort of thing. But I think what you're doing is really a credit to your broader vision for alternative means of sentencing and a different kind of court, one that we're proud to have here in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you all.
All right. Joe, are you coming up? To give us?
Did you think he wasn't going to?
Well, no, I figured he was going to, but I know he's a character, so.
Thank you very much. Perhaps the gravity of both Judge Riggs and Amanda's presentation didn't fully hit as hard as what it should. Having community court and having those individuals who are facing chronic homelessness, chronic misdemeanors, are going overlooked. Having a person or company or an agency manage these federal funds for individuals who receive federal funds on a monthly basis, and they go from the Community Assistance Center, AKA Record Street, to a local casino, cash or check, and they're out of money for the rest of the month. It was recently presented at the Community Homeless Advisory Board, which council members Jordan and Delgado participate in, is that the CAC, the Community Assistance Center shelter, is quite possibly going to be moved to a location down on East 4th Street. It was already publicly stated at the Governor's Bowl, possibly during the renovation of the Spaghetti Bowl. While the previous presentation was doing a quite impressive job, I contacted a very, very close friend who is a basketball coach who attends all the Jam On It games up here. He is the coach, has 10 people, 10 teammates with their family members come up here. And I asked him if he would go downtown Reno and let the boys run from the basketball park, from the basketball right across the street. And he said, absolutely not. I will not let those boys out of my sight, even and especially if we are downtown. This federal government allocated through a release of information that we received from the veterans, from the Volunteers of America, $987,000 to the VOA to run the downtown shelter. City of Reno, Amanda, correct me if I'm wrong. The City of Reno has also provided the Community Assistance Center hundreds of thousands of dollars since its onset. City of Sparks, and we can get that information, correct, Mayor? City of Sparks and Washoe County. So now you have three entities and the federal government allocating money to the Community Assistance Center. However, the individuals, the vast majority of the individuals that are staying there have a federal income, 80% of them. You have the occupancy rate at the Village at Sage, which was set up for a magnificent location. They have a 31% occupancy. The Village at Sage has a requirement of $1,330 just to move in, but you cannot have more than $2,660 to live there. 31% occupancy. There is housing available here in the city of Reno. There has to be more of an effort set forth to find and fill those beds. There are and there is housing available. Having something of a representative payee system set up by the City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County is something that would be a tremendous benefit to all three entities.
All right, Joe. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Are you working with the VOA? No?
We have
I
reached.
see this, she's saying no. Have you
No.
reached out to Pat Cashel?
I have numerous unresponsive. I have numerous messages sent to Pat that have gone to deaf ears. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from council, and then we're gonna hurry and get Judge Riggs out of here because she's a busy lady. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Scott, I didn't understand one point there, which was you are hoping to see the city of Reno set up a payee service or the city of Sparks. I didn't understand that part.
Well, actually, I'm gonna have Amanda come on up on this. There are numerous options available. Sorry about that. Numerous options available that are gonna be beneficial for the city of Reno.
Yeah.
What we have and what we do is something that has been unprecedented here in the city of Reno. It's a service for community service agencies to utilize in which we are literally finding housing for clients in which the shelter can go to to be utilized the way it should, to be run the way it should be. I spoke to a VOA representative today who's a City of Reno employee, in which that employee begrudgingly agreed that they rarely, if ever, reach out to community service agencies. They have themselves and Project Restart. That's it. This is a City of Reno employee that you all seated in front of me are paying on a monthly basis. There's money that is being wasted downtown, and unfortunately, downtown will not clean up and will not change until the mindset that there is housing available. We need to help these individuals that are facing homelessness. These are great people facing homelessness, and there has to be other additional options out there rather than the Community Assistance Center.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, and I'll be brief, just to kind of give the board an update on what happened at the CHAB meeting. So they presented at the CHAB, and the CHAB board agreed that we wanted to see the ability for a fiduciary service to be deployed at the Community Assistance Center. So my understanding was at the beginning of the year, or maybe they're already in the works now, was to, one, see how other homeless shelters can and do deploy these services, and how we might be able to use them at the Record Street facility. So it kind of ties in with the opening of the RFP for the operator of the shelter as well,
new
is to
contract.
see how this can
Requirement.
potentially be, I mean, the first question was, can you do that? Can you require somebody that's accessing government assistance to put away part of their government assistance? And you guys have more of the answers to that. So the CHAB is heading down the path with the collective staffs to bring back answers to that.
And Councilmember Jordan, there are other municipalities and other cities that similar demographics to Reno that I've reached out to myself that are in fact running their shelters without federal funding to be able to charge the shelter residents and the shelter participants in that manner of what you're describing. And it is working. The recidivism rates are below 5%.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing that there are none, Madam Clerk, I asked you for public comment. What do we have to do? It's a presentation, so I don't think we have to take any
Yeah, this is not an action
motion.
item.
Okay, so we don't have to take any motion, but like Councilwoman Jordan said, I think looking at the new VOA contract, which will be coming up, or whoever's going to be the provider, that's one of the requirements in there. So, just one quick thing, I think, like when you're going for housing services like at RHA or things like that, one of the things actually that can help you get housing a lot quicker is having a little bit of income because they attach it to the voucher.
Right.
So do you realize how effective that is? So when we're talking about getting these individuals homes, by having that income is super critical and is a very big missing piece. So thank you so much. So I think, because you marriage those two, and they can qualify for a lot more. So anyway, good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction.
Okay.
Invitation, excuse me.
Good seeing you, my friend. Yeah, okay, we're gonna just jump to really quick, a couple of items of Councilwoman Jordan's. They're very, very quick, like they should be 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it to you. Item what?
Madam Mayor, if we could possibly open G11.
Okay. That's how quick you are. Second.
And Madam Mayor, this is for the appointment to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. I think we've got some members here. I'm prepared to make a motion. I've got the recommendations, so I don't know that we need to hear. Okay?
All right. Do we want to, any public comment?
We do have public comment registered, but I would defer to other, oh, they're saying it's okay, they don't need to speak.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Madam Mayor, at this time, I would like to reappoint Mac Rossi, and I'd also like to appoint Carol Crane.
All right, great choices. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Madam Mayor, and I'm saying this because I have to leave to an appointment for a short period of time. If we could possibly open G15, I can get that finished as well.
Okay,
And we do also have public comment on this item unless Mac does not, okay?
okay. Mr. Rossi, would you like?
And not just because he
It's
didn't
kinda
choose to
no-brainer.
publicly speak. I'd move to reappoint Mac Rossi.
All right, great. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Everyone
Thank you.
loves Mac. Thank you. Everyone loves Mac.
Madam
Good
Mayor, are we
job.
in a position to finish the other G items just because they're, complete them? Or
I know we have another council meeting having to leave, so I want to get,
Gotcha.
what time is it? It's, 3:30, so I would like to get going on.
I mean, there's only 3 appointments on these, if you want to go ahead and take
Give me
them really
two.
quickly
Okay,
just to
hurry.
knock them out.
Let's
So
go.
G12, which is the appointment to the Recreation and Parks Commission.
Is that you? Who is it? Bonnie, go ahead.
What happened to my microphone? Yes, I would like to appoint Peggy Nelson Aguilar.
second?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
None registered.
Okay, go ahead.
Item G13 is the appointment to Ward 1 NAB.
You know, I don't think we're going to do this one today. I think,
No problem.
I'm not entirely sure it's accurate that we have 3 openings, so we're going to pass. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we will
Okay, we're gonna
move
skip
to item G14, which is appointment to Ward 2 NAB.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I noted that a couple of the people are probably inappropriately listed on this agenda, so I would like to re-agendize this for the first meeting in January with any new applications
Okay, I have a
included.
motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay.
All right, if you would like to get back in order, we would be on item D1.
D is in dog 1.
D as in dog 1.
D1. Nope. Okay, so I think, what items, there's, city
We
manager
have
tells me there's a
Commenters in
lot
the
of people
item
here
for
for Sky
D2
Tavern.
and F1.
Okay. You said D2?
D2 for Sky Tavern and F1, which is the shade ordinance.
D2. All right, hold on. We'll just go in order really quick. D2. Or Councilman Delgado, you're going to have to leave at 4. Am I right? Okay. Okay. All right, let's hurry and Sky Tavern.
All right, we're on item D2, which is a presentation and discussion, potential approval of the agreement with Sky Tavern.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do have public comment registered on this item.
Okay.
Our first commenter is Howard Hers, followed by Alicia Hers, followed by Alicia Burke-Bigler.
Mayor Sheevey and members of the council. My name is Howard Hers, and I'm here to give you some historical perspective. I'm a genuine artifact of the junior ski program. My earliest recollection of skiing are from the winter of 1948-49. To this day, I remember my mother taking me to Sky Tavern and putting me on skis. I was all of about 2 years old. She zipped up my snowsuit, caught my chin in the zipper. Bit of a traumatic experience, and I swear to this day I have a strong dislike for snowsuits. My mother began taking students from her private preschool to Sky Tavern in 1947. She soon combined her love of skiing, a love of children, and a determination and will to give the benefits of sports to her students. Crowding about 6 kids into her Woody Ford station wagon, my mother started the Reno Junior Ski Program in 1948. As Marcy's son, I was probably the first involuntary participant. It's really hard to avoid ski school when your mother's a teacher and she thinks it's in your best interest to learn to ski. Keston Ramsey, the owner of Sky Tavern, cooperated with my mother and allowed a somewhat motley group of her students to use his ski hill. His contributions and cooperations were invaluable. As the ski program continued to develop and grow in size, it began to encounter obstacles. Transportation, logistics of having so many young skiers to be taught, accommodating a lunch program, even if it was bring your own lunch bag. The Reno Junior Ski Program, an inexpensive program open to all children regardless of economic situation, continued to grow in popularity. With the development of additional skiing venues adjacent to Sky Tavern, a new challenge to the program arose from private operators who began to see the program as undercutting their own for-profit ski school operations. My mother's response was to point it out that the graduates of the junior ski program were beginning to populate their ski hills with local skiers, and they were trained by the Reno Junior Ski Program. Jim Woods provided transportation from his bus business. Cotting and Wetzel and the sportsmen began to carry an inventory of children's skiing equipment. Most importantly to the program were the parents and eventually graduates of the program who provided the core of instructors. The Reno Junior Ski Program has continued to thrive as one of the largest public ski programs in America. I wish to thank the thousands of participants who found the joy of skiing, took Marcy's dream, made it their own, and today are the foundation of a program that is now 100,000 participants strong over the past 70 years. The program needs to have a firm foundation built on a property lease that allows for sufficient time to amortize the continuously rising costs of the operations, equipment, and future expansion of one of the City of Reno's most valuable public recreational properties. Please provide them with this lease. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, what history. That's fantastic.
Alicia Hers, followed by Alicia Burke-Bigler, followed by Ron Bell.
Madam Chivy, Reno City Council members. My name is Alicia Hers, granddaughter of Marcy Hers and mother to Sophia and Kit, both proud Sky Tavern participants. I am also fortunate to serve as president of the Marcy Hers Foundation, a local nonprofit that fuels opportunities for youth in snow sports. I would like to thank the Reno City Council for its support of Sky Tavern in past years, and also helping the program to become the largest nonprofit all-volunteer program in the United States. Please give yourself a hand, even though you can clap today. I hope the same continues in the future. I encourage you to unanimously approve the 30-year lease before you. Integrity, perseverance, resilience. These true grit personality traits were just a few of my grandmother's finest qualities. Although I never physically met her, she continues to influence me every day by her legacy that she has blessed our community with. We are also thrilled with the new Washoe County Middle School named in her honor. Did you know that the school location at Arrow Creek was specifically chosen because it has a view of Sky Tavern? That's pretty special. Marcy believed that sports were good for everyone, but especially children. In harmony with her strong ideals and vision, more than 70 years ago, she originated and co-founded the Junior Ski Program, a program that can empower any person that sets foot at Sky Tavern. In this day and age of outside digital influence on our youth and increasing busy family schedules, I think we could all benefit from a continued program coupled with Marcy's incredible ideals and the opportunity to get kids outside. Sky Tavern facilitates just that. It's as though 70 years ago, Marcy would know what we all needed most now, in the year 2019. Have you ever met those people that astound you with their unstoppable energy and concern for the good of all, rich, poor, high, low? Marcy was like that. Nothing stopped her from accomplishing extraordinary feats, and she certainly was not afraid to point out an injustice either. Marcy was never afraid of going to battle, but that said, she always tried to find a solution to every problem that accommodated various viewpoints. Never be afraid of dying. Be afraid of not living. That is my favorite quote of Marcy's. I like to think of that as always try your hardest. Do the right thing even when faced with pressure or adversity, because the opportunity to do the right thing may not be there later. Push yourself to be the best you can be, and most importantly, look fear in the face and keep going. Live your life as though you may not get a second chance to do something. Marcy passed away at the age of 52. She accomplished more than most do in her lifetime and has left an incredible gift to this community, and that is the Reno Junior Ski Program. Sky Tavern is the very foundation for the next generation of skiers. In light of Marcy's ideals and vision, no other program anywhere can match the opportunity of Sky Tavern. And that's the bottom line. Thank you for your time.
All right, good job.
Our next public commenter is Alicia Burke-Bigler, followed by Ron Bell, followed by Jennifer Batchelder.
So I gotta ask, with a last name like that, are you Commissioner's daughter?
Yes, I am. It's nice to see you again,
Nice
Mayor.
to see you too. I just had to call it out.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mayor, council members. I am one of those graduates. I learned to ski when I was 5, before I knew how to ride a bike or swim. Skiing became my life when I was a child, and I still am there. I go up, I volunteer, and I help out. And that's how come I believe that Sky Tavern Junior Ski Program has been an important part of this community, and it's been an important part of this community for decades, and it should be an important part of this community for decades to come. Over the years, the program has grown. It's an inclusive opportunity for everyone. As you saw earlier today, we have a program that is adaptive so that special needs children and adults can go up, they can learn to ski, they can participate, they can be outside. In the wintertime, when it's most dangerous for them to be out there, they have a safe environment to go to. This hill is family-based, this hill is all about kids, but that doesn't exclude adults, doesn't exclude senior citizens. Everybody is welcome to come and participate, to ski, to learn to snowboard. We have a lot of senior citizens learning to snowboard. They have more guts than I do. Something else that's really important is that they're safe. These are parents up there. These are community members who bring their children or have brought their children who are still there. And we make sure that the children are safe. And it doesn't matter if you make a lot of money or you don't have any at all. There's scholarships for those students, those kids who want to come up and learn to ski or snowboard, whose family do not have the funds to pay for it. On top of that, when it can cost you upwards of $200 to go skiing for one day, for less than $200, $160, $170, you can ski Saturday and Sunday, every weekend, dependent upon snow, from January through April, or as we saw last year, May. This is an important program that we need to keep going. There's a lot of plans, things that we can do. We don't have to worry about whether or not snow is permitting. We have the plans to generate and do our own snow, as well as add lights. There's a lot of other things that are available on this particular property that is being driven by the parents and the staff at Sky Tavern, and I think that it is really important and would be a great opportunity for the city to have a positive impact by granting this 30-year lease and giving us the opportunity to move it further forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I can see the resemblance too when you talk. I can hear her voice.
Ron Bell, followed by Jennifer Batchelder.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, I'm going to speak for both myself and Dylan Mattoll, who's a longtime property owner and family up there. They've been up there many years on the hill, including myself. There's a ski area, the highest resort in Tahoe, practically right across the street from the top of Sky Tavern. You know, they want to put snowmaking in, and Rose could share with them that high altitude. Many times there is not snow at Sky Tavern. Wasn't that long ago, the whole resort didn't even open. And as far as snowmaking, a lot of times the temperatures aren't conducive to that at that elevation. Again, that ski area is just right there, and I don't know their intent. I didn't see that letter, but it just seems like the best bet. Now I'm going to read Dylan's comment that he wanted me to make, if I may. I feel that the city should let Mount Rose take it over. Rose would need to continue to run the program and honor the original intent of the project. That could happen at both Mount Rose and Sky Tavern. So in other words, when they can't accommodate Sky Tavern because of low snow years, you can take the kids up the hill where you have plenty of parking, and you can kind of, both areas could work together. Again, they're right across the street from the top of the ski area. This is kind of a no-brainer. It could actually expand the program. As long as the program lives on and continues the area's youth an opportunity to learn to ski, I think it is a win-win. The park is really just an underutilized liability for the city now. I'd still like to see the public have access to the park during non-operating times for hiking, biking, etc. Mount Rose would be able to improve the property at a much more practical level and raise the property's value. It is the highest and best and most practical use, at no cost to the city. This assuming a lease, of course. I'm sorry, let me rephrase this, it's out of context. That's assuming a lease. Of course, a land sale would be an option too. Again, so long as the program lives on, I see it as a positive thing potentially. And that's from Dylan Mattoll, the property owner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final public commenter is Jennifer Batchelder.
Good afternoon,
good to
Madam
see you.
Mayor, City Council. Good to see you. Not used to being on this side, so. So I know earlier in the day, representatives supporting Sky Tavern mentioned a letter from Miss Constance Beverly from the Cher Winter Foundation, and I'd just like to read the whole thing, just to remind you. Cher Winter is a national grant-making organization that works with national ski snowboard trade associations, such as Snow Sports Industries America, the National Ski Areas Association, the Professional Ski Instructors of America, and the National Ski Patrol to facilitate the growth of skiing and riding, particularly through increasing and improving snow sports access for youth. Each year, Cher Winter raises and donates over $1 million with the help of our partners to improve the lives, health, and fitness of youth through winter sports. Based on our observations and evaluations of Sky Tavern's commitment and success in providing efficient, effective, and sustainable ski snowboard opportunities to local youth, we've selected Sky Tavern as a grant recipient and partner for the past 3 years. Sky Tavern and its unique proximity to and relationship with the city of Reno has made it an excellent example of the success that is possible when nonprofits and city leadership work together. Sky Tavern is a unique program with significantly more potential for growth and impact to the ski industry at large. Sky Tavern's ability to reach that potential and serve as an example to the rest of the industry rests on approval of a long-term lease, which will further garner further national investment from our organization and our growing partnerships. Cher Winter funds over 45,000 youth nationally with significant nonprofit partnerships, investments in nonprofit ski areas, as well as programs with schools and municipalities. Sky Tavern is a critical piece in our national effort to decrease barriers to access and grow skier snowboarder participation. We urge you to allow Reno and Sky Tavern to become the hub of innovation in the ski industry with approval of this long-term lease. On a personal note, my husband and I are both born and raised in Reno. We both learned to ski at Sky Tavern when it was a city program. We moved away. My husband joined the military. We moved back here after he retired in 2013. We have both our girls learned how to ski at Sky Tavern and are now on the race team, with one on the high school race team. We would not have had this opportunity had it not been for Sky Tavern. As much as we love skiing and love snow, it's expensive. Sky Tavern makes it affordable for everyone in this city, no matter where they live. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, Vice Clerk.
Madam Mayor, there's no further public comment. However, it should be noted for the record that we received 196 comments via email correspondence and online correspondence in favor of this item.
Okay. I read the staff report. I would imagine all of you have read the staff report. Jamie, you want to come on up? Questions from council members? Nothing? So I just want to say thank you to everyone who has come out. You know, I'm a huge fan, obviously, of sports, but winter sports even better. And I think it is we're so lucky that we have this asset in our city, like so fortunate. Other cities do not have something like this. And for all these kids to be out there, you heard so many of them how expensive it is. It is outrageously expensive to go and ski. So any opportunity that we can give children to excel and also get them out of bad environments and, you know, just healthy opportunities, you know, I'm a big proponent of. I do think one thing I want to say, and it sounds like there is a little restructuring going on. I don't know who's in charge. I think you might be in charge of Sky Tavern. It sounds like you have some restructuring going on with inside your board. There was a woman here earlier that talked about planning and development, and it sounds like you really do want to expand, because I think that gentleman over here made a really good point about maybe utilizing some of that in the summer, like what's really popular? It's like mountain biking trail track outside. Which would be really cool to expose the kids to, you know, something like that as well. But it sounds like you guys are really working on that to expand sort of the corporate side of it, obviously that can help the nonprofit, because we want you guys to be as successful as you possibly can. But it's certainly exciting, and thank you so much for, you know, everything that you have done for these children to get them on the mountain. It's awesome. So, good. Councilman Reese.
An enthusiastic father of 3 children who learned to ski at Sky Tavern, I move to approve.
All right,
like
I have a motion and a second. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, just a little discussion, because we were ready to do this 2 years ago, and Mount Rose threw forward some objections, the ski company. And I think it's worth noting that on the deed, they do have a first right of refusal if we sold it. And it's unfortunate that in the 2 years, we, our staff, which has worked very hard on this, Sky Tavern and Mount Rose Company have not been able to come to agreements that can be mutually agreed upon by all, because they're still writing. I received 2 letters of ejection from them. One was that they feel this does constitute a sale, I think they're implying. And 2, some thought that Sky Tavern is more or less an adult private ski club. And I haven't seen any evidence to that. That's the first time I've seen that. I think they've even upped their tone of criticism to what we're about to do. I think it would be very unfortunate if they came forward with us, because it appears that they might be threatening litigation this time like they did last time. I don't agree with it. And I also want to note that the modification of the terms this time that weren't in it last time, which are in near term of 10 years, the Sky Tavern has to deliver manufactured snow 2 consecutive winters. And so while it is a 30-year, I think there's some performance deliveries that they have to do in the next 10 years. I see Ms. Schroeder nodding, so I think my interpretation is new. I want to say that I find that different from last time, and it puts a higher threshold of performance on Sky Tavern, and I'm glad to see that we've come forward with that. One side comment is, I think the agreement is marked up for Ms. Schroeder to sign. Last time I checked, Ms. Schroeder does not contract and sign contracts, so I think we got a form issue that the city attorneys might want to take a look at. But with that, I am going to support the motion, but I felt that we needed to have a little conversation on these points because I think that there have been some serious claims made, and I don't want those to go unremarked upon by this body. Thank you.
All right, good points. All right, so I had a motion and a second. Councilman Dewar, all those in favor say aye.
I'm fine.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Okay. Moving on. Madam Clerk. Tell your mother hello. I'm sure I'll see her at one. Oh, good. Hi, Marta. Hi, Marta.
So, Madam Mayor, would you like to go back and take D1, or would you like to get some of the remaining constituents out of the room and take item F1, which is the shade ordinance?
You know what? I was just told 1,000 homes in 120 days because I have developers here that need to get on planes. So I apologize.
Okay, so we're opening item D7, which is an update and potential direction to staff regarding 1,000 homes in 120 days.
I feel bad. We should have taken this one a long time ago. Mr. Bill Thomas, I am so sorry. I apologize. I meant to take this sooner because I was trying to get everyone on planes, but this agenda is slammed. It is slammed, and I get that we're trying to, get it all in before the holidays, but, and I think we're going to be here probably until about 10, 11 at night, wouldn't you say?
Well, I know also, Madam Mayor, we're at our 4-person minimum for our quorum because I believe Councilmember Dewar, are you still with us?
If she's
Yes.
Yay, thank you so much. You give us a quorum. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Would like you to start, Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mayor and council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. This item is actually a check-in on the 1,000 homes within a 120-day program that the council approved in October of this year. So we have a little more than a month left in the program. We did want to report to you that we have received over 1,600 dwelling units worth of proposals that are spread over 15 projects. So the goal of 1,000 homes that the council wanted to achieve in terms of accelerating housing to help relieve some of the pressure on the issue of availability and affordability housing has been achieved. But we have a series of questions that we're looking for direction on. We haven't really got to the point where we've vetted all of these projects. We will be doing that, and we'll be coming back to council with agreements to stay on target in January. However, at this time, we just need to ask you a couple questions based on the response. The first question that we're looking for guidance from the council on is, we had set 1,000 units as the target. The program hasn't closed. We're at 1,600. Would you like us to keep it open and see if we can get more? So that would be question one. Yes is the answer? Okay.
Our number
We'll make
one
this
issue
easy.
in the city is housing. Yes.
Okay, so answer that question. The second one is that we had originally said that we were going to limit this program to properties that are within the opportunity zone. So that's a very distinct, defined geographic area. Most of the proposals we have are in the opportunity zone. I believe there's 2 that are outside. So the question would be, do we want to entertain developments, housing developments in the next month or so that are outside of the opportunity zone? Now, maybe two things to give you a little bit of information on that. One of them was we did have a focus on being downtown. Based on what you just said about the number, we would assume you don't want us to throw out the ones that aren't in the opportunity zone. But the question would be, would we take or consider projects that are outside the opportunity zone with this last month or so of proposals?
Yes.
Okay? So my third and final question to you is, we had also said as a parameter that the projects would be no smaller than 30 dwelling units. And we've got a couple of them that are less than that. So again, the question would be, do we accept those that are less than 30 units that are already in? And also, would we entertain units that are less than 30 going forward for the next month?
I would say yes, because, yes. You know, we don't want to put barriers to housing. I mean, that is, we're all focused on housing. And so I think even if it's, 15 units, I would say, because many people did reach out to me, and you have some developers that do build those little micro mini types of, and they're like about 30, whatever. But so I would really like to give them the opportunity to be able to get into the program as well, because we want housing so badly. So would you be okay with that?
We're fine with that. Just to be honest, the whole reason we did it was kind of selfishly for us, thinking that it would limit how many agreements we had to do. But at the end of the day, it's a public policy decision. And if the council feels like more is better, then we will respond to whatever comes in the door.
Can you, may I?
Go ahead.
I haven't seen the form of one of these agreements, and I know this is something we put in place a while ago for sewer, right?
We haven't really in this nature. No, we talked about it, but we haven't.
I thought we put it in place in deferral of fees until charge out. I thought we did that well over a year ago.
Yes, but those were actually, we just changed our code.
Okay.
They weren't individual
Okay.
agreements.
So what do these agreements specifically say?
Well, it's hard to say exactly what they're going to say because we haven't done them yet.
You haven't executed one yet?
No.
So in theory, it's an ability for them at charge out. Do they pay at charge out or after charge? Oh, no, it's C of O.
So right now, it used to be at the time when you pulled your building permit, then we moved it to certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
This is actually giving them the opportunity to go further, which is without us defining a date. We're not giving them or waiving the fees. We're asking them to tell us, in order for you to start within the next 18 months, what are you asking of the city in terms of paying your fees? And so what we will be bringing back to the council is what they've asked for.
So all the agreements will come forward?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm just, obviously there's construction loans and then they go permanent, and I'm trying to figure out that, and then I'm trying to figure out the liens. There's been criticism in the community that we should put a hanger on there on affordability guidelines. I get that. If it's production, we've got all the problems. We've got production, we've got affordability. I'm willing to go with this, but when's the first one coming forward? Because I want to see how these are structured. I guess we've had some applications, but I want to hear from them when that first one comes forward. Does it really help them? Are we just making, something that maybe isn't the most useful, which to me is broad policy related to waiving impact fees within the McCarran Loop? I mean, I've been advocating that one for years now. And, or do you anticipate that everyone else, the way they structure their deals and their lending is going to be different? So some people, the deals will, the agreements we do will be different.
So I do assume that they'll be slightly different. We've given them some parameters in terms of what we think might be palatable. We've said to them that probably the farthest out that we could go would be 5 years in terms of paying us back. We've also told them that we would recommend, they're probably going to recommend to the council that it not be a lump sum balloon payment, that it be payment over time.
Yeah.
kind of like an amortization. And we've also heard back from the development community that rather than the start point being at the certificate of occupancy where there's nobody in the units, that if we could move to lease up, that helps them because then they have people in and they actually have money flowing into the project. So it's hard for me to say exactly what they're going to come forward with, but we've made it clear to them that it's not going to be totally open-ended, that we have to pass a reasonableness test when we bring it back to council.
And you got generally accepted accounting procedures because these all have to be booked somewhere on our ledger. I'm wondering how that's going to look too, and then lien, obviously, and it almost starts to get into this deal of them of how we have the subsidy, the SADs of the infrastructure, but these are just our building and permitting fees, correct? That go to us, correct?
Right, so what we offered, and again, part of what you'll see is their specific requests. We talked originally about sewer and traffic and building permit.
Okay. Do you have a flyer that kind of explains and advertises the program yet?
We do, I thought it was included with the staff report.
Okay,
But if it isn't,
okay.
we'll
I
get it
have
out.
one.
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And, I want to remind council, this is a pilot project. We didn't know what to expect. Matter of fact, I called you for the first week. Oh my goodness, Bill, are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? Are we seeing this program be successful? Because I like results right away. And unfortunately, government doesn't work like that. But I've learned so much from the developers, and that's why it's so critical to have these private and public partnerships with developers, because guess what? Government doesn't do this. This is not what we do. And thank goodness for these developers coming in, and we do have to look at them as partners. I want everyone to understand that. And again, I love this because this is that concept of build up and not out. And everyone always says, not my backyard, Mayor Sheevy. We want affordable housing, just not here. And I also am a big believer, you don't put just affordable housing in one part of the city. A lot of people, yes, there was criticism. There will always be criticism. I've learned that even if you're doing, everything right, your biggest critics will come after you. I learned that. And I really wanted to stress with this pilot project that this was really about building all types of housing, because you need all types of housing when you look at the economics to alleviate the tension that's happening in the market right now. There's a lot of people that are living in low-income housing that can afford more, but because the housing demand, there's such a shortage in that, and that's pushing out the people that really need the affordable housing. And you also don't want to segregate people into one part of the city. Can you imagine that? You want your whole entire community to live together. So, this was just very preliminary. I want to thank you for all your hard work, Bill. I want to thank Eric Jensen for his hard work, and I'm sure Arlo, and you guys really just made this happen, and I'm really grateful, and I want to thank the developers. I saw some impressive projects, which I can't wait to see come back to us, but I just want to say thank you. And again, you know what? With housing, I want to remind everyone, it's going to take a lot of different tools in the toolbox. This is just one. And if it works, great. We'll use that one. If it doesn't, then we go back to the drawing board. But like I said, where we fail is when we stop trying. We got to keep trying. So I just want to thank everyone, all the developers that have participated, and they have really said, hey, this allows me, the reason why this is so effective is this allows me to use more capital up front that we wouldn't normally have. And we all know if you're in business and you borrow money, it's incredibly expensive. You have to go out there and have way more requirements. So this, I think, also gives you capital to funding capital a lot quicker too. And it also, there was a gentleman here, he might be here. I think you're over there. Anyway, there you are. He said, Hillary, this also kind of shows us that cities want to be good partners with developers and help us get there and vice versa. And it is a joint effort. And he said, because we know that cities are amenable to doing different things and innovative things, what we're doing in the past isn't working. So anyway, I don't want to go on anymore, but thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Reese. Nothing? Okay. That being said, can I have a motion, please?
I'm not sure it was styled for a motion, but I'll direct staff to take our thoughts and go forth.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, again, we can go back to item D1 and get back in order, or we can go to item F1 as we have members in the audience that would like to speak on that item.
Yeah, I want to get the people that have been sitting here. This is. All right, item F1.
All right, item F1 is an ordinance adoption to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
All right, Madam Clerk, at this time, do you have any public comment?
You want the City Attorney to read it first?
Do you want to go ahead and read it first?
I'll go ahead. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6535, case number TXT 20-00001, public parks and plaza shading. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, Chapter 18.12, site and building design standards, Section 18.12.301, generally applicable site and building design standards regarding public parks and plaza shading, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you.
May I ask the city attorney a question?
Go right ahead.
On this, we had a public commenter come earlier in the day, and he felt that the words downtown not being associated on this legal description made it a vague item. Do you agree?
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm gonna get up and go, please. Kevin, no. I'm gonna get up during public comment. I've got to get up. I'm
Okay,
not here before.
Madam Clerk, I guess we'll start as we do with, does anyone from the body desire a staff presentation? Okay, if not, then we'll move, Madam Clerk. I believe we have public comment on this item.
We do.
Okay.
Our first public commenter is Mercedes De La Garza, followed by Peter Chase Newman, followed by Glenn Cartledge.
Can I get the overhead to work? I was going to say hello, Madam Mayor, but she's left. Hello, Council, how are you? Thank you for listening to us today on the shading ordinance. There are certain things you just can never come back from. So the question is really, where does the density belong? In San Francisco, the city is looking at this or re-looking at this because they're tightening the guidance on shadow laws. And in Washington, D.C., they're also they're reviewing the rules around their prohibiting shadows. Just this past August, I was having a meeting with somebody on staff, and we were talking about development on the river. Was being considered for a development on the North Esplanade, and she brought out this talking about the riverfront heights and setbacks, which I'd forgotten about. And it's from the general overlay zoning for the Truckee River District. So in San Francisco, they're actually just starting to develop these kinds. I was surprised I didn't have this already. But they're essentially just helping developers figure out what the massings of their buildings can look like. And if you go further into this particular book, it tells you about attenuation on the building and that sort of thing. So for the riverfront, you have the highest and best use is typically not affordable housing, and you probably won't see very much affordable housing on the river. So one of the things I'd like to propose is that to support putting the special use permit back in so that it can be looked at piece by piece. There's not that many pieces that would be applicable. Alternatively, just leaving the shading ordinance intact in the Truckee River District, and then those specific properties would be looked at again as well. In San Francisco, and the reason I bring that up several times is because I do some work there. They actually require all the proposed projects over 40 feet to be reviewed by the Parks Commission. And then in the requirements, the conditions when you apply require that you model that, and then you have to show the whole year and how that looks on the the park. And it would be something really to go back and review. I think this is a great thing to look at, and we ought to review this again. But I would support putting the special use permit back, or taking the shading, taking the Truckee River District out of the shading. Thank you.
Our next
Thank you.
public commenter is Peter Chase Newman, followed by Glenn Cartledge, followed by Janice Williams.
Mercedes, can you help me on this?
Before Mr. Newman, before you begin, I just want the audience to understand something. When the members of the body step off of the dais, there are TVs and sound in the back rooms. And so it's oftentimes that we've just been sitting for a long period of time, or people are using the facilities, but we do continue to hear all the comments. So it's no disrespect to the members of the audience who I know have been sitting for a very long time. I want to make sure they understand. We've also have 2 members who are on the phone. So people are listening and desire to hear what your comments are. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think what you ought to do is every 15 minutes, take a little 7th inning stretch. Just stand up. I've done this with juries, and just have you stand up. I don't mind if you stand up while I'm talking. It's good for your circulation. Okay, let me know when you're going to start my clock. Okay, my name is Peter Newman, and I'm here to tell you that there are a whole bunch of people that are against this ordinance, and they haven't even been. I'll just show you just a list of the ones that we filed this morning. About 150 of them, and there are a whole bunch more. And you know a lot of these people. People like Tim Healy that owns the Laughing Planet, for example. Businessmen, and the whole Trinity Church, of course. And they haven't really been heard because of the system that now exists where we can't read their comments anymore. So that's why I'm showing you this list. Okay, the next item is, I believe that this proposal violates the Nevada Constitution. Nevada Constitution, Article 4, Section 21, provides that there is, that special legislation is unconstitutional. That's legislation that either helps one special class or harms one special class to the exclusion of the general class. And if you can make, so we have a statute, an ordinance in effect right now that is against shading for the whole city of Reno. And what this bill would do, to benefit one particular class, we all know who it is. It's a developer who wants to put a 20-story building in there that's going to shade the heck out of the Trinity Church, the river, a public park, which is the Wingfield Park, probably the park towers. And to help that one special interest, it's going to hurt a whole bunch of other people. And this is going to be for the whole district of downtown Reno, but all the other districts in Reno, zoning districts, will stay the way they are. So this is special legislation. And I've given to the city attorney a very, very brief memo that I just hand wrote today on some of the laws that some of the cases the Nevada Supreme Court has decided. Nevada Supreme Court has probably overruled and held void at least 20 ordinances and statutes in the last 100 years that are because they're special legislation. The Supreme Court is very, very prone to looking at this kind of thing with a very jaundiced eye. And this indeed would be special legislation. It would benefit one developer who's paid about $10 million reportedly for the Wingfield property to build this gigantic 20-story thing, which is going to really affect a lot of people adversely. It's going to affect public places, and a plaza is a place. And the statute right now says a public plaza or public place which is shaded, or a dwelling which is shaded, it makes it unlawful. And the dwellings that will be affected by this will be the park towers, and I think arguably the Trinity Church, which is a dwelling or a house of the Lord, and it's going to be adversely affected. I hope you vote no on this. It's unconstitutional.
Mr. Newman, do you need some additional time? I obviously have a great respect for your intellect, and if you need another minute or so to wrap up your
I
comments.
appreciate that. I don't want to take the time of so many other people, but this really shows kind of how big this this is going to be. It's going to terribly affect Court Street, which cannot really be expanded. Court Street is going to turn out to be the spaghetti bowl of downtown Reno if this happens. And we all know what's happened to the spaghetti bowl. There's no way you can, this exhibit, or this development has 40 residential units, 260 hotel rooms, 16,000 square feet of office space, restaurants, and a lot of cars, 450 car spaces. And that'll be there'll be 450 cars there all the time. And it's just going to be a nightmare for everybody in that neighborhood. And that's why we've had so many people sign these comment cards. So thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it, and I hope that you all really look at this with a jaundiced eye, as I think the court will if it passes, because there will be litigation on this. I can guarantee that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Reese, just to be clear, Councilmember Delgado is no longer on the phone.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens as we get into it. Let's
Our
continue with public comment.
next public commenter is Glenn Cartledge, followed by Janice Williams, followed by Elliot Jossie.
Madam Clerk, is Councilmember Dewar still on the phone?
She is still
Okay,
on the
thank
line.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Reese, my neighbor is Glenn Cartledge, the attorney. She's apparently not here, but another lady is, Don Keats, who maybe she could take her place.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
okay.
just keep
We-
going, and
yeah.
if we cycle back, and if Ms.
you.
Cartledge should arrive.
Our next public commenter is Janice Williams, followed by Elliot Jossie, followed by Jody Rossi.
I have a presentation to show. Good afternoon, councilmen and council members. My name is Janice Williams. I was born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I came here to Reno to attend the University of Nevada. I have lived, worked, and recreated here for over 40 years. I chose to live in Reno, not Las Vegas, not San Francisco, not New York, because I feel that we are unique. We're a small community, but we are the biggest little city, and I really appreciate that. This is my first time making a comment to your board, your council. At this time, your predecessors made a decision to include the shading ordinance to protect our parks and our plazas. And I had wondered, had any of you made a decision to talk to your staff as to why that ordinance was updated? And did you have any public meetings regarding those discussions? I am speaking today in opposition to remove from the ordinance the shading requirement because for the downtown area, the shading is critical to our parks and our plazas. Yesterday, I walked downtown to inspect tall buildings that currently reside in the south side of the Truckee River and shade and cast shadows in the river and in public parks. The first example I have is the Park Tower located on the south side of Island Avenue. It is a 16-story building that currently casts long shadows on Wingfield Park and the Truckee River. I walked to Wingfield Park entering from a frost-covered slippery bridge. For periods of time during the year, any building of a high-rise complex equal to or exceeding the Park Tower will more than likely shade this entire park, including the bridge from Island Avenue. While I was walking around Wingfield Park, I spoke to the docents who were available to talk to visitors about the Fish Out of Water art display that the Reno Winter Light Festival hovering over the Truckee River. We were not standing in the shade. We were standing in the sun to stay warm. By the time I left the park at 11:30, walking to Island Avenue, the bridge was covered with the sunshine and there was no more frost. My second example is the Renaissance Hotel. Though it does not have a park or a plaza there, I wanted to show the shading in that particular area. At the first time, it was 10:05, the second time was 11:25, and that 10-story building covered the entire river corridor at that time. So after the initial public comments this morning, I talked to Theo J. May I continue talking? Thank you. Regarding the City Council's violations of the open meeting laws regarding potential changes to the ordinance being discussed, he advised me to file complaints with the Nevada Attorney General regarding violations of the opening meeting law during your November 6th, December 4th, and today's meetings. Theo also advised me to strongly recommend that the item being discussed be delayed and referred to the city's Park and Recreation Commission, since parks are being directly affected. That commission will do its due diligence and return their recommendations to you. Thank you.
It should be noted that Councilmember Delgado is back on the phone. Elliot Jossie, followed by Jody Rossi, followed by Donna Keats.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, if you're here, council members. My name is Elliot Josie, and I am a Reno newbie. I relocated here from the San Francisco Bay Area at the end of the summer. I chose Reno because of its a number of things, but it's good governance, and I applaud the city for taking such a strong leadership on addressing climate change. I understand the problems about the need for housing. I also want to thank them for all the arts and the diversity and the fact that it's just a great place to live. I'm glad I'm here. I was, however, shocked when I did learn just last weekend that there was a massive planned development for the river. Probably the major reason I may have chosen Reno was because of the jewel, the Truckee River. It's just marvelous. I looked at Boise, Idaho, and that's river and that's parkway. I looked at Bend, Oregon for a location site because of its location along the Deschutes. The Truckee, and of course in the proximity to the Eastern Sierra, were exceptional. However, I don't understand, while I see the need for housing, why there is this rush to put in a massive development overriding an ordinance that's longstanding. And please presume me if I sound, or excuse me if I sound presumptuous as a newbie and also somewhat poorly informed, but it does seem like there are other options that are perhaps viable, equally so, and maybe more desirable to provide housing and address the building up as opposed to building out. But to put this massive, large hotel and some 40 units of housing right on the river to create the shading that we've heard, to interfere with the natural movement and life in the river, and to do so because as best as I can see, CAI, the developer, wants to do it before the end of the year. So I urge you to reconsider moving quickly. I also ask you to open this up so there's no possibility of litigation from violating any open meeting regulations. And I thank you for your time and happy holidays.
Jody Rossi, followed by Donna Keats.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today and for letting me speak. This is the first time I've ever been at one of these council meetings for a day, and it's been an eye-opener. I've seen people who are in great distress, and I've seen people who have hopes and plans for the future. And I'm glad that as a member of this community, I have a vote. And I also want to especially thank the representative from my ward, Jenny Baracus, because you have given sometimes dissenting views that I have found very enlightening and refreshing, and I thank you. I have a written prepared statement. As they said, my name is Jody Rossi, and I've lived in Reno for 58 years. I support the shadow ordinance as it is right now, and I would like it not to be amended. I greatly admire the thoughtful councilmen and women who created the shadow ordinance. There was nothing to be gained for any of them to do it except to do the right thing. They simply wanted to protect our parks from projects like a 20-story building from casting its Goliath shadow over our parks, plazas, walkways, wildlife, and beautiful Truckee. If it was the right thing to do back then, I ask you, council members, isn't it the right, what has changed that it makes it not right now? And I can almost hear you say, well, we've grown, the population has changed. There's more of us now. But with our growing population, isn't there even more reason to protect our precious open spaces? Psychologists have proven that work efficiency and health increases when employees and others are able to take a break away from the office and go for a walk in the sun. Wingfield Park has provided this benefit for almost 100 years. It's dense. I'm going to ask you this question because it comes from my heart. Is density more important than quality of life? How can a project of this size be even considered without a special use permit? I want to see environmental impact studies on how this hotel will affect the river and its wildlife. I want to see how the traffic will be impacted and if emergency vehicles can navigate narrow streets in an evacuation emergency. I want to know how a 20-story hotel will fit into a historic old neighborhood and how the neighbors feel about it. But most important of all, I want to know what the people of Reno want, all the people of Reno, not just the ones in the blue suit who have a vision for this neighborhood and for our town. I want to hear from the regular people, the ones that go to work every day, the ones who pay taxes. I want to hear from them. I want to know all these things. May I finish, please?
You've got 20 seconds.
Okay. I want to know all these things, and I'm wondering as I stand here before you, why wouldn't you want to know them too? Mr. Gordon has said that the CAI is under a timeline. I think that's their timeline. It shouldn't be our timeline. We need to take as long as we need to come to the wisest decision, and we don't have enough information right now to make that determination. So for these reasons, I object to any change in the shadow ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job.
Donna Keats.
Hello, for the record, this is Donna Keats. I'm a little bit of a disadvantage because I want to thank you all for your patience because I've been watching you off and on all day, and you're still here and mostly smiling, and I admire that.
12 tonight.
I know you will be, and I'm wondering how much is good. So, thanks, because it's been really tedious for me. I raced down here, have family visiting, we're wandering downtown, enjoying our downtown area. I got a text saying, okay, we're up. All my notes are in my car. So, I missed the whole everything, but I've spent a lot of time looking into this in the past. I want to say a couple of things that are not about this giant project, because you've heard enough about that. My understanding is you're here to decide about the shade ordinance. Removing it from all of downtown, my opinion, is absurd. If you want to increase development and have a provision for very tall buildings, why not leave the shade ordinance as it is? Very tall buildings are going to need a special use permit. California district limited to 45 feet. They've got an SUP anyway to extend their building envelope. Where's the added cost and time that you're trying to avoid? Right? They've got to get an SUP for that anyway. Make them get an SUP to start shadowing everybody. Protect the people in the houses. who are all these people who come about parking lots, about development in the downtown area right next to them and the overlapping parking lots. You've heard them all talking about this. Now they have no rights. They can't grow a garden anymore. And I've looked at some of these shadow things, and they go pretty long on, and they continue past the summer solstice. It's not just at the winter solstice that these things are bad, although that's the worst. So I object. I want to bring this forward to you too. You're not getting the public comments. I did online comments for your meeting last week. There's no record of it anywhere, not in your packets. You were told you didn't have any online comments. I looked at what you got. You got 2 comments for this meeting. There's a lot more online comments. You're just simply not seeing them. I don't know where the failure is. I've gone to almost every presentation variety that Arla's done. I've gone to a lot of planning commission meetings, haven't been in front of you very much. I'm told, I read this is in the Title 18 change, that based on council's approval or whatever, we're gonna delete this ordinance. It's already in the Title 18 text change. I was told that wasn't a done deal. I didn't need to worry about it until we went forward with the next meetings in front of you. Guess what? I've been participating in all of this. This comes as a great surprise to me, and you know how many times I've come and spoken about different things. And, so I'm going to repeat a message I've said before. You're not getting across. I know you're trying. I know it's really genuine and from the heart. People don't know what you're doing. They don't understand it, and it's absurd to change our downtown and shadow the whole river walk and have everybody slipping on the ice because you want to infill on the south side of the river. It's a silly idea, and it doesn't help anybody. I've been here 35 years. I love the river. I would do anything to protect the river. I'm begging you, don't do this without refining the ordinance and making it be just on the north side of the river or just in this area or protecting the single-family homes in the downtown area. It's a very large area, so don't do a categorical thing. It's just too much. Think it through, please.
All right,
Thank you. Sorry I didn't have my notes. I had more that was better, but.
You did a good job.
Madam Mayor, we have an additional public commenter. Ryan Gold would like to comment.
Hi. Ryan Gold with Group West Construction on behalf of Whitney Peak. I apologize if I seem tired. I have a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old at home. I'm pretty exhausted. Specifically talking about the Whitney Peak project and tower on the corner of Sierra and Com Row, proposed tower that if the ordinance stands will have a tremendous negative impact, and more than likely the project will be dead. If we have to wait 3 or 4 months for an SUP, all the hard work that we've put into this project more than likely will not happen. Time constraints and financial constraints have really made this project hard to pencil. I think we all know that this council has been very pro-infill and working very hard on some of our housing issues. And I think we need to be able to take a look at all the land that we have as soon as possible. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record that we received 174 letters in opposition of this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, that being said, Madam Clerk, I think we've already had public comment. Councilman Breckus.
I didn't ask to speak. I'm just going to express, because I voted against the introduction, and I want to be very clear about my concerns of the transparency of this process. I think I first heard about this recommended zone change, which never made it on our list of 40 or 50 we had when we decided to do a comprehensive amendment to Title 18. But at this summer at the zoning workshop meetings, there's a stakeholders group, and I was very open-minded to hear about it and shading. And I wondered, though, about the history of this ordinance, because I knew it had been in place at one time. And I would have expected through the process that our staff would do the detailed historical research to let us know. And the more and more we went further on this, and at the last meeting, it really came clear to me, this ordinance change was about one project. And that is not a good way to make public policy. And I'm disappointed. Some of the members of the public who have talked to me about this ordinance were involved in the ordinance setting way back when, explained to me about it, and we had no history whatsoever from why this was put into place, what was previous councils trying to achieve. We never got a map of the parcels that were involved. It's very disappointing, and it's going to be counterproductive if the threats of litigation come through, because then if it's done because someone wants to put their opportunity zone money into play by the end of the year and there's an injunction against this ordinance, it's counterproductive. And that's a failure of public policy making also. So, you know, we may be in that position. I hope we're not. But if we are, it's really going to be a reflection on us and what you get when you change public policy for one person without fully scoping the whole complexity of an issue. And Madam Manager, I'm really directing my comments at you because I think that a standard of more full scope of issues and transparency of how ideas come forward needs to be delivered by your staff to this body and to the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I know Councilwoman Dewar, I think she is also on the phone. And the only reason I went to Jenny is because it's just sort of out of habit. So I wasn't, you know, it's to my right and we just go there. So anyway, so I wasn't trying to call you out or anything, just so you know. Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
On the last comments made by Councilwoman Breckus, if we could have staff, I've heard it before, how we got to this point with the ordinance. So
Thank you. For the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager. When this was first discussed, it was during one of the presentations to City Council on the zoning code update, and it got brought up at that point. There's a lot of discussion, not specific to the shading ordinance around this, but more specifically to barriers to development, barriers to infill. This is a recurring theme that you have heard again and again. You've heard it from the public. You've heard it as part of this initiative for the 1,000 homes, or 1,000 homes in 100 days. So all of it was kind of part of the overall discussion. And again, that took place during one of your updates on the zoning code update. So that was during part of that overall discussion. I would say discussions at a staff level, again, we've had this discussion. We have developers come to us daily talking about projects in downtown. And the first thing they ask is, what's the process? How tall can I go? What are my site constraints? The benefit of being in the downtown area is, for the most part, we don't have height restrictions. Our mixed-use zoning code in downtown, not universally, but pretty much allows for unlimited height. There are certain areas, including along the Truckee River, where we do look at different setbacks for depending on the height of your building. So our zoning code has many layers, and within that we have different districts. Specific, I think, to bring up to the Truckee River district, I should acknowledge that we do have separate zoning code standards for properties within the Truckee River district. We also have design guidelines specific to development along the Truckee River. So we do have, I would say, policies and practices and zoning codes in place that help to protect the Truckee River. The thing that is before you today is a shading ordinance, and it is not specific to any one project. This item, prior to 2006, was not included in the downtown area, meaning that there were no limitations if the property was in the downtown area. In 2006, when the zoning code was updated and the downtown regional center plan was implemented, it was put back into the zoning code. So prior to 2006, there were no shading ordinances impacting the downtown area. There were shading ordinances impacting parks in the greater city, but they were not included as part of the downtown area. So it's only been since 2006 that we've really had this restriction specific to shading in the downtown area. So what's before you now is to revert back to prior to 2006 and to take that limitation out. And again, to go back to why. right? We're trying to remove barriers to development. That was part of council's discussion as to why they initiated this text amendment.
Okay. Thank you very much. You know, I gotta say, this one is really, really hard. Because, you know, on so many levels, you know, I can absolutely see, you know, why people, you know, have concern with this. And so this one I'm really struggling with, but I have to tell you, because I kind of went back and forth and back and forth, and one of the things is downtown has been really, really challenging to develop, and that was because of all the layers that were put in. And, you know, so when you go back and you read the ULI and you read the Downtown Action Plan, you know, they talk about all those layers. The one thing is, you know, there are a whole bunch of requirements, which is good, thank God, you know, for those setbacks and things, you know, of that nature. But I will tell you, this one's very, very challenging. The one thing I wanted to know, like with Park Tower to the right, and, you know, I've been going over there quite a bit, and no one's ever brought it to my attention, but kind of looking at the shading whenever I was over there, you know, I haven't heard, you know, anyone say that they have had issues with that shading, or have we had issues over there with some of the shading? Because we have tall buildings all along the corridor. And so, you know, I want to make sure, because I haven't heard anything. I've asked a lot of people. And then the other thing is in conjunction of our climate action plan, and how, you know, because I read a lot about how you know, make these buildings much more sustainable, because I'm a big believer in that. And one of the things, you know, they talk about these tall buildings that can keep, what they do is they obviously keep the ground cooler. There's some, you know, added benefits, you know, to having, you know, that shading because it's cool. And then also I'm a huge proponent of the Truckee River. And, you know, we're really trying hard to keep it safe and clean and those kinds of things. So I would never want to do anything to jeopardize the river. But this one is really, really challenging. And I think you got to remember, this has got to be all about every project that comes in the downtown core. I can't win, because whenever I vote for something out there to build housing, then people are irate with me, and people are saying, Mayor Sheevy, we need affordable housing, and they keep saying it, not in my backyard. I can't, so, you know, we try to focus on infill with these, you know, this initiative of 1,000 homes in 120 days. And, you know, then I hear that, hey, Mayor Sheevy, it needs to be all affordable. You know, these are tough decisions, and they keep you up at night, because I know that they affect all of you. And, you know, here's the other thing too, and I thought about this, and so I can really sympathize with the people from the church and anyone else that has come here. But, you know, I also was thinking about if the whole parcel was open, you know what I mean? Like, then I would have a really hard time with, you know, kind of making these decisions, because we already have existing uses that are, you know, like that. And so it is just, I'm having a very, very tough time with this one, Angela. So, you know, I can understand and certainly sympathize with, you know, the people that are here. It's hard. Downtown is challenging, and I think, anyway, I'm not even going to go there. This one, it has definitely kept me up at night. So, Councilman Dewar.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I summarized last time. I was very surprised by the shift in our decision making. At the previous meeting in early November, we discussed this at length. We acknowledged that we would be going from a prohibition of tall buildings in our downtown along parks and the river to full development option, where it would go straight to a building permit with no public notice. And you, in particular, Madam Mayor, brought up your concern, as you did again just now, about wanting public to participate. At that time, I had recommended, after discussion with staff, that we take a middle ground. And I support getting rid of this prohibition. But I also support having the public involved, because these parks, the river, are all public spaces, and I think they should have input on impacts to our public spaces. The rest of downtown that are not near or on the south side of parks and rivers, when this ordinance wouldn't apply to. There already is no restriction. They can build at will. And so my recommendation is what it was a month ago, is that we should just take a step forward, remove the prohibition, but require an SUP for these kind of projects. I am absolutely not focused on any one project. This is a public policy discussion and a public policy change that we're considering. And I think it's just the right way to proceed with something like this, rather than going again from a full prohibition where you can't even propose an item all the way to just a building permit. And that's my input, and that's what I'd like to see. I'm also concerned just about the noticing. I didn't realize, I heard the motion last time to come back on an agenda, but I didn't realize that it would be coming back on this agenda just a few days later. The agenda was amended, I think it was on Friday. And so that's what caught my attention. And so anyway, I mean, it's a legal agenda to my notice, to my understanding, but it was just a very short notice, I think, for those that want to participate. I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Breckus.
I mean, because we don't have the advantage of the history fleshed out on this, my understanding is that this was put in response to projects like the park towers that shade. And secondly, in terms of doing downtown development, I think going through the special use permit process, which is just a vetting, a viewing, is maybe the least of the difficulties that this project, which I understand is hotel rooms, 20 stories. I mean, there's going to be a lot of factors involved in that project. Construction costs, engineering, financing. There's a whole lot of other things. And I think it's not accurate to say that a project of this magnitude will hang on whether or not it goes through the special use permit process. I just don't see it. And I also want to get back to something Ms. Foose said, that, this never was in the downtown area. There never really was a downtown mixed-use zoning district before 2006, okay? So let's, in lieu of a really good analysis of the historical of this ordinance, which you didn't bring forward, we need to be very careful and accurate on our statements. And one of those is that, and you mentioned it, there's no height allowance in downtown. Up until 2006, there always was. Okay? So we are a jurisdiction that removed that. And it's irony of ironies is we removed a height restriction in many parts, and we haven't even seen tall buildings. The tallest building I've seen in the 22 years I've lived here has been the Washington Med building, or the Renown building. So, I don't know. I think that I thought we found a middle ground. I thought it was a fair one. And I think that's the way we should go. In lieu of that, I think the council, if they want to move forward with adoption, should continue this and really ask for some good detailed historical analysis of the history of zoning in terms of massing and density. And I'll remind you, this isn't a housing project that I understand.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I have a couple of questions because I was reminded by former Councilman Ayazi, sort of a theory or a thought about questions. And so I want to understand, this is, in particular, the project adjacent to Trinity is in a mixed-use based zoning district. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and it's also in the downtown Reno Regional Center Truckee River District, so the DRRC/Truckee, right?
Correct.
And then it is also in the Downtown Riverfront Design Guidelines District, is that right?
The guidelines are pertinent to any development within that Truckee River overlay.
And one of the public speakers came forward and had a copy or a page out of that design guideline, is that right?
Correct.
And so I guess ultimately I was trying to find a balance, like my colleagues are, because we are struggling with how to entirely see our city into the future relative to densities, higher scope buildings, and this applies in a very broad area throughout the downtown corridor. I think you said last time, how many parcels were there that could potentially be affected by it?
And I think that was Councilwoman Breckus that counted parcels. I did not have an answer on that.
Well, I think you showed a map during the last presentation. And that's going to come up. And we also had property and a developer who came today that said, hey, this is something that's really would be adverse to us to have this requirement because I guess their project would shade the plaza, which is the trench, maybe?
Correct. The gentleman that came before you today was referring to the Whitney Peak building. There is a building that is attached to the Whitney Peak building on the west side, and that at some point will likely be built as something different. And so looking at that, you can see that picture on actually the top left is the area we're talking about. So whatever comes forward that's attached to the Whitney Peak building will have to comply with the shading ordinance because they are across the street from the plaza.
Okay.
That's the trench piece.
And then with regard to the parcels that are along the river, it looks like there are 3, including our police station location, which you identified. Is that right?
Yeah, and this is hard. So I'm going to just call out some of I'm going to call them the green areas. Anything developed near this parcel, any of these parcels, all of these park parcels are within the downtown area.
And so I guess one of the concerns that has been raised by me or by constituents with me is that somehow developers will come along and they will build a 0 lot line project with no articulations, there won't be windows, it'll be just flat walls to the sky, some kind of, hideous abomination. And what is the response of planning to that? I mean,
Because we have those various levels within our zoning code, I would start with the mixed-use zoning, and that has articulation requirements, density requirements, pedestrian amenity requirements. That's level 1. Then within the downtown area, we break it up into different, more specific categories. We have the Truckee River area, the entertainment area, which is more the casino area, California Avenue district. So all of those different districts break the zoning code into even more minute details. So more requirements, more restrictions, more design elements. And then if you're within that Truckee River corridor, you have another set of guidelines. And that's more of a policy type level document that calls out building materials, roof materials, really specific details that's specific to property developed along the Truckee River.
okay, thank you.
Which I might add, these layers should be elaborated for the council to understand. But that third layer of policy is what the planning commission will be doing through the special use permit. Otherwise, it's being thrown into the planning plan checker to determine how to apply these policies to this area. That is a discretionary decision about design related to these policies in areas that can only be exercised at the special use permit time, not through, assistant planner, whoever on the 6th floor with a plan of building sets. They are not going to have the latitude, the discretion to apply policy. That would be a public vetting of the planning commission. So having that document not being able to work in tandem with the planning commission deliberation is really just eviscerating and gutting all those policies.
And maybe just to clarify, the Downtown Riverfront Design Guidelines is the title of that document. And it specifically says, it calls out more subjective considerations. And again, it's not so much to say, here's the requirements, it's to say, in areas within the downtown Truckee River corridor, we have building materials to look at, roof materials to look at. So it gives you a list and some direction on the types of materials. And then it is up to the developer to comply with those design guidelines.
Or the planning commission to apply those.
This is also hard because I think it gets very clouded by one project, and I think that that's really kind of, it's too bad because I think, you kind of have to keep those policies very separate. And so, after the last vote, and Councilwoman Dewar is right, I wanted to see, SUPs. Then I started to go back, I read ULI, I read the Downtown Action Plan, and it talked about how difficult that it has been. And I want to say, I think, this entire council, we kind of talked about, how we all thought that the shading policy was egregious. A lot of us did. And so now, now it kind of changes based on, whatever this is. And I don't want to look at whatever this is because that's not what's before us. And that's why I think, like I said, for me, this is so tough, Angela. It is so tough. And so, again, it is tough, but, we talk about revitalizing downtown and they continue to say how challenging it is, and it's challenging. So, it is tough. All right, with that being said, I'm going to ask Councilman Reese because I don't see anything on the board. Give me a motion.
Move to adopt.
All right, so I have a motion and I have a second, Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, sorry, we're having some issues with the call-in, and it looks like both of the members have dropped off. So I don't know if you're okay with taking the vote without them, or if you'd like to wait until they're back on the line.
Your entry 584180520 is not valid.
I think we can
or the
vote.
meeting has not started
I
yet.
just wanted to let you know that they weren't on the line.
Don't, I mean, we have enough up here, no?
I don't know what I just would take a 2-minute recess to just try and get them on.
There you go. They're back on.
Okay.
Both are back.
Councilwoman Breckus.
I'll restate my motion for the folks who are joining us on the phone. I move to adopt.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Councilwoman Breckus. Nothing? Councilwoman Dewar? No? Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you. The one thing I do want to say, Councilwoman Breckus, I respect you very, very much, and I think you're incredibly smart. You are very, very smart. But one thing I want to point out is that, when you made those comments and you directed them at Madam Manager, and you kind of said that staff might have been not being transparent and disingenuous, I think you have to be very careful, because I think it insinuates that everyone up here isn't transparent. No one up here is trying to hide anything. There's nothing going on here that, you think is behind the scenes or something to that magnitude. I want everyone to understand that. And staff is not big, bad staff. You guys worked so hard last night. I was leaving the garage at 10:30 at night, and half of the cars were still here from you guys working. I mean, you're very, very dedicated, so I don't want you to have the opinion or the taste that, we're up here attacking you, because that's, not, how we want to portray that at all. So, I do apologize, because I know how hard you guys work, so. And do we get everything right? No, we don't. That's for sure. I know a lot of times we can let you down, and we don't do it deliberately, and that's not the intent. I was born and raised here. Mercedes, I'll probably see you at Rayleigh's next week, right? Tomorrow. I'll see you at Rayleigh's tomorrow. And I respect you very much. I know how talented you are. And I know how, Mr. Newman, what he's done in the community and what he's given back, each and every one of you in the church for feeding people and, all the good things that you guys do in the community. At the end of the day, we all live here together. There are times we do things that do really upset people, and that's not the intention. So, I just want you to know that. We all have to come together and be one community together, love and respect each other. So that's all I'm saying. Don't roll your eyes. That's not nice. That's not nice. Okay. We'll have coffee. You and I will have coffee. Because honestly, government's hard. It's not easy. I mean, it is really, really challenging. So anyway, okay. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
One motion carries 4-2. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, would you like to go back in
Almost
order
there.
to item D1? Okay.
This morning about your.
So, do you want, how long do you want?
Do we have Councilmember Dewar on the phone? Yeah, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come back into session. I apologize, we've been in the back having an attorney-client session for the last bit, and we're still on our daytime calendar, which is, oh, perfect. Hi, Madam Mayor. So we're going to come back in, and I'll turn the meeting back over to the mayor. I think we're on item D1. Madam Mayor, did you want to go back in order so that we're starting with D1, or were you doing something different?
I have to go like this. The NV Energy one, I know
Oh, we have people here on that, you're right. You-
that we've had, a couple of people here. Also, I wanted to ask you, Madam Vice Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone?
We
Yes.
have Councilmember Dewar, I believe, is on the phone.
Okay.
It looks like we have two in, so just one. Councilmember Dewar, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am now. I mean, I couldn't hear you before, but I can now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
So Madam Mayor, do you want to open D8 since NV Energy is in the room so we can get that one knocked out, or would you like to go back to
Yes.
D1?
Let's go to, D8. Okay, Madam Vice Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment on item D8.
Okay, then I'm gonna have staff give us a presentation. You wanna come on up? He's all, who, and you are? And, come on up.
Madam Mayor, Brandon Barkoff, General Counsel for NV Energy.
Oh, okay.
So here to answer any questions anyone has, or if there's anything you'd like me to talk about, happy to do that.
Okay, so why don't we talk about what this contract is, what it's for, how long is it for?
It is it's a contract to partner with us and remain a customer for 5 years. It's a payment of $450,000. It's $150,000 a year for 3 years. We negotiated with Ms. Newby and your legal team on a front-load payment of that for $450,000. So that'll be paid within 30 days of execution of the contract. So those 3 payments will be front-loaded. And the commitment there is to remain a customer of ours and not seek an alternative energy provider for 5 years.
Okay, so that means the city cannot seek an alternative energy provider in 5 years?
For 5 years,
Within
correct.
5 years, okay.
Correct.
All right, so kind of looking at this, I think it's really broad. Like, one of the things, and I'm sure you've heard this, the council's had a lot of questions, like, I want to make sure that this aligns with our sustainability, action plan and where we're headed. And one of the things I know to Councilwoman Dewar is solar, right? There isn't any mention of solar, if that's part of it or not part of it.
So a couple different ways to take that question, so I want to make sure I understand it correct. From a helping fulfill your energy perspectives, first off, that's a major initiative for NV Energy as well. In fact, just this week, we had our recent energy resource plan approved, which brings an additional 1,190 megawatts of renewable energy to come online. If you're talking about individual solar projects on some county buildings or things that you're looking at doing there, this doesn't impact that, just as it doesn't today. You're welcome to do that, and we would continue to support that with other programs we have. So that does not limit your ability to move forward with those types of programs. And like I said, this is not specific to a sense of a resources tied to this contract, but again, we are continuing to move towards our aspirational goal of 100% completely for the state of Nevada, which would obviously cover the city of Reno, and to move towards 50% by 2030. And so you continue to receive the benefits of that as a fully bundled customer of ours. But again, the city remains free to pursue those individual one-off, what I'll call net metering or behind the meter type arrangements for certain facilities or parks or things that you do now. And that's something that's come up with some of the other municipalities as well, as they continue to look at those projects and have that community solar type project in an area. You're free to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, I'm going to open up to some more questions. I'll have more questions for you later, but I want
Councilmember Dewar.
to have council weigh in. Go ahead, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up to that comment, it doesn't say that. And I think that the way that this contract is written is very non-specific. Another example is geothermal. We're looking at self-supplying ourselves with geothermal for the Moana pool, for example. And we have those geothermal rights. And I want to get it on the record, and I'd rather have it in the agreement that any kind of alternate energy, whether it's solar or geothermal, we can pursue it, and we can even retail it. So, for example, on the Moana pool, one option we're looking at is providing the geothermal waters to a third party who would then also sell that to other buildings, and we would get a royalty from that. And is that foreclosed under this agreement?
I think we would need to look at that because part of it depends is, are you generating those yourselves? Are you working with a third-party supplier, in a sense, an alternative supplier to deliver electricity? If it is, that would not be considered part of the contract. The specific of whether or not you're going to engage in the sale of electricity is a little bit different issue, and one we hadn't talked about and hadn't explored with anyone. So I'd have to understand a little bit more about that to give an accurate and complete answer there. But if you were going to a third party to procure energy or from an alternative supplier, that would be foreclosed. That's the one foreclosure here, is if you're buying power from a third party or from a different party, that would be foreclosed. If you're generating
This is
yourself.
where we would be providing. We would be providing it to a third party. Well, through a third party to even fourth parties. So we would be retailing our geothermal in the form of hot water, not power.
Then I think, I don't.
But it offsets power use.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, it offsets power use.
And I think that's a different component that's not factored here. That would be something, if you're allowed to do that under regulations from the Public Utilities Commission or NRS or things there, that's a different animal not contemplated by the contract here. That's not part of what we're doing here. If you're able to do that today, it's not to infringe upon anything you're able to do today. I just can't speak to exactly what that arrangement is, but it's to maintain the similar rights that you have today.
And okay, thank you. And my other question is that on page 1, well, it might be considered page 2, but under customer obligations 3.1, it says customers shall remain a full service electric customer of NV Energy during the term. But it goes on to say, during the term, customers shall not file an application with PUC pursuant to or any other mechanism that would allow the customer to receive electric service from an alternative energy provider. And I guess I'm confused there. We're in a franchise agreement with you. Right now we don't have an official agreement because it's expired. But let's just say that it continues. The thought of going to provide our own energy or work with a third party different from you, obviously that takes research and development. And are you saying in those words that we could not, let's say, go out for an RFP to request people to provide us information during this term? Or are you saying that we just can begin a service from another provider within 5 years?
It's to begin a service, and if it would be easier, we could probably add something at the end says, will not take steps. Same language, customers shall not file an application with the PUCN pursuant to the NRS Chapter 704B or any other mechanism that would allow the customer to receive electric service from an alternative energy provider during the course of this term.
But I don't know what that means. Are we allowed to research, take steps, go before the PUC? It says we can't begin a docket. Could we put out an RFP to other service providers?
The intent of the
under
section.
this? I think that should be clarified.
The intent of the section is that you will not take energy during the term. So we could work with that. It's understanding it takes time if you wanted to work through that process to get started, just so long as you would not start to receive service during the term. The intent behind it is that you would not receive service. So we could fix that language to meet that intent, because that is the intent of the agreement, is that you would not take power during the term.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, any other council members? No?
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we did receive 2 online public comments in favor of this item.
Okay.
In favor.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Okay.
I can make a motion.
Hold on one second. So kind of explain to me, like usually when we sign contracts, there's no like money exchange to like sign this exclusive contract, and so from what I understand, that the timing for you was that it was the end of the year, and can you kind of explain
I think we had a lot of questions. Obviously, Councilwoman Dewar had a lot of questions. There were just a lot of different variables. I know that other cities have looked at this, same contract. And so part of it, we were kind of like, well, let's, talk about what these options are. This is the first discussion that we've had on this topic.
Okay.
And so it's kind of weird to sort of hash it out right up here whenever, we have a lot of different questions. Yeah, we've met with a couple people from NV Energy. There's been kind of that discussion, but not as a body.
Okay.
And I kind of think, we all have to be on the same page because we have gone in this direction for the resiliency plan and our sustainability plan and kind of that. So then all of a sudden, so we kind of thought, yeah, we have time to once we get back from holiday, everyone, talk about what our vision is together, right? And we also have our strategic plan, moving forward, coming up too. And then I was told that here's this payment and you've got to do it now. And if you don't do it now, then it's completely off the table. Is that true?
So it's a program we had for 2019. We
Okay.
hadn't envisioned it necessarily going into 2020, so it's just something we'd have to revisit.
Oh,
So am I
okay.
saying it's absolutely off the table? No, I'm not saying that. It's a program we had for 2019. It's what the city of Las Vegas, city of Sparks, Clark County, several of the school districts entered into. So it was a 2019 program.
Oh, okay.
And so that's where it's at.
Got it.
If it goes into 2020, it's just something we have to revisit. Is this a program that will carry over into 2020?
Okay.
That wasn't the original intent. It was a 2019 program
Got it.
that we were
Okay.
rolling out.
All
Does that
right.
make sense?
Yeah, oh, now it does.
Yes.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
I'm like, we kind of wanted to talk about this, where we were going with, energy and all that stuff. And I really appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
And I think the real focus is you would probably say is our continued partnership of driving towards a lot of solutions, helping you achieve your
Sure.
renewable energy,
Like you
remaining
said,
a long-term solar, the whole thing. And so that's the focus of it as well. And that's part of the reason we rolled it out, is we value our partnership, we value your renewable goals and our shared, constituency here in the city of Reno. So that was the main focus of it.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, I'm going to send
I have
it.
one more question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. One of the issues that's come up since the president of NV Energy presented this concept to the mayor and I was what is the right number? And we've heard for you were just brought up that you've signed contracts with other cities. And it sounds like there was initially a pretty big misunderstanding about the city's energy use. And I get that this is just sort of a number, and it doesn't seem to really be based on kilowatts that we as a city use comprehensively, because we're speaking on behalf of our residents, not just the city facilities. We're making a commitment that no other provider will provide energy within the whole city boundaries. So it's not just about our buildings. And, we're the same size as Henderson approximately, and yet I've heard that it costs more to buy energy in Henderson. And yet I think their number was something like $250,000 a year. And it seemed quite disparate that you had us initially at the same number of Sparks, which is about, I don't know, a third of our size or approximately that, somewhere between a third and a half. And so I note that you upped the amount of money, and I appreciate that. It still didn't seem commensurate, so I just at least wanted to daylight that issue. It was very confusing how you came up with these numbers and what you were actually basing it on and what you were actually buying. And then lastly, these issues that we brought up earlier in this conversation, are you going to amend this contract to add the clarity about the solar, the geothermal, that we could take actions to explore alternatives, we could put out an RFP, we could have a conversation with the PUC, we just can't take energy if we sign this? Would there be a rework of this agreement to clarify those things?
I think the only rework that would be required would be in 3.1, and I would work with your staff and your council here, would be to probably amend 3.1 to read, customer shall remain a full-service electric customer of NV Energy during the term. That's the only commitment you have under customer obligations. Okay. So your ability to research, but I think that's the only one that needs clarification. I don't think the others need clarification. I get a little bit concerned when we start to get real specific, that then people say, well, what did you not think about this, or what did you not think about this? I think the limitations are fairly limited on that, and so I would just amend 3.1 to strike that second sentence that caused some confusion, to make it clear you just have to remain a customer during the term.
Right, I would strike that second sentence exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just, Madam Mayor, I'm comfortable moving forward. I want to let the council know, I was going to say in my comments at the end, is there was discussion yesterday at the Joint Coordinating Committee about possibly extending a gas line to Tumwharf. We're going to have to look at it from our renewable emissions standards, but that's creating a big client for redundancy's sake out at a, I think it's our biggest energy user is Tumwharf, right? So we're going to be having that dialogue with them soon. And I'm sure when we do that, there'll be some things on the table also if we want to go into that customer relationship. So just another thought about dialogue that might be coming forward in this 5-year period with them.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Madam
You
Mayor,
wanna say
do you-
something? Go
yes.
ahead.
I was just going to direct this over the city attorney's office. I think that there was some adjustment to the language, and I just wanted to make sure that that could be done pursuant to if this is approved by this council.
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office, yes, we can have those
Okay,
changes.
thank you.
All right. Okay, I personally, I kind of would like to hold off. If there's some way, if we don't execute the contract, is there some way that we could move forward? And then if we didn't execute the contract, then give the money back? Is there some way to do that? I'm going to ask our city attorney.
Is there so not execute the contract? I guess it may be.
So like today, if we said, yes, we want to do it, but we also, I think, time right now.
Right.
I mean, I think time, council feels like time crunch. This is one of the things we kind of all, were, talking about it because we were trying to figure out with the sustainability plan, where we were all going, kind of like,
Yeah, I
and
think
then all of a
that's
sudden, then we were told, hey, you got to do this right now.
right. I mean, the way the agreement is written, and I'd look to
Like I said, this is the first time that we've talked about this as a body.
the way I read it is that, so you can sign the agreement, receive the $450,000, and then if there is a change in direction at some point in the future, what the agreement calls for is to refund the money within 30 days of the effective date. So it's,
So
essentially.
feasibly, we could have another 30 days. And then if we decide not to, we can give you back the money.
Correct.
Then that gets us to our strategic planning.
Then we're at strategic planning and then,
I'm okay.
okay, all right. All right, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I also wanted to just pause about two things that were included in the staff report, but I also want to acknowledge, NV Energy has been a partner in this community and statewide. It is the energy provider. They're involved in the Energy Foundation, scholarship opportunities, sponsorships. I don't think any of us on this body are being hypercritical of NV Energy because I do believe that we are doing a lot of good things together. I think the issue is some timing issues. We are in no position, of course, to turn away funds, especially because those funds in this staff report are directed at our public safety center. But we have some things that we as a body are trying to accomplish too. And again, it's no slight to NV Energy, who I think has been a good partner and has done a lot of good in the state towards moving us to clean energy systems and solutions. And so in that regard, I'm very honored and to be having the conversation with you, but just understand where we're coming from is this kind of end of the year push. We've been here for a long day already. We have some things to do tonight. This is our last meeting before the holidays. So I just hope you'll appreciate why there's a desire to see this come to pass, but we're also just sort of trying to pump the brakes a little bit. And with that in mind, Madam Mayor, I'll move to recommend approval.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so
very
much, and I appreciate the council, and I appreciate Madam Newby and her office and the professional manner in which they worked with us and dealt with us and your city attorney's office for their great help.
And we appreciate you. I think, when we sat down and we spoke, you know, I think you've met with a lot of us.
Yes.
It's kind of like, okay, well, what does this look like moving forward? Where do we want to go?
Right.
And I don't think that we realized that we were on, you know, the specific time crunch.
Understood.
So today is like I said, as a body talking about, you know, the different intricacies of the contract.
Yes.
And so we're feeling pressured and it's not personal.
Not taking personals on. I
Okay.
appreciate the questions
All right,
and the time.
thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you would like to open item D6, we do have a public commenter in the audience that has been waiting on that one as well.
Please.
Okay, this is a staff report discussion potential direction regarding the disposition of city-owned property at Riverside.
Yeah, I can make this really quick because I asked to put this on the agenda, but maybe we could take and I'll just set it up, I guess. This is the property at Booth Street and Riverside Drive there, the vacant one that we got from some tax default. There's an old house on it, which I understand has some historic significance. It's time to sell it. We need to get rid of it. There's been squatting there and so on. It's encumbered. It's encumbered with a driveway easement to 1200 Riverside, where Ms. Tyson, who's going to speak, has been waiting patiently and is a member of the HOA. I am going to advocate that we go through an open process, very wide open, just like the one that we talked about today. Obviously, it's not as big a property as what we did with P3, you know, but who would have thought when we brought forward the request for, you know, proposals or qualifications, we would have gotten such a creative idea as we got for P3. So let's go at it again, open it up for 30 days. People have talked to me on and off for years about it. Maybe, you know, we'll see who comes. Maybe someone wants to save the house. Maybe someone wants just the land. Maybe, you know, lots of different concepts. When I first came on the council and I realized that the city of Reno owned it, I didn't want to let it go because I know that Keystone Avenue Bridge is really in poor structural shape, and that Booth Street was always part of the bridge replacement program concept anyway. Keystone Avenue Bridge is under design with RTC for the structural, so it's going to go forward. Someday Booth Street may or may not become a bridge. It might go away. Keystone might replace it in some ways, but I think we're far enough in understanding what's going to happen in that Booth Street area with the bridge, and also we're having problems managing that property, and we need to go back onto the tax rolls. So I would suggest, you know, the staff report says, you know, get an appraisal and then open it up for requests for qualifications, and we can maybe sell it for economic development purposes and let the city.
Madam
Second.
Clerk, do you have?
But we have a
public comment?
commenter.
Go ahead.
Rhonda Thiessen.
We're on it.
Tyson.
Tyson.
Come
Rhonda
on up.
Tyson.
Come on up, Wanda.
Thank you very much. I didn't intend to speak today because I had submitted written comments. I was here a little over a year ago, also with written comments, as well as a presentation to the council. What prompted me to spend the day with you was in taking a look at the staff report and seeing reference to the prior approval there of a 12-story condominium unit. I have a treasure trove that goes back more than 12 years of communication between our association and the city. And one thing that I find, and this is not an accusation against city staff, I don't know how you guys keep your records, but my records show that when that condominium was approved, the city was not aware of the encumbrances based on the property rights that 1200 Riverside Drive Association has on that lot. I do not believe that that proposal would ever have been approved had the city been aware of it. Because once the city became aware of it, that developer twisted himself into pretzels trying to figure out a way to build that without disregarding our property rights, including our easement. He went so far as to suggest that they tear down the wall that separates our property from that lot. So what I want the council to understand is that whatever evaluation you have on that, based on a prior approval of a 12-story building, That was DOA once the facts were known. I support Councilmember Breckis's proposal to the council that you do a very public process in which you seek proposals there. That is a unique little piece of land. What you decide to do on that is not going to just affect our neighborhood and our association. It's going to affect the Truckee River. And I think the council ought to think very long and very hard about what you do with a very unique bit of property that can benefit not just the city, not just the neighborhood, not just the river, but the entire community. If you just put it out to auction, some developer is going to come in and think that he can put another 12-story building there, and it's not going to happen if that developer disregards the encumbrances on that property due to our property rights. So I very much appreciate your attention. I know this isn't the most important thing you have on your agenda today, but it doesn't mean that we are not entitled to your thoughtful consideration. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
We don't have any public comment in the audience. However, we did receive one letter in favor through our online public comment.
Okay. Oh, yes, yes, it was for you. And you make some great points, by the way, very, very good points. And I think there's a lot you have to look at here too on this parcel, because from the research that I did, there was also some flooding issues. And then I will say, looking at that home, it's been burned out and it's pretty damaged. And as much as I'd love to save it, it might be really challenging to do so and not even worth it. You know what I mean? But I think, to your point, really examining what you could put there, and, to Councilwoman Breckis's point, I would support that, because I think, some people can come to the table with really innovative ideas, and, there's nothing wrong with that.
Can I just say that the brick building kind of got that way because you had SWAT training there and you kept throwing cannonballs through the wall?
Well, that's a problem.
But we
And that's true.
But some of us went through there 2 summers ago, manager,
Yeah,
and it's really not as bad as you.
might think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you could get, it depends on whoever wants to go there and salvage it, right? They could do it. All right, with that being said, I'm gonna move forward. I have a motion and a second. Do you need to say something,
I just want to
Lori?
clarify that until
I know
we-
you hate being up here with
No.
all your might, so I was just trying to get
And
you
I
out of here.
appreciate that. Lori Miles, property agent for the city of Reno. I just want to clarify that until we get the request for proposals and see what comes in, I don't really want to order an appraisal because we don't know how it's going to be used. Or what-
Okay, and
So
we've been
it-
doing that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I'll order.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
request
they
for
get
proposal.
stale. Oh,
and-
yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Madam Mayor? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I just, along the lines of what you were saying, most of this property, I believe, is in the 100-year floodplain, and I'm fine with them moving forward if, they're going to keep their footprint. But let's say something new is going to be built there. You're going to have to accommodate that and probably elevate the first floor. And what many people do is they'll put parking on the first floor in a situation like that. And the whole idea is so that the people themselves don't get flooded and that they don't increase flooding on their next door neighbors or in this association, those kind of things. So I don't know what we have to do to make that clear, but it's just important for people to recognize, and I want to be transparent in this transaction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries. All right.
All right, with that, Madam Mayor, we're on item D1. Which is a zoning code status update.
Okay. Perfect. Madam Vice Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We have none registered.
Okay, great. Arlo, take it away.
Good evening. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Given the time of the day, I will be exceedingly brief here. I had about a 15-minute presentation giving an outline of what's in the draft ordinances, not an action item. I think I'll go ahead and skip that. If you'd like to review that, you can read the presentation. We'll be reaching out to kind of do individual briefings on what's in the documents. And we have a workshop we're trying to schedule. I think we're looking at early February to work through it in detail. And we'll be working through with our technical working group, various stakeholders and planning commission between now and then. So you'll have some recommendations to consider. With that, I'll wrap it up, answer any questions, and we can move on to the appeal hearing.
All right, any questions? None?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Stockham. He has put his blood, sweat, and tears into this Title 18 update, stayed many late nights, and I know worked on in weekends.
I don't think you get sleep.
And
you're always nice.
He's really done an amazing job on it, so I just wanted to give him a shout out.
Yeah, great job. All right. Do we need to take a motion? Things there, none?
It
That's
says for possible action.
There we go. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So we're on H1, which is City Council comments and announcements on boards and commissions.
All right, any council members have anything? No? We're going to move right along. Madam Clerk?
All right, we are at our 6 o'clock public hearing, item I1 for Stonegate, Phase 1A.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given and correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. However, we do have some public commenters in the audience. Typically, we let the appellants give their presentations, staff would respond as needed, and then we would take public comment before you guys make deliberations.
Okay, sounds good, then we'll go with that. Yeah, go
Jump
ahead.
in. We would like to do a brief staff presentation on the front end to kind of set the stage for this,
Sure.
and also some process
So
to
let's do
look
that
through
and then
here.
we'll go into public comment so
we'll be-
everyone can see what.
We'll
where
be
we're at.
less than 5 minutes or so
Okay,
here.
great.
If you could pull up my presentation, please. So this is the first subdivision that you're seeing in the approved Stonegate PUD. You may recall the planned unit development was approved almost 2 years ago now. You did about a year ago approve the master infrastructure for the project, and that's all in place. The requirements on the master infrastructure permit are also requirements on this subdivision map in accordance with condition number 4. The action by the Planning Commission, which was final action but has been appealed, were two separate actions. By a 5-to-1 vote, the Planning Commission approved the tentative map for 671 single-family homes, as well as the associated special use permit. On the request for a variance to eliminate landscape parkways, the Planning Commission deadlocked at 3-3, so that comes forward to you as a recommendation of non-approval. There have been 3 appeals filed here. The first appeal was from Councilmember Breckus, who's appealed based on the tentative map and SUP findings related to police and fire department staffing levels, in particular finding D. I'm sure she'll speak to that. A second appeal was filed by Mr. Michael DiMartini, appealed the approval again, based largely on water, wastewater, and flood protection concerns. The third appeal was filed by the applicant on the non-approval of the variance. In terms of the process for this meeting tonight, conferred with City Attorney's Office, and we recommend the following. We're doing our introductory presentation right now. It'll be less than 10 minutes. We recommend 10 minutes for each appellant. Councilmember Breckus first, Mr. DiMartini second. Provide the applicant an opportunity to respond to those 2 appeals, which I understand probably won't take that 20 minutes, and then allow the applicant to present their appeal of the variance denial. A very brief overview of the project itself. Really, the appeals focus more on regional issues than on kind of internal design factors like we typically have in subdivisions. Tentative map, 671 units. A couple pads have a special use permit for small lot development. And I'll speak a little bit, very briefly, about the variance and the purpose for that. Specifically within that phase one, all the lots you see on the map here are part of this tentative map application. Still remaining are the fire station site, the elementary school site, and the phase one village, that item C shown there, as well as the water tank site that was recently approved. I wanted to speak briefly on the landscape parkway variance because it's a little unusual. Some of you may recall during the PUD process there was discussion about special standards for roadways and such. That was taken out of the handbook, I believe, by council towards the end of the process. As I understand, with some direction to come back with something specific if there's any specific exception to standard design proposed, and that's what the applicant's done. They've proposed what we see as a very positive streetscape design that has some unique features that don't fit cleanly in our existing Public Works design manual. The landscape knuckles, these are only on the neighborhood streets. These curb bump outs, which are a pedestrian safety feature. And then the two other items on the next page. Really where the variance comes in is they're proposing a low impact development design whereby the stormwater would flow through natural swales rather than through pipes. This is generally beneficial for areas, especially in these closed basins, so that more of the water will infiltrate into the groundwater. So what's a little bit unique is all the drainage, instead of all flowing to the street, essentially flows all one direction and across the street and into those blue areas, which are these landscape swales. So they're proposing oversized sidewalk on one side of the street, 6 foot. That's where their proposal to eliminate the landscape parkway comes in, because otherwise the water would be flowing first over concrete and a sidewalk, then through landscaping, then onto the street, might cause dirt to flow onto the street, et cetera. And more specifically, it's a pretty neat design. All this detail basically shows that all the runoff coming off impervious surfaces flow into these natural swales, which again are generally positive. We have all worked together as staff to review this. Public Works Department spent a lot of time reviewing these specifications, and they have approved this as a design exception. Staff is supportive of the variance because this is a unique situation and a positive design. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we'll turn it over for the rest of the hearing.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
All right, Madam Mayor. So first up to speak would be Councilmember Breckus.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Carl Hall. Before we get started, typically we have an issue regarding standing, and so I just wanted to make a couple comments regarding standing. Obviously, Councilmember Breckus would have standing pursuant to code. It's my opinion that Mr. DiMartini does not have standing since he does not meet the definition of aggrieved. However, in the past, we have listened to his appeal so that we have a full record, and you can make a determination on standing after the presentation. And then finally, the applicant, of course, has standing as he does meet the definition of an aggrieved person under our code. Thank you.
So what you're saying is we can define whether they have standing or not after each presentation?
Right. Really, the only one that you're making a decision on would be Mr. DiMartini.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why don't we just motion for Councilwoman Breckus that she is standing?
Okay, that'd be good.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I understand. I do have standing. The code says that council members may appeal, and it's something I do very seriously because I give up the chance to have a vote here at the table. And that's something I give up very seriously because Ward 1 voters expect to be represented on these sort of issues. But I did it out of concern that the analysis of the Planning Commission was defective in the content of that which they deliberated, and the analysis that was provided to them on the very important issue that I filed my very detailed, specific appeal upon. Just like Mr. Stockham just discussed the variance, there was no discussion just now on the content of my appeal, which is, and I'll bring forward. Also, I'm going to say it's been a long day for me. I've had to deal with a lot of issues. I'm probably going to need more than 10 minutes or at least 5 minutes rebuttal to that which the Stonegate developer is going to bring forward. But my appeal, which I made before I knew anyone else had appealed, brought it to the clerk's office, is on the finding, the tentative map finding of availability and accessibility of public services such as schools, police, and fire protection, transportation, recreation, and parks. That typo, which should be after protection is, this is from a staff report, but police and fire protection. And I want to say that I have read the appeal by Mr. Martini. I've read the comments from Mr. McKenzie, and there are other factors of this approval that I do have concern with, but I'm very specifically asking you to overturn the Planning Commission approval of the tentative map based upon the inadequacy of police and fire service availability up to this subdivision. So, what facts do I bring forward to you about that? Today is CAFR Day. We approve the CAFR. The CAFR very conveniently shows how many police you have right now and how many you had in the past, because it's recent information. So, in 2010, you had 383 sworn officers. Today, or at the closeout of your budget year this year, you had 327. You had a decline in sworn officers. You all know this. You had 345 firefighters. You have 234, okay, from 2010 to today. Now, we know that we have some in service and some in academy. We added 8 to RFD. They're coming on in this fiscal year. And we have 6 coming on to RPD. So that gets you through the close of your fiscal year in June. And you'll have 7, 8, and 6. 8 fire, 6 police coming on. Still, you're behind. But what has your growth been doing? Okay, let's look at this. This is information from the budget books. This is the budget book from 2016. You had 223 residents to provide these services to. What did you have in this year's budget? 244. So you're growing and you're shrinking with your ability to provide services. And sometimes the picture can show 1,000 words. And that's what I want to show you, why this is premature development at the exurban fringes that you are not able to provide services to. Look at this right here. Where are we? We're downtown, right? Okay. Here's your project up here. By my calculation, the farthest response that you have to this area is up on Red Rock Road. You know where Red Rock Road takes off? There's a Shell station there. I think there's a fitness center, right? You got that? That's right about right here, okay? That's where you got the edges of your patrol officer. And you should have been provided some notation that came through to my inquiry. And on a good night right now, you have 4, but you more likely only have 3 officers north of I-80 and east of Virginia Street. So 3 officers on a good night at 10 p.m., because that's when we calculated it, to cover Montello, to cover Stead, to cover North Virginia, to cover Raleigh Heights, to cover Lemon Valley and Golden Valley. That's all you have. And the 6 you're bringing on aren't that much more to come on. Now, where exactly, how far is this development? Look at this pen here, okay? This is Red Rock to White's Lake. That's this distance. Now let's go down to the Spaghetti Bowl, and there's nothing in between there, okay? No houses, no businesses, a pen's width. Let's look at the Spaghetti Bowl here, okay? Here's the Spaghetti Bowl cross right here, and that's the whole distance
basically down to the convention center from the Spaghetti Bowl. Look at all that distance. This is the same, look how much development and efficiency you have in your built environment of how many calls for service, how efficient it is to have a patrol officer serving that area. But having a patrol officer go through a whole lot of nothing to get up to those 671 units, that's an inefficient use of resources, and it's not timely for you to provide those services out there. You have two choices. You're either going to decide that that's a colony out there, like people on the moon or, in the New World, like when Columbus went off, who, they're out there on their own. Or you're going to be taking services away from the urban core who has had a decline for 10 years, and you're going to send them up there. Okay? Those are the choices that you have to make. I'm asking you to uphold the appeal and make the decision that it is not time to grant a tentative map to provide the services and availability up here. Now, the opponent or the applicant is going to say, when you annexed, you made the decision to sign up for this tentative map. That is not true. There is no evidence in state law or in policy that by de facto of annexation, you have to approve a tentative map. None at all. In fact, let's look at what the PUD said. And we'll look for evidence. This is the PUD as approved. That's the signature page when it was approved. On the phasing, right here. Each tentative map, special use permit, and final map, as applicable, shall be standalone projects. Okay? It's a setup as a tentative map approval, as a standalone project. You have true entitlement to decide whether or not you want to grant this first tentative map. The plan unit development approval back in 2018 does not in any way dictate that you must at this point, if you decide you cannot meet the finding and it's stretching your already stretched police and fire services too far, to have to grant this tentative map approval. In fact, you have several tentative maps or plan unit developments that have been sitting around for at least a decade. Those are Silver Wing or Silver Star, I can't remember which one that is. It's up around Lemon Valley. You have Evans Ranch, and then you also have Winnemucca Ranch. Each of those received plan unit development in a different area and have not come forward for a tentative map. If they would, you'd look at it on their face. But don't be, please, take the hook and sinker that they're going to throw to you, that you have to, at this point, you've crossed a bridge too far, that you have to approve a tentative map. But if you do approve this tentative map, you have to make the finding that you have fire and police services to go up there. And I don't know how any of you can do that as a fellow council member. I know that 2 weeks ago at public comment, we had a gal from the southeast side of the valley. She's begging for a response to go up there to partying and wild horses and vandalism up there. We had another person come for public comment who said that up on Peavine, there's all these camps. It's not being patrolled. I know Ward 1 residents are very concerned that they're not getting the patrols along the river for the fire and the police, and they're having homeless camps just about every day. So we're stretched on fire and police, and we do not have the margin of error to make mistakes on this. And that's why this is premature development. Good for them. They have a plan unit development. Their time will come. But, and I could get a little bit into the master plan policies. I didn't appeal on the master plan policies, but they're hand in hand. Is the master plan policy says that we are going to monitor the land supply, examine what that is, and time our growth and development. It's not this development's time on the police and fire services and availability. And I don't see how a decision can be made otherwise. But I would like, in the time that follows, to discuss what was discussed at the Planning Commission and the planning staff report. None of it was on the staffing. No comment at all. You're going to hear lots about a fire agreement, that you're going to get a station. Guess what? You got a station about 15 years ago in Somerset. It's browned out. It's going to continue to stay browned out because you're going to have another one up there empty. It's not fully staffed, let me say that. And the one on Skyline is not fully staffed, okay? Getting a capital facility, a truck, or whatever rigs you're going to get in there does not bring you the bodies to staff at all in any way. And that's a problem. It's almost actually worse because it gives the presumption that you're going to have bodies there, and you're not because you can't. And you need to be, as soon as even those construction workers come out there, and working on those heavy rigs. You need to have police patrol out there to provide and safeguard them. And so the tentative map discussion related to this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. Not one talks about the capacity of your police and fire services at their existing staff levels to get out there. Just for example, I don't have a lot of time, but comments received from the police department noted that the design of the site, and let me just read this, appears to incorporate natural surveillance elements and further recommends that landscape areas be maintained by the Stonegate HOA. There's nothing that you've got reduced staffing levels that really don't have the extra surplus of time to run up 7 miles to check through the sagebrush to check in on this little subdivision. So anyway, that is the issues that brought me, who takes our budgetary and our staffing levels very serious, to the point of feeling that appeal and asking you to make the finding to overturn that you don't have the service for police and fire to respond to this subdivision at this in this period of time for this tentative map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I believe we need to take a motion on the standing for the DiMartini.
I think at this time we can hear
We're going to
the
hear it anyway.
response.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Michael DiMartini's presentation.
Good evening. Is this on? Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Michael DiMartini, and I'll first just mention I'm not clear on this issue of standing. I've owned property and currently do in Cold Springs, 5.26 acres, since 1982. This project, as proposed, will most definitely impact my property. There is no question. Not only that, I own water rights in White Lake, and this project is going to impact those water rights directly. Further, I am representing here on this appeal Mr. Joe Gardner and Bordertown, Inc., and his properties are adjacent to the Stonegate property. He has around 60 acres, more or less, there that are directly impacted by this project. There was a lot of activity over the last week or two, and I'm not necessarily very prepared for my presentation here today. There's been some advancements with some agreements that were ultimately made this afternoon at I think about 4 o'clock with the Washoe County department that's handling the wastewater per the agreement, the MOU that the city has with the county. Mr. Dwayne Smith issued a letter where he's concurring. Question? Or
I'm trying to figure out from our city attorney, do we have to establish his standing before, or, he's presenting right now?
You can go ahead and present, and then you can make a ruling on that later. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dwayne Smith of Washoe County issued a letter this afternoon which has yielded measurably to the benefit of one of the reasons that I appealed the project. In that letter, they concur that the wastewater system will be studied and designed to do what should be done with regards to handling the wastewater in the tributary areas that's necessary for good planning. I've been studying this valley for almost 50 years. And I've reviewed the proposals. The current proposals are not yet adequate, but Dwayne's letter commits that he will go in the direction of getting something that's workable for the community. I would just add that the letter doesn't quite go far enough because it leaves a couple properties out, one of which is the lifestyle property on the north side of the lake, and my property that's on the south side of the lake, and Joe Gardner's property that's on the south side of the lake. But the letter leaves it open, and to the extent that there's some meetings allowed, then those properties will be covered, I believe, by the county. Planning Commission hasn't seen this letter, so they didn't get a chance to review that. Mr. Smitherman of the Western Regional Water Planning Commission and the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission wrote a letter, and that letter appears to be just mostly a matter of opinion and stuff. I don't see that there's a lot of reason that negates the types of reasons for my appeal. The commission, Western Regional Water Planning Commission, in fact, has not reviewed the impacts of importing 2,000 acre-feet of water into Cold Springs Valley. They have not reviewed the impact and the mitigation of building 5,000 homes in Cold Springs Valley, how it's going to affect the flood, how it's going to affect the groundwater with contaminants such as arsenic, where there's been some contaminated domestic wells, 3 of them, they had to go to whole house arsenic systems, where the arsenic went up to 83, and that was likely done due to the rising flood water. And Stonegate wasn't even built yet. We have an issue. I've been analyzing the water in White Lake for 49 years. The project does not mitigate it properly, and the conditions don't mitigate it yet properly. The condition I'm proposing, I believe, will handle that. That's my condition number 1 in document B. Excuse me. The tentative map and the special use permit, I appealed for the reasons I've been noting so far, but partly because I didn't appeal the variance request, but the tentative map and the special use permit have been currently designed based upon the approval of the variance. So the tentative map as it stands is not approvable because it hinges on a variance that was not approved. I didn't appeal the variance because I was in agreement with the decision of the Planning Commission, and with that I would like to speak with regards to the variance if the council chooses to overturn the denial of the variance, because I would have appealed that item had the variance been approved. Stonegate, in response to, I believe, the appeal and the action of the Planning Commission, on November 20th, 2019, they filed for 1,000 acre-feet of water rights at the state engineer's office. And that's item, I think it's C in your packet. And this is very important because this is really a surprise. 1,000 acre-feet of water is a lot of water that they don't have yet the approval of the state engineer's office for. This is the application. It hasn't even finished publication. And according to the application, pages beyond page 1, if one reads it, they will find that the applicant has said that the necessity for this permit of 1,000 acre feet, that it's necessary in order to build this project. And that's kind of important because I think the planning, the city previously have taken a stance that if there's not wet water for a project at the stage of the tentative map, that the project should not be approved. So the state engineer will be making a decision on this someday. And when they make a decision, they'll either make a decision for or against the approval of this application for water. It's the developer himself that is claiming that he needs this water to build the project. And more or less lastly, and I'd like to reserve time to answer questions if possible, but lastly, I'm concerned about the high water levels in the development itself. The applicant did borings, some 10 borings, I believe, on August 16th, 2016. And one of those borings, as an example, found water at 10 feet, and by the next morning, the water rose to within 2 feet of the surface. That high water, combined with the fine-grained soils present that was noted in the Stonegate geotechnical reconnaissance investigation, shows that the proposed current tentative map, as how they're proposing to infiltrate water, is, I believe, is likely to be problematic and not work as planned. Of course, this is the tentative map. This is the time that we have a chance to evaluate whether this stuff will work or not. So with all that, I think there's a little bit more planning to be done. I would be willing to work with the applicants, and I've extended my offer to the applicants to try to work with them to find solutions to these issues if they so choose to allow me to. So far, they haven't accepted those offers.
Thank you, Mr. DeMartini. We'll stand in recess.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, did they know that one of our members just got an emergency phone call? That's why we were giving her the respect.
Yeah, for the audience participation and those watching at home, we took a brief recess. One of our members needed to step off the dais, but to do so would mean we wouldn't have had a quorum. So we have Councilmember Dewar on the phone still, I believe, and we'll be joined in a moment by Councilmember Delgado. And I think that that's what we'll have for the time being with the other three of us up here and Member Breckus in the audience at this time.
Not been listening to the proceedings. I think you're in treacherous ground. I don't know who called him. And I'm also going to presume that he has watched the rest. My comments were provided, and I don't know if he listened to them. If he didn't.
But we had a meeting like that, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago. I was watching the whole entire thing, then I call in, then I could get accused that I haven't been watching it. So you can't really say that they're
You
not.
could be having a tainted proceeding.
Okay.
Councilmember Dewar, are you on the line?
Yes.
Excuse, do you need to say something?
Councilmember
Me? No.
Delgado, are you on the line?
Hold on, they're having a conversation, so we can.
Yes, I am.
If you'd
Thank
like
you.
to-
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will hear the presentation from Hines Ranch Land Company, LLC.
Hey, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Michael Ponyo McDonald Carano on behalf of the master developer of the Stonegate project. I'm going to turn my time first to Ms. Breckus' appeal, and then I will turn my time to Mr. DeMartini's. Ms. Breckus' appeal involves a single issue, whether the Planning Commission correctly considered the availability and accessibility finding for police and fire services when it approved the tentative map. The answer in this case is clearly yes. As an initial matter, there's some confusion between fire facilities and police facilities and services as they relate to a tentative map. Ms. Breckus contends there must be a specific finding on a tentative map as to whether the city is required to adequately staff police and fire services. Not only is no such finding required, the argument is directly contradictory to NRS and City Code and confuses the issues related to the exercise of the city's discretion on budgetary decisions with the obligations of a developer with respect to a tentative map application. First, the question of whether the city is required to staff police and fire service was decided 14 years ago when the project, along with 5,300 other acres, were annexed into the city. That annexation ordinance expressly entitles Stonegate to, quote, all the benefits of the government of the city of Reno, which necessarily include police and fire services. Moreover, NRS 268-597 mandates that once land is annexed, the city is required to staff police and fire services in substantially the same manner as any other area of the city. In fact, NRS 268-062 authorizes the court to compel the city if it fails to do so. In short, Stonegate is part of the city, and by virtue of its annexation, the city is required by law to provide and staff police and fire services. How you choose to do that, of course, is up to you and your discretionary budget process. And of course, new homes means new revenue, which will help you in that budgetary effort. But there is no legal basis nor precedent to argue that a new separate finding of whether you have to provide police and fire staff must be made every time a tentative map is approved. Second, City Council extensively debated this very topic when it approved the Stonegate Master Plan Amendment and PUD last year. Council made specific findings in those proceedings that the city can adequately staff police and fire services, that the project made adequate provisions for police and fire services, and that the city's extension of those services to the project constitutes, quote, a timely, orderly, and efficient arrangement of transportation and public facilities and services. These findings were later confirmed
by the Regional Planning Commission. We recognize Ms. Breckus voted against those findings, but at the end of the day, the council decided fire and police services were accessible and available, and council's decision should be respected and not continually re-challenged by appealing subsequent entitlements which simply seek to implement this council's prior decisions. Finally, Ms. Breckus' argument is directly refuted by the Public Safety Services Agreement approved by council and entered into between the city and Stonegate. That agreement was entered, quote, in order for the city to provide fire and police protection services to the PUD, quote, and to assure, quote, timely, orderly, and efficient provision of fire and public safety facilities and services. The city stated the specific purpose of the agreement was to, quote, satisfy zoning requirements and facilitate approval of the development of the project. In fact, the agreement speaks directly to consideration D, stating that Hines shall have no responsibility for any additional cost, fee, or exaction related to, quote, the adequacy, accessibility, or availability of fire or police protection. The agreement even goes a step further, directly addressing staffing, stating that, quote, Hines shall have no liability, responsibility for the satisfaction of fire protection and public safety services required for the development of the Stonegate property in connection with staffing or equipping decisions by the city or lack of adequate staffing or equipping. In short, we believe that Ms. Breckus' arguments are contrary to existing law, to prior well-reasoned decisions by this council, and to the specific contracts between the city and Stonegate. While we recognize that Ms. Breckus voted against those decisions, they are final and binding and should be respected. For all these reasons, as well as those set forth in our November letter, the Planning Commission properly considered the availability and accessibility of public services under NRS 278, finding D, and we respectfully request that Ms. Breckus' appeal be denied and the Planning Commission approval of the tentative map upheld. Next, I'd like to turn to Mr. DiMartini's appeal. Mr. DiMartini asserts essentially two arguments. One, that the tentative map was not evaluated by the Western Regional Water Commission in the Comprehensive Regional Plan, and two, that specific water rights for potable service have not been identified. First, contrary to his first assertion, all regional studies and analysis on water supply, sewer, and stormwater were done prior to the SUP approval in accordance with all required procedures, and in fact, were a prerequisite for securing those approvals. City staff, county staff, Western Regional Water Commission staff are all here, and you can call them up to confirm. Moreover, regional impact of water importation, wastewater disposal, and flood were considered and approved by the Regional Planning Commission when they approved the project as a project of regional significance. Second, contrary to his assertion, the Western Regional Water Commission does not approve or does not review tentative maps as confirmed by Mr. Smitherman's letter, and he's here as well if you have questions. Finally, that same argument was rejected by this council just a few weeks ago when he opposed a water tank on the project. Again, the argument should be rejected tonight. With respect to water rights, Nevada statute and city code only require a demonstration of accessibility and availability of water rights at this stage, both of which have been clearly satisfied. The PUD ordinance recognizes Tumwa will provide water service through conjunctive supply, utilizing Tumwa and Stonegate water resources. Mr. Enlow is here to verify if needed. There is no requirement or logical reason nor precedent to identify a specific permit at the tentative map stage. They will be identified at the final map when will serves commitments are issued, just like any other development in the city. With respect to Mr. DiMartini's proposed conditions, all of the regulatory reviews he mentions are already required by the PUD, city code, or existing tentative map entitlements. The only new review he proposes is that of the Western Regional Water Commission, which Mr. Smitherman has concluded would be, quote, inappropriate, irregular, and inconsistent with the Western Regional Water Commission Act. The bottom line is Stonegate will satisfy all regulatory reviews in the time and in the manner required by the PUD, Nevada statute, city code, and utility rules of service. In short, we believe the Planning Commission properly recognized that Mr. DiMartini's arguments are factually and legally unsupportable and irrelevant to the tentative map and special use permit entitlements at issue. For these reasons and those set forth in our November letter, we believe the Planning Commission properly approved both the tentative map and the special use permit on small lots, and we respectfully request that Mr. DiMartini's appeal be denied and the Planning Commission approval of those two entitlements, the tentative map and special use permit, be upheld. I've left a lot of time for you. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll sit down.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we do have public commenters, if you would like to hear that.
Let's do it.
Our first public commenter is Robert Listner, followed by Craig Smyers, followed by Matthew DiMartini.
Okay.
Robert,
Madam
whenever you're
Mayor,
ready.
Council members. I'm Robert Listner. I'm representing Lifestyle Homes, TND, which is basically my kids' company. But I'm here to, well, I'm the handsome spokesmodel, if you don't mind.
I love that. And you are, my friend, you are.
Thank you. We have property to the west and to the north of Stonegate, and so we are quite interested in how that project develops. I'd like to say that for the Stonegate has done some very innovative work, a very well-designed project, and it's going to be good for Cold Springs. As far as the variance is concerned, that is where we've seen some, as I said, very innovative work, and we hope that you approve the variance. It's very well designed. As far as the tentative map, we would like to see that approved. If no matter what you do with it, as a result of the protest, we hope you will move it forward, approve it tonight so they can get on with business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Craig Smyers, followed by Matthew DiMartini.
Thank you. Madam
Nice
Mayor,
to see you.
members of the City Council. The survey taken during the creation of the regional plan has shown that commuter suburbs are overrepresented. The houses that many developers like to build are not the homes that many want. Stonegate is the worst form of sprawl allowed by law. This far-flung checkerboard annexation would be a fiscal hemorrhage on the city budget forever. Sprawl leads to more sprawl. You all know going in that this is the most expensive growth possible. I understand there are a lot of houses, tax dollars. You've all talked to the developers, staff has put in a lot of hours. There's been a lot of money spent, momentum, pressure. Nothing has really happened yet. Nobody's trapped into a long commute. City workers haven't whiled their days away on the road. Miles of distant infrastructure haven't been built. The deer are still alive. Consideration of the environment is a thing. Wildlife along our eastern Sierras has plummeted. Are we going to continue to destroy the nature around us as fast as we can? Edge habitat between the desert and forest is critical for wildlife, diversity of species, and winter grazing. I suggest that the approval of the tentative map be delayed upon further consideration. Thank you.
Nicely done.
Matthew DiMartini.
Good evening, council members. Just start, I own property in Washoe County. I own, it's in the sphere of influence of the city of Reno. I also own water rights in the Cold Springs Basin, which are real property. I want to kind of start off here with, I just have kind of some general comments as a public comment. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the appeal. As I'm trying to speak as a separate person. Some of the correspondence from McDonald Carano, specifically Mr. Panier, he repeats in at least 2 of his letters this statement: the process is paramount and should always remain fair, impartial, and free from both actual conflicts of interest and the appearance of bias. And he's using that to criticize Ms. Breckus and other people in that statement. I think this is important because presently you've heard Mr. Panier represents as legal counsel for the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission. He's legal counsel for the Western Regional Water Commission. He represents the Truckee Meadows Water Authority as legal counsel, I believe. And you've received now correspondence as part of these new packages from both the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission as well as the Western Regional Water Planning Commission, which is the December 9th letter from Mr. Smitherman, which is giving legal interpretation as to what the comprehensive plan, how the commissions review that, as well as how the Western Regional Water Commission Act should be interpreted. He's also appearing here today on behalf of the applicant, Stonegate. And he just gave a presentation of about 10 minutes supporting the applicant. Stonegate has turned in numerous documents over the last weeks, over 39 pages of documents which haven't been provided to the Planning Commission, so they apparently feel they're important now. And it's creating, I think, a moving target on behalf of what the appeal considerations are that the appellants have presented. You have stuff that wasn't presented to, these other commissions as apparently is important now. So I think that's important. I also think these letters, these new letters should not be considered. They're filled with disparaging comments that I feel are inappropriate, including disparaging comments towards water rights that I have a beneficial interest in. I don't think that those type of comments and attacks on people are appropriate, and especially given the situation that he works for these other commissions as well as the applicant here.
Okay.
And I'll finish with that, I guess.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, I would just like to say that Stacy did submit a presentation if you guys would like to see information from the applicant. However, that concludes our public comment. There were 2 comments made online with no specific stated positions, but are very concerned with separate areas of the project.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to take any questions. Okay, hold on 1 second, don't worry.
I want to say, first of all, to tie over to all this business about
I
the
know,
water
Councilwoman
rights.
Breckus, hold on, just 1
Thank you.
second, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, are we good? All
Okay.
right. You okay?
I'm sorry, while I was out, I didn't hear the presentation by the applicant on his portion. Is there any way that I can review or hear that some of the statements made there?
To Mr. Pawnee, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, whoever made the presentation.
Yeah, I don't mind. And, you know, because I know your circumstance and that's an emergency, so I don't mind. Do you, and you can also ask him some questions.
You know what, that's what I'll do. I'll ask questions and we'll let.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus go and then, okay. And then we'll circle back with him. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, this is a serious matter of who's participating when, and I do, you know, stepping out is always legitimate, but calling in someone who didn't hear my part and having him speak for the vote is disconcerting to me. But I want to talk about this water rights issue because I was reviewing some information unrelated to this appeal on the state engineer's office, and I saw that the state engineer's office has issued a moratorium on subdivision maps in the Cold Springs Basin. And that was something that the Stonegate got rolling. And when I talk about this colony that you have out here with this 671 units, you know, it's going to be more of a colony if the state engineer's office is going to take some time to adjudicate and not allow any more growth to occur. So I think they are related, and it's very puzzling what is going on. But what is Stonegate? Stonegate is a 20-year project, okay? Right here. Right here. 20-year time, excuse me, yeah. 20-year time frame. Okay, he's coming forward in the first year to ask to open up a tentative map and saying you have no ability to control that, none at all. You did the PUD, you've got to do it here. Well, guess what? That strikes against your master plan. Because why would your master plan have given you this guidance about public safety services? Can we get this shown up? Your master plan says, to the extent possible, development patterns and intensities that allow for efficient and cost-effective expansion of services should be given preference over others that are less efficient and or more costly to serve. You have this as policy guidance to decide the timing and who you want to extend services to and when. And I also want to call for, there was no discussion, analysis of our master plan as related to this, but there was a lot of discussion in the PUD about how to provide the services. And some of the discussion was maybe some new funding mechanism up for Stonegate. I remember Councilmember Dewar used that as a strong justification for her approval of PUD. And then guess what? In the 2019 legislative session, y'all made a run for some new tax revenue for fire services. That didn't turn out with any new revenue for you to provide the services. And so you definitely have other funding mechanisms that haven't come forward for you and your police services, nor your fire, and you are in the driver's seat to make the determination that in the 20-year time frame for Stonegate, in year one, you can't get there with those 671 units. Maybe when all this tax revenue comes in from other areas of our growing economy and city, you'll then be a little more robust in the budget. But I am very afraid that if you make the decision that you've got the adequate services up there, you'll be stealing from all of your wards, of your built-out neighborhoods where you hear issues. Where's the police? I want enforcement. Those sort of things. You hear overworked firefighters, concerns about that. You'll be really exacerbating that system with this leapfrog development. I showed you the map, how far out of the way this is and not cost effective to serve per the master plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't know what the process is because I think we gave Councilman Breckus 5 additional minutes, but I also want to clarify, from what I understand, Councilman Delgado has been watching, but he wasn't on the phone. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Madam Mayor, on that
Yes,
issue.
Madam Mayor, that is correct. I had trouble logging on, but I have been watching via video on the city's connection.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I've done that too. And as long as you're, following along and you know what's going on, then I would ask the city attorney, is that
Right, so just to be clear, Councilman Delgado,
Suitable?
you have seen all the presentations here this evening, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with this item I-11, and you've familiar with the staff reports and contents of the agenda item?
Very familiar with the Stonegate project.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk?
At this time, Madam Mayor, it seems that all presentations have been completed. We've completed public comment, so Arlo is getting back up to complete his portion, and we're
And then I'm going to ask for a motion.
I just wanted to clarify, the applicant has not had their opportunity to present their appeal of the variance.
Oh, that's right.
So
Okay.
if you would like to act on the tentative map first and then move to that, that's fine. Or if you'd like to turn to that
And we can do
presentation,
that
it would be appropriate.
simultaneously? Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor?
That's fine. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, I noted that the Planning Commission took separate votes on each of these items, and each of them has been appealed. And I would request that we just, to keep it clear, instead of having compound motions, that we just take a motion on each one, the tentative map, the SUP, and the variance.
Yes. Yes. Sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
In addition, Mr. Hall, I believe that you had said that they need to find standing for Mr. DiMartini.
Oh, that's right.
Right, and we can have a ruling on standing when we have the ruling on Mr. DiMartini's appeal. So you could make two motions, one on standing, one on the merits of his appeal. So then we'll have both of those decisions on the record.
Okay.
That makes sense? Okay.
It does. Do you want us to do that now, or can we do it when we're making all of our motions?
We'll do it at the end when you do all your motions.
Okay, just stop me if you need to. Okay. Go ahead, come on up.
I apologize, I was not sure where I was going in the process.
Don't worry, we weren't either.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Actually, if I could have the overhead first. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Stacey Huggins for the record with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. Arlo really covered most of the variance discussion, so to respect your time, I know you've had a long day, I'm going to be fairly brief. I can give a little more detail if you'd like, but he really covered the variance pretty thoroughly. So we are appealing the variance decision by the Planning Commission because of process, not because of the design. There's never been an issue with the design of these LID basins or these street sections. Planning staff recommended approval of the variance supporting the LID design. However, through the technical denial, the Planning Commission noted the LID designs should be in the handbook, not through a variance. As a reminder, council removed the street sections that had these LID standards or design concepts included with them, but added language that alternatives be considered on a case-by-case basis subject to administrator approval. You can see that. That language is highlighted here in this page. This is page 84, right out of the PUD handbook. While we appreciate that staff wanted to vet the proposed design through Planning Commission, based on language provided and highlighted here, we believe that the administrator has the authority to approve this design and ask that this council either approve the variance as proposed and supported by the planning staff or remand it back to the administrator to decide in accordance with the PUD. Again, I'm happy to provide you any additional detail that you'd like, or I am happy to just answer some questions.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, any council members have any questions of Stacy? And then I think Councilwoman Dewar, just checking on you. Is she there?
Yes?
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay.
I was on mute. I will have a question at some point here.
You can ask any question you want now, if you need to.
Oh, fine. Yeah. All right, fine. I wanted to ask our attorneys, one of the findings that's in the tentative map, I wanted to get some clarity that the Planning Commission had to consider is the availability of water which meets applicable health standards and is sufficient for the reasonably foreseeable needs of the subdivision. So there's been an argument made during these proceedings that, first of all, by Mr. Pawnee, I think saying that everything was sort of covered in the PUD and we just need to move forward with the tentative map, and that this is under the water issues under the purview of the state engineer. But so I'm unclear. It looks like we have to make a finding ourselves on availability of water, and I just wanted to get an opinion from our attorneys about that. It's item B, finding B on tentative map.
Right, so my understanding is that the applicant has indicated that he does have approval from TUMWA to serve his project, is my understanding. Is that the question?
That is a question. I didn't know whether the state engineer or TUMWA in all of this discussion had signed off on the water. That was my first question. Or if that comes later.
Well, I know that the applicant is in the process of making sure that he can meet the demands and meet our code with respect to water provision. And my understanding is that they're getting Vidler water through TUMWA and that they do have, they're in the process of making sure that they have all the water rights needed to serve this project. So I think
Okay.
Arlo can expand on that since he's looking at their
No,
application.
that's fine. I just wanted to know where they were in the process and whether we were supposed to make an opinion, item B, a finding that there was available water. And in order to make that finding, I wanted to hear from TUMWA staff, not in any kind of detail, just that it was available or wasn't. And then on item D is the issue about availability and accessibility of, amongst other things, police and fire services. And I voted in support of the PUD because I viewed it as a kind of conceptual, it's a plan unit development. It sets out zoning. It sets out basic things, but there still follows a tentative map with the details. And I expected during the tentative map process to hear the details about the police and fire. I know that we entered into agreements, but I think Councilwoman Breckus has a lot of good points. I have very little, particularly police availability down in the South Reno area. I know other council members are challenged with fire protection with round out stations. I know Mr. Pawnee made the point that, well, it's already presumed once you enter into the PUD or something's annexed that you can provide services, but I already know that's not true. So I wasn't sure on D how we're supposed to evaluate that. And then the item J on tentative map also speaks to fire protection. And it again speaks about fire in wildlands and do we have the ability to prevent and contain fires. So those are just some of my issues for the benefit of the group. And again, I've been supportive of the Stonegate PUD. I just expected some of this to be laid out more clearly at this point in the tentative map. And that's it. But I would like to hear from TUMWA about the water, if it sounds like they're there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hi, Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. Mr. John Enlow with TUMWA is here to address that in more detail. We were able to make the finding regarding the provisional water services and plans in place to do that. I can speak to the public safety questions later.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, John Enlow, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. For the record, very quickly, yes, water rights are available. For clarification, they are not required to be dedicated at the time of a tentative map at this point in time. So in order to obtain a will serve commitment from TUMWA, they dedicate the resources at the time of the final map. TUMWA issues the will serve commitment. The state engineer signs off on the final map. But there are adequate resources available to serve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Arlo Stockham again. Regarding the public safety question, I guess fundamentally, taxes fund ongoing services like staffing. Mr. Pawnee elaborated on that. Development contributes to the facilities needed. Fire Chief is here to speak in more detail about public safety issues, but this was addressed in detail in the PUD, and essentially it has special provisions for contributions towards fire facilities.
Thank you. I was just going to ask if Chief Cochran would come up and kind of speak to the magnitude of, projects.
I just wanted to make a comment if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm going to let them do it.
Okay, and then, okay, go right ahead.
Certainly, thank you. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So this is a little bit of a chicken and an egg thing. We have this project coming in, but of course, we're not going to staff to that level until the project comes in. And as Arlo referenced, we rely on the incoming property taxes, other revenues from those sources to mitigate the impact. Now, we do have a fire development agreement, which is going to address the capital needs for the project. And that, again, is a plan. You don't build the fire station before you have the need. We try to work out an agreement or a situation, a process, where we phase that in as we need it. And I think the fire development agreement addresses that issue.
Chief Cochran, if I may.
Yes.
Do we have the ability to staff that? Once a fire station, and will you just remind me or us of the thresholds? I think after a certain number of houses were constructed, they were supposed to set up a temporary station in a residence, and then after a certain other number of houses were approved or people had moved in, they were supposed to do the next thing. Could you just say what those things were?
Certainly. So I'll address the second part of that first. The thresholds you referred to, at 250 homes, we're going to have a temporary station. We're calling it a residential station, which will have a 2-person rescue unit in it to provide EMS service. The point there being that we can mitigate some of the fire danger through the requirement of sprinklers and other mitigation measures, but we can't mitigate the EMS need out there without actual people to deliver that service. Then at 1,700 homes, there's an obligation to provide a a complete fire station, and that would provide the whole spectrum of services that the fire department would provide, from EMS, fire protection, rescue, et cetera. The staffing, again, that goes back to my comments about the chicken and the egg. What the development drives the need, but it also provides the funding. So as the development comes in, that's where the funding comes from. Ultimately, that, of course, will land in this room because council approves the budget and authorizes our additional staffing levels. So that will be a question really for a future day as this project comes in. As was discussed earlier, it's going to be a long-term project, so it's not something that I think is being decided today or tonight.
Right. And that's the other thing I just want to remind people, because when you hear this, because today was a long day, it was a rough day, and we talked about fire service, police service, how important it is throughout our whole city. And I just want to remind people that right now there are no homes out there, because some people are saying, where are these homes? I've said, well, there are no homes out there, so that means there's no service needed right now. So I just want to be clear, because some people think that we're saying that there's these existing homes there that aren't getting met.
Correct.
Okay.
No, that's accurate.
All right. Thank you, Chief Cochran.
Certainly.
All right. Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment. After living in Cold Springs for at least 5 years, thereabouts, and living in the North Valleys in this whole community for 37 years, we have always had, we have REMSA. REMSA comes out there, and they also use Care Flight because of the distance and traffic. So it has coverage for EMS because of REMSA. And they have a station right at Red Rock in the little shopping center there. So services are there for Reno residents when it's needed.
But we don't have it now.
We don't have it now. But they still, REMSA goes everywhere.
I mean,
so they go into Cold
We
Springs.
don't people on homes. no.
Right, right,
That's what I'm saying.
exactly. But the point is that as it grows and it's developed, it'll be there.
Yep.
So,
All right. Thank you. Okay. Moving forward, I'm going to ask Councilwoman Jordan. Go ahead, speak.
Thank you very much. I have a question about the standing. And my question is, if I suspect that appeal issues surrounding this project as it moves forward, those appeals will still likely come to us. If there is a standing determination, does that carry through if the same appellant on the same project on a decision that we make tonight, or do we have to make that decision at every point?
Let me see if I can address that, if I understand. So you'll make a decision tonight. Once you've made the decision tonight, the appeal would be to the courts at this point. So you're not, there wouldn't be another appeal to you on this particular matter that's standing in front of you. The standing issue, you've heard testimony from Mr. DiMartini that he owns property in the area. So it's up for you as a body to decide whether or not you believe he has a personal or a property right that potentially makes him an aggrieved party, and that's wholly up to you to decide that. And then that potentially would be fed into the lawsuit. One of the arguments, if it gets appealed for judicial review, will be whether or not Mr. Martini has standing. So what's your view of whether he has standing or not?
No, I don't think you understood. So let's say we determine tonight that Mr. DiMartini does not have standing. On future issues surrounding Stonegate, on different phases of it, if those come to us, do we have to make that determination of standing
Yes.
with him again every time?
You would, because every appeal that he would file, he would have the burden of showing that
Got
he
it.
has a
Okay.
personal or property right. and needs to
I
be
just didn't
protected.
know how the determinations work. Okay. And I'm not even sure, do we have to make that determination now? He's already said his.
So it's up to you. You can make that determination, or the preference would be for you to make a determination one way or another, just so that we have a clear record on it. If you believe that he has standing, say so. If you believe that based upon what he's given you as evidence doesn't seem like he's given you enough for you to believe he has standing, you could make that motion too. But at the end of the day, we would request a motion on the merits, because it's kind of like an issue that's going to go up with.
Okay, and your position on this is?
On the whether he has standing or not. Based upon the evidence that's in the record, he's just made a representation that he owns property in the area, and that doesn't necessarily indicate.
So when you own it, okay, and then what's the other requirement to have you? So it would be if you were materially affected.
Yeah, generally he has to be, he has a property right or a personal right that's adversely and substantially affected by the action of the body today. So, I mean, you could always ask for additional clarification from Mr. DiMartini about where is that property located relative to the project, and how is it impacting you. And he's given some of that testimony relative to the water, but what's not clear in my mind necessarily is where his property is located
How
relative.
close is your property?
It's very close to the edge of the holdings of Hines Ranch. They're essentially kitty corner with my property. Now, of course, they're not building all the way over there, but the sewer will be going through there, and the only sewer that I can get is from that sewer line, and they currently are planning to exclude me, so I have no sewer. I would have to build a $500,000 pump station to have sewer for my property, which is only 5 acres.
How do you have sewer now?
I don't have sewer. I can't build until there is sewer.
But you are planning on building?
Yes, I am planning on building.
You want to develop
I do have,
it? You want to develop your 5 acres? Is that what,
Yes.
5 acres? Okay.
Yes, it's neighborhood commercial zoning. It's in Washoe County. It's not annexed to the city yet.
Oh, okay. So it's not
But I
in
do
the
have
city of Reno.
zoning, and I do plan to build. I either need to build the sewer, or if somebody else builds it, then I have to hook on and have to prorate and pay them my share of the sewer, which is what the code requires. I'm fine with that, but I don't want to be eliminated. So that's part of my standing. The other part is I represent Joe Gardner of Bordertown Inc., who owns 60 acres right next to Stonegate, and they're also not planning to provide sewer for him. And further, I own the water rights, which are real property. Their current plan is to take 1,000 acre feet of my water rights, and they've claimed, if you read my document C, they're claiming
that they need that water, and they're making application for it, and they're saying that the Planning Commission and the city of Reno is requiring them to take my water. So that's my standing.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. I guess I'm a little
Arlo,
confused.
could you give some clarification?
little confused,
I don't know
yeah.
how, is there some documentation about the lobbyist representation of another property?
We haven't seen any indication of that. Turn to Mr. Hall if he has.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
look at
not
my
a-
colleagues.
Just for the record, City Attorney's Office, John Shipman. Yeah, I'm not aware that Mr. DeMartini's registered as a lobbyist. If he hasn't, we'd recommend that he does so. He has 5 days to do so under our current code.
Correct, I will do that. I did not know that the code requires being a lobbyist if all my discussions are in public meetings.
No, because it can just be anytime you come to the, podium and advocate, I guess, if you're getting paid for it, though, but you're probably not, right? You're probably not getting paid for it.
Yes, I am.
Oh, then that for sure is.
I will apply.
Okay. Okay, fine. But let me ask you one
Madam
more thing,
Mayor.
sorry, before I lose my concentration. Also, does that apply if it's not, his property is not even in the city of Reno? I get it's in the sphere of influence, but it's not.
I mean, there's two issues. I mean, as far as the lobbyist thing, we can work
Yeah,
that
that's-
out and find out.
Yeah,
I
no
mean,
problem.
And that's a no harm,
Right.
no foul if we can get that fixed. As far as the standing issue goes, I think it's still a little unclear as to what his personal or property right is being, if he's representing another party or, anyway, so I think there's some questions there, and it's up to
Okay,
the board to decide what you want to do with it.
okay. All
Madam
right,
Mayor?
go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, on the standing issue, I would say if Mr. DeMartini is representing an adjoining property owner, then based on the close connection of the properties, he has standing in that way. I would say if he's representing himself, the water is a contiguous aquifer, groundwater, surface water is affected as well. It's not based on distance, like 10 feet from the property boundary, the aquifer, what happens in one section affects another, or if this I think this applicant at Hines Ranch is getting both surface water from the Vidler pipeline is the plan, and trying to access groundwater rights as well. So I would err on the side of caution and say that he does have standing. That's not necessarily, I'm not arguing the merits. I'm just saying, does he have a right to be in front of us and bring these issues to our attention and appeal these issues because his rights are being impacted? I would say yes.
Personally, I think it sounds very subjective, right? You might think that you are being affected, you might not, but that doesn't say that doesn't impact someone, right? So I think it's subjective.
Can I ask that our staff respond as well?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just think, like I said, that's hard to dictate what someone else might feel impacts them versus someone that doesn't own property, in next to a project, whatever.
Arlo Stock, I'm Community Development Director. I don't have a lot to say about standing. I think that's a decision of the council to
Yeah,
make that determination
okay,
and move towards a decision on the project itself.
okay.
Madam Mayor, I think because there's some confusion on this one, we'll err on the side of standing. He's already given his information. Obviously, we would want any future to have more
Yeah,
clarity.
and I would agree with that.
And back up to his representation for an adjoining property owner. So I'd make a motion that he has standing.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion,
The lawyer.
I can't tell.
The lawyer voted no.
I think I'm voting no, too.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because I don't know. We voted yes. You voted no, so it fails.
So it's 4-3.
Yeah. I think.
Or four.
Wait, could you just do the quick roll call vote so we on the phone understand?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber,
No.
Councilwoman Jordan,
Yes.
Councilman Reese. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar,
Yes.
and Councilman Delgado.
Yes.
Okay, and I was a yes.
So 4-2, it passes.
All right. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. So this one was on, do we want to just run through, do you want to put up, which one do you want to take first? Do we want to do the variance?
The tentative map would be appropriate to do first. It would be fine if you want to bundle it with the use permit or do those separately.
Okay. I would make a motion for the tentative map and the special use permit, which you did indicate we could take in one motion, that move to affirm the planning commission decision and uphold those two decisions.
Right. Second. So I have a motion, I have a second. Any discussion? Seeing that there are none.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead. Hold on, Councilwoman Dewar,
was
hold on.
that our attorney?
Yeah, go ahead, Carl.
Hi, I just wanted to make sure that that motion was subject to conditions, applicable
Yes.
conditions. Yep, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, on this one, this is why I asked you to take them separate. I'm not even sure the SUP was appealed. It was unanimous by the Planning Commission, so I don't even know if the SUP was appealed. But anyway, I don't have a problem with the SUP if it was appealed. I would support the Planning Commission in approving it. But on the tentative map, I'm concerned. I have some findings I can't make, so I would just ask if we could take separate motions on these things.
I'm going to refer to our city attorney. What would be better for you?
If there's a question as to what, making the findings on the tentative map and the SUP, then I would recommend that you take separate motions on each. So let's start with the tentative map.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I move to affirm the planning commission decision on the tentative map,
All right.
subject to the conditions.
Conditions, right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries.
And
All right.
I would just like to say I was not able to make finding D and finding J similar to Commissioner Gower on the Planning Commission.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I move to affirm the planning commission decision as it relates to the special use permit, subject to the conditions.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion, Councilwoman Dewar?
No?
Okay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right.
And then this one, the final motion on the variance, this is always a double negative, and sometimes when we get a double negative. Motion to reverse the planning commission decision and approve the variance.
All right, I have a motion. Second. I have a second. Any discussion, Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, I had a question. The Planning Commission was split on this, and I want to make sure I understand, just as Councilwoman Jordan. The variance was to get an exception and not have a landscaped area along the roadway. And
Yes.
It looks like the Planning Commission was split on this. And I would support the side that was no variance, because they agreed in the PUD to do this, and to at this point be asking for a variance, that's confusing to me, and I don't understand why they would agree to something during the PUD and then object to it. So,
Councilwoman Dewar, I think there was some information that Arlo presented as it related to, am I correct? Where you supported the variance due to the flooding across the roadway?
Staff did support the variance for many of the reasons mentioned earlier. It's an integral component of what we feel is a very positive and innovative streetway design with the low impact development, and having to do a landscape parkway, as would normally be required by code, does appear to interfere with the overall functionality of that design. So for that reason, staff did initially support the variance, still does. The planning commission discussion was largely procedural in terms of should this be a variance versus a PUD amendment.
Okay, that's very helpful. I really support the low-impact development, and whatever we could do to get there, I think is the right thing to do. However, it has to happen procedurally.
My motion remains the same.
Okay. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk. Public comment.
All right, Madam Mayor, we have no public comment, so I'm looking for a motion on adjournment.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, good night, everyone.
Thanks for using WebEx.